ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Good morning. Welcome to the final day of Asia. We have 3 players, 2 actually. We'll go and qualify onto the land. 3 players sitting here today, only 1 champion. It's 1 Protoss, it's 2 Terrans, and with me, the maven of Protoss himself, it's Rotterdam. Although I don't know how many Phoenix we're going to see in these coming series.
We might actually see quite a few, maybe in the first, maybe in the second, because we've already heard something crazy behind the scenes, but we're not going to talk about that yet. I'm happy to be here, BO. I've been watching you obviously do your thing. I've been sitting here listening to Ben taking shots at me, and that was kind of within the line of expectations. But then I saw Pig being dirty to me, and I was like, oh, whatever, I haven't done too picky. Wardy, out of all people, started leashing out on me as well, and I was like, well. I am just patiently waiting until it's my time to make fun of the boys.
Yeah, you know, actually, I realized I made a mistake here in the intro. I'm sorry. Let me start this again. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the official co-stream of ESL Masters. Rotterdam is just going to be talking over me the entire time. It's great. Making fun of me the entire time. It's fantastic. But more importantly, again, this is Asia. This is the final day. 2 players qualify to LAN. That's all going to happen. But before we get into that and talk about the interesting storylines and everything else, we do, of course, have to thank our fantastic sponsors, because without Blizzard and Monster Energy and the U.S. Air Force and ESL Shop all coming together, I would not be here with Rotterdam today, which is very nice because Rotterdam is a fantastic person. We wouldn't be putting on the LAN in about a month. And speak of the LAN, making all that happen, if you want to go buy tickets to the LAN, go see 3 days of awesome StarCraft, meet the players, meet some of your favorite casters, really eat a lot of barbecue, enjoy an awesome community. Well, the tickets are on sale now. Promo code Dallas or promo code StarCraft for 15% off. And we'll see you in Dallas in just about a month.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the main reasons why people love going to those events is not necessarily the awesome games or the chance to meet your favorite pro gamer or the casters, but also your Battle.net buddies, your Discord buddies, I guess, because most people hang out on Discord these days. But I think that's always the best thing about going to an event like that, right? Sure, you get to see awesome StarCraft, and that's fantastic, and it's going to be a great show, and you get to see the guys that you normally see play the game, but I think meeting up, syncing up with your friends that you've played 2v2s with, 3v3s with, or you got a ladder rivalry with, I feel like that really is the peak experience of StarCraft 2, the real community feeling. And I think that's the main driving factor for a lot of these guys to make the journey.
Oh, no, yeah. And if it's anything like the Atlanta crowds we've had, I mean, those are just, it's great. It's loud, it's raucous, it's a lot of fun. And hopefully we get some incredible games as well. But talk about incredible games. Roddy, we have 6 best of 3s. Sorry, no, not best of 3s. 6 series today. 5 best of 5s, 1 best of 7. Elazer there, the final boss. And Roddy, we're going to talk about this upcoming nice coffee series in just a second, but it's crazy. Elazer looked kind of weak in the group stage. He was losing to Nanami. He lost to Lemon, right? He had to qualify through round 5 to get even into the playoffs. So now the story is the same story. Elazer is sitting there in the finals. Someone's going to have to face him. All of a sudden, he just turns it on.
Yeah, everything is sort of back to normal, especially with Coffee and Elazer, 2 guys that we've seen so deep in this tournament quite a few times already. Nice is still a pleasant surprise, I would say. We went over his history a little bit before we started. First time we had this format, he finished top 8. Not bad. Probably not super happy on his side, but I think he could live with it. Second time, top 6. That's better. But now he actually has a proper run going all the way to that upper bracket finals, guaranteeing himself top 3, over $3,000. But this is where it truly becomes really important, because we basically have a final into a final. I know that's a cliche. We've already used that a million times, but that's really the right way to look at Asia today, guys, because the winner of this best of 5 gets a guaranteed top 2 finish, which means that ESL is going to pay for your trip, is going to send you to Dallas, pay for your hotel, and you have an opportunity to win a whole lot more and prove yourself at LAN. Some say LAN is the only thing that matters. I don't think it's the only thing, BO, but it's definitely awesome to go. So we have a final into another final.
Yeah, that it is. And, you talk about qualifying there, getting ESL to pay for everything. The big deal is you start in a much nicer stage of the tournament. You have, like 1 or 2 extra lives that works out. It's a lot easier to make those playoffs, to make a deep run. But the good news, talking about wanting to make deep runs, talking about those finals, we have one ready right now. It's the lower bracket finals. Again, winner of this series qualifies to Dallas in about a month's time. So without further ado, it's a PVT. It's game 1. And at the bottom right here in the blue, playing for Mystery Gaming, it's the Terran player. It's Coffee.
And in the top left side of Oceanborn, we are looking at the main base of our Taiwanese Protoss. Already his best run ever, but he wants to go even further. Wants to lock up a top 2, the first of his 2 finals today. It is Nice. Nice played some really good StarCraft throughout the Asia region, obviously, by making it this far. But the game that I really loved was that PvP, where I believe it was against Jaishi. Tiny chance it was Nanami, but I'm pretty certain it was Jaishi, where he was really in all sorts of trouble. I was just kind of forced to turtle on 4 bases forever, and at one point just said, you know what, I'm just gonna make Tempest and Disruptors, and hey, you have all the bases. If you're gonna kill me, go ahead and kill me, but this is the best thing I can do. And then out of all the potential choices his opponent had, they went Carriers, and I was like, oh, Carriers into a guy that's already sitting there with a whole bunch of Tempest. This is going to be tricky. It was an amazing game. I think he traded like 20,000 resources more cost efficiently, and I was very proud of him because he really displayed that he's not just that aggressive Taiwanese Protoss. He's not just a guy that's going to be able to kill you with a couple Stalkers and Zealots. No, the more finesse armies, he actually has really good control with that too.
Yeah, Nice has always been one of these players that, while he's obviously very heavily influenced by Haas and the server that he has cut his teeth on, that the regional that he won so many times, but he's always been someone who can macro a lot better. That, you know, has the flair for the dramatic maybe, but he'll take it to the mid game. He'll take it to the late game. But I'm actually really curious to see here in this series as we take a look at how things are going to go. Chinese Protoss players are incredibly aggressively economic, right? You're going to see Lemon go, you're going to see Nanami go. And the moment that they hold off that first bit of a Terran aggression, the first attack doesn't really happen, they're taking like 2-3 extra Nexi. They're exploding on the map. They're playing very heavily on this gateway style, right? Charge, blink, heavy upgrades going for that. Nice doesn't do that quite as much, but I'm gonna be interested to see here how he chooses to react to it. Again, especially this aggressive Coffee player who, as we saw yesterday, loves his Liberators, loves his tanks, loves pretty much anything that allows him to get across the map between 5 and 8 minutes and really lean into his opponent. So how greedy does Nice choose to play? How aggressive does he choose to play? Really leaning on that Taiwanese Hong Kong style. And can any of that deal with this just balls to the wall aggression that Coffee's got?
This Reaper is dead, by the way, or at least it should be dead if Nice does not mess up. We're gonna get 1 hit off. He has 1 more adept on the low ground. He has moved it away, actually. That's a bit of a shame, because that could have been a guaranteed Reaper kill. But yeah, I think you are spot on there. Coffee is incredibly good in a few openings, and the one that I've really enjoyed so far in this region is the one that Oliveira used a couple times as well, and they'll switch it up a little bit, but the idea is very simple. We have a Widowmine drop, we have a Liberator, and then we have a little move out with Marines and tanks. And as a Protoss, you're very keen on moving your Stalkers out because you want to slow that push down. You don't want to just let Marines and a tank run to the other side of the map. So you're like, all right, I need to focus with my Stalkers on delaying that push. But if you do that, that opens the door for the Widowmine drop. And if you just want to deal with the Widowmine drop, that opens the door for the Liberator. And if you're trying to deal with the Liberator and the Widowmine drop, if you're going 1 gate, Fast Expand, Twilight Council, then you cannot slow down the push. So I was like, man, this is actually a really cool build what these Terrans are doing. And I was like, if I'm a Protoss player, what would I do if I'm worried about that? Because that just seems something that's incredibly difficult to deal with. And I would just play Stargate, to the surprise of absolutely nobody. And I'm kind of happy to see that Nice is also opening up with a Stargate here. But because Coffee had a quick scout off, he's going to play a bit different. And he's opened up with the double Cyclone, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, it's also interesting. It's going to be interesting from Nice as well to see just how many Phoenix he decides to get. Because on the one hand, you know, you get 5, and that's fine. I'm actually really worried for Nice right now as well as we take a look at this. This push coming out of Coffee's not massive. It's a Viking, it's Marines, it's Cyclones. All of those do such a good job against every single Stargate unit. So if we look at what we got on the ground here, it's 2 Adepts. That's it. Nice is going to have to be prepared. He's going to have an Immortal out as well, which is going to be a big linchpin to this army. But I like that he's kind of playing against his ideas, right? You know, if you think a player might try to go Stargate, and he is here, get aggressive with those first couple units. Try to go and punish them for attempting to punish you. But it looks like for now, Coffee not actually going to move out all that much. I thought he was going to lean into this a little more.
Yeah, it's funny because that could have played out in many different ways, right? There was potential in that push. There was also potential for that Oracle to just activate Pulsar Beam in the natural, grab a bunch of SCVs, and then maybe if Nice holds, he's in a good spot. Coffee kind of made an old school PVZ Wings of Liberty logic where he's like, hey, I'm moving out, you should be scared, don't expand. Nice, like, I'm definitely not expanding. So Nice is just chilling on 2 bases, and then Coffee's like, just kidding. I actually just want to make sure you're not getting away with murder. You're not going to be too greedy. You respect my potential move out, and we'll take it from there. I think you know, Bio, that I'm always a bigger fan of just straight up Phoenix rather than Oracle into Phoenix. But as long as we can keep this Oracle alive, yeah, then maybe it actually has some good potential. Dropping Revelations, keeping track of what Coffee wants to do. We have a Robo that's done, we have a Robo Bay that's done. And if Nice can go up to 3 bases, get a Colossus or 2 out, get extended thermal lens, I really like his chances, even if I think Coffee is a small...
Yeah, and you know, I'm always torn.
Those 2 base, 3 base pushes that you mentioned, but so far, so good for Nice.
Yeah, and it's funny, I'm always torn as well when you talk about the kind of these Stargate openers, these Phoenix openers, or Oracles really, because on the one hand, Oracles, you know, they give a lot of vision, right? They do a lot of damage, but it takes 3 shots to go kill an SCV, and that's always a problem. But for now, Coffee getting ready to move out the majority of his army through the centers. We're gonna see 1 Widowmaw or 1 Marine get lifted up, but it's not a feint, because if he gets something done, he's gonna be very happy. But this is what this is all doing. It's setting up for this drop of the natural right on top of the Robo Bay as well. So extended thermal lands, Colossus production under threat here, attack on the 3rd base as well. There's not enough splash damage everywhere, Roddy. It feels like at least something's gonna get something done here.
Yep, and that's mostly the double drop. I do think that Nice is saving the 3rd. Nice has taken care of that Liberator. Not losing the Robo Bay, by the way, is awesome. I was incredibly worried he was going to lose that, and that would mean he's not going to get a 3rd Colossus. He will not get extended thermal lens. Like, as painful as this was, I gotta say, it could have gone a whole lot worse. Dealt with the Liberator, dealt with the double drop to some degree. I'm a little bit sad that Nice didn't try to really push the issue a tiny bit harder at the 3rd base, where he had the Adepts and the Phoenix. And if we take a look at these Phoenixes, ridiculous amount of energy on these Phoenixes. There were only like 4 or 5 Marines in that mix. He could have easily lifted those Marines, killed the Marines, then lift the Marauders. Because right now it was basically a push in the main, a push at the 3rd, but a victory for Coffee in the natural. And it would have been a lot better for Nice if at least he would have found 1 victory somewhere, rather than even, and I lost there.
I mean, in fairness, though, I don't really hate Nice's position. Yeah, you know, you'd love to be a couple more workers. Losing 9 doesn't feel great. Extended thermal lens delayed doesn't feel the best. But this army is something that is very hard for Coffee to push into. What are we looking at? Why? He's got 1 Viking, all right? He's a couple more on the way, but into Phoenix Colossus, you need a lot of Vikings. And look at what Nice is doing. You talked about that game against Jayshi where he just leaned into Tempest, said, this is fine, I'm going late. There's a fleet beacon already on the way here, Roddy. I don't know if this is for carriers, for Tempest, maybe just an odd mothership and taking advantage of those changes that we've had. But Nice, he's just leapfrogging the mid game here.
I think the first thing he's going to do as soon as that fleet beacon is done is fire up any impulse crystals, because it actually makes the Phoenix a lot better against the Vikings. Coffee is playing double starport Viking, so adding in a couple of any impulse crystals is sick, and then down the line we can obviously go carriers and disruptors. I don't think a mothership early would be the greatest idea, maybe way down the line, but not feeling it. I feel like any impulse crystals is the way to go, because it just makes the Phoenix so much better. This is where you have to lift the Marines, by the way. Just go, go, go. Activate Pulsar Beam, lift the Marines. Doesn't want to lift. Why doesn't he lift?
Well, you know, I guess Marines are really, really heavy, and he's going to lose a couple of Phoenix, but at the end of the day, the triple drop gets knocked down. The problem, though, Roddy, as he handles everything, doesn't handle the push on the north side. This 4th base, again, is going to get slowed down. And, you know, the style that Nice is playing is not quite as dependent on getting a 4th base, a 5th base quite as quickly. You're not leaning on the charge lots and these heavy mineral units. You still want a 4th base, right? You still want those 7th and 8th gas to be able to afford a double Stargate or a double Stargate carrier and impulse crystal +1, +2, all of these just very gas expensive upgrades. So Nice is okay. You know, it's not like he's trying to explode across the map on the Zealots, but you do want that 4th base. The longer this goes, the less happy he is.
Yeah, does he still on single Robo? Yeah, I feel like you need a 2nd Robo as well. I understand that he feels it's a lot about the carriers, it's a lot about the Phoenix, and he's even gonna get that early mothership. That's a very tanky unit. Oh, Phoenix is gonna go down, and that's a double kill for Coffee. I'm afraid that Nice has just been bleeding out a few too many units. Warping in gateway units here is completely pointless because he doesn't have blink, he doesn't have charge, he has no upgrades. The Novas need to be good, but if we only have 1 Robo, we simply won't have too many Novas to work with. and the Viking numbers are just overwhelming. Those Widowmine shots really added up over time, and Nice simply lost a few too many Phoenixes.
Yeah, absolutely caught transition as well. Only 2 carriers on the map. A lot of supply just stuck in production. So even if Nice is going to be able to go and break this down, make this defense happen, which is not a sure thing, as the Vikings are just killing everything, he's lost every single important tech unit. Yeah, he's going to be forced out of the game. Every Colossus dead, every carrier dead, and Coffee, he takes game 1.
Yep, well done by Coffee, trademark Coffee perhaps. I really love how these guys, they don't just go for the double prong attack, but it's very often triple prong. And it might just be as simple as a single Liberator, but you need to respect the single Liberator. It does grab a lot of the attention spawn of the Protoss. Then there is a push at the third, then there is a drop in the natural, and it just seems so likely that at least one of the 3 is going to be successful. But I don't think you were wrong, Bio. I kind of was okay with Nice's position too. It's alright. If there's ever a unit composition where it's alright not to be the 4 base Protoss with 85 workers, I would say it's Phoenix, Carrier, Disruptor. You can be stuck on 3 bases for a little while, but what is so important is that you keep the Phoenix count high and healthy, because the Phoenixes are mega valuable against the Vikings. Phoenix do really good against Vikings, especially if you have an upgrade lead. He just flew into a Widowmine twice. Both times he lost at least 1 Phoenix, one time he lost 2, and that adds up so quick. Carriers are insane as long as they get support. Carriers by themselves, they just don't stand a chance. So it's one of these games where it looked like a walk in the park for Coffee, but with 1 or 2 slightly different decisions on Nice's side, it actually could have been a very good scenario for Nice.
Yeah, I think the problem is the end of the day really is just getting caught before you're ready. Like 3 base late game Stargate play is something that's a long lead up to, right? You got to get +1. Adding Pulse Crystals, Fleet Beacon, second Stargate, carriers take forever to make. So Coffee, as this aggressive player, catching Nice before he's maxed out, before he has this really solid, bulky army to deal with. Yeah, you give Nice another minute, I think he's fine. But I think Nice has to be... I mean, Golden Aura's map 2, Roddy. So if you want to talk about a map you can play defensive on and just get into it, that's your map. But it feels like Nice has to give a little bit more respect to the mid game if he's going to go for something like this.
Yeah, I think if there is ever a style where these tiny traits are incredibly important, it is the Phoenix Robo style. And he was obviously only playing it with 1 Robo, so it was almost more about air units than it really ever was about Robo units, and that's fine. But losing a Phoenix against the mine, losing 2 Phoenixes against the mine and a couple Viking shots may not seem like that big of a deal, but that's game changing, because that makes the difference between Vikings just being able to sit there and fire away at these Colossus, and then obviously the Marines are safe in the back. It's just we need to clean it up a tiny bit on the side of the time in these Protoss. I didn't hate his game plan. I thought he had his moments. He just took like he never got a victory. That's the biggest problem. I felt like he was all about surviving, defending, but there were 1 or 2 moments where the Phoenixes could have battled a bit harder and actually could have forced a good trade. And even if you're down in bases, if you're down in workers, if you don't expand quickly, you do need to find a little victory somewhere. I think there was potential for it. He didn't just capitalize on those opportunities. Let's see what game 2 will bring. Golden Aura in the top left side. He is our Taiwanese Protoss player. He's down 0-1. It's Nice.
And in the upper right, in the blue, of course, relentless aggression. He's Coffee.
For me, the biggest moment was that little poke at the third that I mentioned, where there was that Liberator in the main, and Nice kind of took care of it, lost the probe, lost some mining time, but he handled it. Then there was that double drop in the natural that you and I were both incredibly worried about, I think for all the right reasons. But overall, that Colossus was there in time. Yeah, we lost a couple probes, so it wasn't that bad. The Phoenixes and the Adepts had an opportunity to take a great fight at the third base. There was battery overcharged, the army was overstimped, the marine count was low. If you kill those marines, and marines take a lot of damage from Phoenixes, then you also guarantee yourself the kill on the Marauders. And I feel like that was a missed opportunity, because if Nice does completely wipe out those forces, we're looking at a different game where it's going to be easier for him to be out on the map. It's easier to drop the right revelations, and it should be a lot easier to get a critical numbers of carriers out.
Yeah, no, I think what you said earlier, Roddy, in terms of, well, trades matter a lot more if you're playing this style. Not only because, you know, Phoenix is more expensive than a Zealot, but also because you have a lot, you're going to have 8 gateways, right? You're going to have 10 gateways, 11 gateways if you're playing that charge lot style. You're going to have like 2 Stargates, right? You're going to have a Robo, maybe a second one. getting up to a third eventually, depending on how you choose to play this Protoss version of mech. But there's so much less production time available that replacing what you lose, it takes so much longer. So money, sure, but it's time. That's the problem more than anything else.
No, I think you're spot on, right? Like sometimes running 5 zealots into a Terran army that's ready, like, oh, that looks painful. It's like, yeah, okay, you lose 5 zealots, but you have 8, 10 gateways. You warp in 10, you still have more than before. If you lose 2 Phoenix, the only thing you can do is build 1 Phoenix at a time, and eventually you could build 2 Phoenixes at a time. It just takes a long time. So losing 3 Phoenixes is incredibly impactful, and unfortunately for Nice, he just couldn't quite get where he wanted to go. He is going to switch it up here in game 2. Golden Aura, he says it's a large map. I've got a couple of extra seconds to get ready for whatever build you want to go for. I believe that I can find the sweet spot with the Blinky boys. And now I wonder if Coffee is going to do that exact build that I've seen a couple times in this region. And I loved it, man. I thought they had really good execution with it. 2 Widow Mines into a Liberator, into a Marine tank move out. And it's so difficult, I think, with Blink Stalkers to take care of all 3. I've actually seen games beyond, this is going to sound terrible, but I'm like, you know what? I actually think that the Protoss life is easier if you completely ignore the Widowmine drop and you just focus on shaving off those Marines and you make sure that the Marines and the tanks don't get on top of the third. Because I feel that they try to play perfect defense against the Lip, perfect defense against the Widowmine drop, but then you cannot micro in the front as well. You kind of have to choose your battles wisely, and I hope that we get to see that exact game, that exact build play out. There is our tank. Are we going to get that Liberator too? Because I really want to see how it plays out. And I hope that Nice has put some thought into this on how to defend it, just like I have. And there is our Liberator. I love it.
Yeah, it's funny as well. It's kind of the same idea that actually a lot of Protoss players are going for, where I've talked to some people who are like, look, I don't want to give Terran players the opportunity to only micro in one spot because for the most part of the game, their army is going to be better. I need to force them to multitask a little bit so I have the shot to actually break things down. And, well, that's effectively what Coffee's doing. Attacking, ideally, eventually, into 3 spots at the same time, really taxing the multitasking of the Protoss player. And for now, Nice is holding it off really well. The Widowmine drop takes a couple shots on the medevac. Obviously, the Reaper doesn't do all that much. Round 1 goes to Nice, but round 1 doesn't matter, right? It's round 2. It's the Liberator and the tanks and the Marines and everything all showing up at the same time, where that's going to be the real test.
Yep, it is very nice for Nice though, that, no pun intended obviously, that he keeps the medevac on the right side of his main. Because I think it's already a lot more annoying if that medevac flew in and is now chilling in the top left corner of this map. Because that's where they can threaten to go into the main and natural at the same time. And that's just incredibly annoying. Here is our move out. Nice knows exactly what's up. That Liberator is going to come in from the bottom left. I mean, this is what I've been thinking about. Legit, I laid in bed and I was like, I wonder what the best way is to actually deal with all of this. Let's see what Nice came up with. I feel like you need to worry the most about the Marine tank move out. I think that's the scariest one. The Liberator is something that I think is somewhat easy to deal with. And the Widowmine drop, well, we just have to pick our battles wisely. We can't do everything perfectly. So far, Nice, I gotta say, he waited a long time to move out these Stalkers. And I don't know if I'm a fan of that.
So taking a look at what we got right here. Charges on the way. It's not ready just yet. We have 4 Stalkers in the main base, I think, ready for the Widowmine drop. We got 1 Stalker up patrol in the natural for the Liberator, and a bunch of Stalkers in Marauder or in Immortals on the high ground. And yeah, the tank siege up is scary. Running up the high ground is also pretty scary for the Terran player. And it looks like Coffee's just giving it up, at least for the time being. He's going to get his rally together, certainly, but he doesn't want to attack into Nice's defenses, at least not for the time being. So you talk about how do you defend it, Roddy? You just convince the Terran player not to go for it.
Yeah, I think this has a lot to do with the fact that A, that medevac did not make it all the way into the top left, and B, maybe Coffee only keeps pushing if he actually does see Stalkers leaving the third and battle those Marines and tanks in the center of the map, because that's when he feels, okay, now it's the right time to send that Liberator in the Widowmine drop, because I know you cannot deal with all of these things. But perhaps if Nice never moves out, Coffee just says like, yeah, then I probably shouldn't go with the main army, because now I just feel like I'm not going to get the damage done that I was looking for. A little bit later though, the same idea still goes. Widowmine drop, not very good on the side of Coffee. How much can he get done at the third? Battery overcharge would be awesome here, BO. I'd love to see an overcharge right about. No.
Oh, it's going to pop, but not before an Immortal goes down. Second one barely surviving here, but for now, the 2 threats are done, right? The Widowmine's gone, the Liberator's gone. It's all about this attack in the front. But Roddy, you just spent the last 5 minutes telling us how scary this is. tanks at the bottom of the ramp here. 2 Immortal going down. And okay, charge plots from an angle would be fantastic. For right now, the Nex is just about to go down here. Coffee wants to stick on top, and probes have to get pulled, and everything's dead. It's all on the ground. It's all going wrong here. And yeah, sure, maybe, and not even, I was gonna say maybe a tank goes down, but not enough. Despite everything, we spent the last 5 minutes talking about how scary this push is, and well, you know, Roddy, Coffee shows us just how scary it was.
Oh, that's so painful for Nice, because he was so close to actually having a good whole day. He had 1,000 minerals in the bank, and he was ready to wipe in a bunch of zealots. He had charge, and it was a very close fight in a way. In the end, it wasn't close, but he just didn't want to lose that Nexus, and I understood that. So he's like, all right, we're just going to take this blink. I don't love this blink, but if that blink can buy me 2-3 seconds for those zealots to come up, then I actually maybe win the fight, and then I can actually save the Nexus. But it just didn't work out like that. He makes the blink, every single stalker disappears, and then it's just a couple of zealots left by themselves, and it wasn't good enough. It was close. Like, it does not look close, but that's actually a really close call there between those two. Maybe if that first Immortal would have lived a little bit longer. He did a very good job in keeping the third one alive, but the first one obviously died. Those force fields could have been slightly more optimal. It is just really difficult. You worry about that mine drop, you worry about the Liberator, and then you worry about an army that, if it hits later, obviously is going to have Stim and Marauders in the mix as well. The Coffee and Oliveira, it almost feels like they spend some time with each other where they're just like, hey, what if? What if instead of giving them 1 problem, we don't give them 2 problems, we give them 3 problems? And you know how they always make fun of Protoss players, BO, that we can't multitask and we only have 2? Maybe that's what the Terran boys have been cooking up over in China, and I gotta say, it does look deadly.
I mean, spot the lie here. I don't know. But yeah, no, it is interesting as you take a look at that, these ideas. I almost wonder if it would have been better for Nice to take the triangular third instead of the linear one there, because generally you love ramps. Ramps are hard to attack through for the most part, but they're also really hard to go down. And when we're talking about these tank pushes, that narrow ramp is hard to deal with. So is it worth giving that up to be a little bit more easily pushable on other situations? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought about it as well. What you do have to worry about, obviously, is that those rocks can be annoying, because tanks can siege on the bottom right side of the rocks, and then they will be in range of maybe your pylon, battery, of your Nexus. What's also really annoying about taking the triangle is that if a drop hits, whether it's a Widowmine drop or a Marine Marauder drop, if it unloads in the main, it can first threaten the probes in the main, and then it can run towards that little edge, and it can actually shoot to the low ground, and it's going to be in range of those probes as well. That's the downside, I guess, of taking the triangle as your third base. I don't know. I mean, I feel that Nice is competitive in this series. I know I've got a bit of hopium for him. I knew he was the underdog. I think if he can just find himself in a sweet spot, we can really have one hell of a series. Unfortunately, so far, it is all Coffee, and it is starting to look that Coffee, at least, is going to win the first of his 2 finals today.
And let's see what happens. But for right now, it's game number 3. Can Nice make the comeback happen? And on the upper right, it's playing for Little Fairy in the red. Some hopes, some dreams maybe, but now it's got to be a reality if he wants to make the series go a little bit longer. It's Nice.
And in the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of our Chinese Terran, who surprised almost everyone when he had an IEM Katowice once upon a time played against Zaun, who was one of the most hyped up Protoss players in the tournament. And he won. And he didn't just win, he dominated 2-0 with a ridiculous amount of tanks. And since that day, he's been on our radar, and we know that he's got gnarly PvP. This is Coffee. Mystery Gaming Coffee.
Is he a dark roast, Roddy? Is he a light roast? Is he a mid roast? I'm throwing out coffee terms as someone who doesn't drink coffee, so I'm sure chat's gonna get like very mad at me. But you know, what's the strength of our coffee right now?
I think a solid 7. You know, there are numbers on the packages, and I feel like he's at 7.
I don't pretend to know what those numbers mean, but I'll take it. Okay, our number 7.
I believe
Terran.
the higher they get, the more intense they get. I actually don't really taste the difference, but I did have a bag once that had, I think, 11 on it. I was like, yeah, that's fine. Then I had 3 of them, and I was like, oh my god, what's wrong with me? Like, I'm so fast today, but I'm actually not fast in-game at all. Like, I'm just jittery. I was like, okay, maybe I should go for slightly different coffee beans at my own coffee machine, because I felt like the 11 was pushing it a little.
Yeah, no, I feel that. It's like the mistake you always make when you're, or I make, right? When it's an early morning, you're trying to get on broadcast, you're like, caffeine. This is what I got, right? I need to be awake. and then you sound like a chipmunk. You sound like a chipmunk on a typewriter or something, just because all of a sudden, at least for me, the jitteriness comes out in like just how fast I talk, and it's a problem. But we're good here today. It's Crimson Court, map number 3 in Rotterdam. You know, we were talking in the break about how cool it is that 2B's Protoss All-Ins and PvZ are a thing on this map. We're starting to see more of that. That's not something I'm seeing quite as much on the PvT side.
No, I think Crimson Court is a map where it's very easy to play defensive and actually go up to 3-4 bases because you can mine out the minerals and then you are protected by rocks. I gotta say, I really like this map, and this is my Protoss bias shining through, by the way, when there were double rocks or even triple rocks. Because I'm like, cool, I can go no warp gate. I can just make some Stargate units. I get the safest ever 3-base setup, and I can rush out my air weapons, and life is Gucci. Coffee is playing different here, by the way. He's going for the old school Ryong, as we used to call it. And this is a bad build of the scenario for Nice.
Oh, yeah.
One gate fast expand into Oracle. Could obviously go Oracle Zealot, but he is going to have to deal with so many Marines. The Cyclones are fantastic against Stargate units. Yeah, I would not want to be Nice right now. I do not envy his position at all. This would make me really sad. What are you supposed to do? Your guess is as good as mine, Bio. The Bronze League guy in me wants to drop a Forge and get cannons, but that's not an option at this level. So, yeah, good luck. I guess batteries, a lot of gateway units, maybe a quick Twilight Council. I don't know, but I'm incredibly worried about his position.
I mean, he's just going for bad to worse here, Roddy, as well. He's not stopping on a single Oracle. There's a second one on the way. And the Oracles, they do a lot of damage to the ground. They also evaporate against the big Terran. So it's a problem. Now Nice is going to have an idea of what's up. Okay, so he sees triple barracks. He sees a Cyclone on the map. He sees Stim researching. So he knows what's up. And it's immediately into a Twilight off of 2 Oracles. Now, Oracle into Blink was a thing, right, Roddy?
Yeah.
Back 2 years ago, when the Ryong build started to show up, and that 630 stim timing was effective. And actually, this one's gonna be even faster than that. That build was specifically designed to go and break down these Oracle into Blink setups. So it feels bad.
I like the idea of triple Oracle, even 4 Oracles. I don't like the idea of losing Oracles, but he's not. Hey, and reducing the Marine count this early is actually pretty awesome. I like this. Nice is bringing out his inner Haas. He's like, what would Haas do? Haas would build non-stop Oracles and just try to overwhelm that first move out with a bunch of Zealots with charge and a crazy amount of Oracles. Because 1 or 2 Oracles won't do much for you, but if you show up with 4 or even 5 Oracles and then combine that with Zealots, hey, that could be good enough, actually. I kind of like it. I think it's a very good call. Another Oracle on the production tab. I love it. And by picking up those Marines early on, I'm all of a sudden feeling a lot more hopeful here for Nice.
Yeah, you're right, though. Nice just has a bumper sticker on the back of his car that says WWHD. You know, like, what would Haas do? And, I mean, yeah, you're right. I kind of like it here. You get all those Oracles, Marines go down, and is charge going to be done by the time this push hits the other side?
Yeah, charge is very quick. You can chrono boost it. It's going to be ready. The only thing that I'm a bit sad about that he never got is a single sentry. The Guardian Shield is still, I think, underestimated in some of these scenarios. But hey, we can get a Stasis Strappy here. That's also fine if he just wants to save all of his energy. Just keep on warping in Zealots. However, I think Coffee is smart. I think Coffee knows what's up, and he's like, after losing all of these units, I actually think that my DPS, the burst damage initially, is not going to be high enough. So I should chill, because my army will scale well later on. The more Marines I get, the quicker Zealots disappear. So now, Nice is up to his next problem in this game. And what do we do? And I am not the biggest fan of Quick Storm, but I actually think this would be a pretty decent Quick Storm moment. Nice, however, is going to drop the Robo and bleeds out an Oracle. Okay, that's a bad 20 seconds, perhaps. You think he's going to get Colossus out in time, Bio?
I don't even know if this is for Colossus necessarily. Eventually, sure. But it feels like this is Immortals and Observer just to make sure that you don't... he's got Oracle, so it's not a detection problem. But yeah, I don't know. You look at this, and it does feel like Nice is on a bit of a timer. He's got these Zealots on the map. This is not enough Zealots to fight this Terran bio. So no. I like the traps, theoretically, if you're able to land any of them. Buying as much time as possible, but with the SCVs getting pulled here, Roddy, there is no splash. Oracle's being made, sure, but not Coffee. He's up 2 games. He knows that he's got a little bit room to play, and this push with these SCVs, with the Stim, Medivacs, a bunch of tanks, the Zealots by themselves doesn't feel like enough.
Nope, but maybe a battery overcharge, maybe all those pulsar beams. I really wish we had a sentry. Well, there's not going to be battery overcharge. This is just a nightmare scenario for Zealots. We do have Zealots coming in from the right side too. That's cool, but those are going to disappear immediately. All them oracles. Are all these oracles and Zealots going to be good enough? It is somewhat close. 23 SCVs have died. If only Nice could show up with like 6 more Zealots here, it could all be so different, but he doesn't have those 6 Zealots. And now I'm afraid that we're just going to lose 1 Zealot at a time. Maybe Big Daddy Immortal and 2 Zealots. Nope, that's not going to be it either. Coffee, his game sense is incredibly good, man. He's so good in analyzing what he's up against, what is the right decision to make. I love the moment he has pulled back in this series, and I love the moment when he has doubled down on aggression. I'm afraid that Nice is just going to keep on losing every single unit he warps in here. And I think that Coffee is going to guarantee himself a top 2 finish in the ESL Spring Asia Regionals once more. And we can get ready for a Coffee versus Oliveira Grand Finals. Coffee has really good game sense, Bio, because if he sticks with his initial plan, I actually think he gets gobbled up by just the right amount of Zealots, the right amount of Oracles. So he says, no, I'm going back, and then I'm SCV pulling with way more Marines. And that's where your next phase is not ready yet, and that's where Zealots are not that scary anymore. And it was still kind of a close fight. I just really wish he would have had a single sentry. Nice that is, because maybe with 1 Guardian Shield, that fight looks different.
Yeah, it's cool. We've seen this happen twice now, where Coffee makes the read where he says, look, I'm going to go. I have this move out. I'm going to force you into something, and then instead of committing, I'm just going to back up, and I'm going to hit you a minute later, and suddenly I'm going to have Stim or Medivacs or something else. And he did a really nice job of forcing Nice into the... Really nice job. Forcing Nice into these positions where he was very much on a timer, or he committed to the wrong thing, and all of a sudden you're very dead. So I think that's awesome. I think that is Coffee in his purest form. Speed, aggression, tempered aggression maybe. But now we get to move into this next game, right? And it's going to be a little bit longer of a break. Just fair warning, we're got to give Coffee a little bit of time to get ready. But we got this next series coming up. It's technically a TVT. But Coffee played a PVT against Oliveira back in the round of 8. And here are some rumors this might be a PvP after all, Roddy.
Yeah, I feel like somebody told me a couple days ago that Coffee and Oliveira are living together at the moment. I cannot totally confirm that, but I assume that is accurate. I think they're very good friends, and maybe they are just memeing, and they said, like, hey, when it comes to the regionals, by far and away the most important thing is finishing top 2. So ESL will make sure that you go to Dallas, you get that really good seeding into the tournament that you mentioned earlier. And maybe they're just going to have some fun and play some PvPs for us. It would actually be kind of fun to see 2 Terrans play PvP. I feel like the last time I saw that was in the early days of Wings of Liberty, where Protoss and Sentries, funnily enough, were incredibly imbalanced. And Lucifron, a Spanish Terran player, and our good friend Demu, the British Terran player, ended up playing PvP against each other in the finals of the weekly, because Protoss was just that good that the Terrans gave up. First it was TVT, then it was TVP, then it was TVP. The Protoss kept on winning, and then the final game, the 2 Terrans just said, all right, PvP it is, because apparently Protoss keeps on winning. Could be fun, but yeah, let's see what they actually end up picking. Just to go back one more time to our previous series, I'm very impressed by Coffee and his ability to read the state of the game so well, where it's like, this is my plan, and I like my plan. Let's see what your answer is. And the moment he realized that Nice had the correct answer, he's like, okay, let me switch it up. I'm going to adapt. I'm not going to stick to my guns, because if that is your plan, then this is my follow-up plan. And it really felt that every single next step that Coffee kept on taking in all these games was the right one. And Nice had an answer for the first, but not for the second.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, I don't want to say the MaxPax effect, because that's not really fair. Other players do it as well, but you have these players that are so stylistic, right? It's like a Bjorn or a MaxPax in PvP or something like that, where they play these builds so much. They are well aware of every branching opportunity, right? Do I move out here? Do I move out there? And especially when it's something that is a little bit more idiosyncratic, right? A one gate expand on the low ground. Beyond's 2 Rex Reaper play before everyone started playing that. When you're like the one player that's doing it successfully or consistently, not only do you understand the build better because you've played it so much and you know all the branches, your opponents, they don't have as much time. They don't have as much experience to go and figure out exactly how you counter every single branch. So you have this knowledge gap that you've been able to develop for yourself that obviously, you know, your opponents can still win. But by playing just a little bit different, you give yourself a little bit more room to maybe overcome a player you wouldn't expect, or just to punch above your like pure mechanical weight.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. It has been impressive. It's a bit of a shame, by the way, that this was a 3-0 and that the upper bracket finals were a 3-0, because Asia has absolutely delivered. I feel like this has been the most fun Asia regionals we've had up to this point. We had beautiful stories with Lemon. We had crazy games as well, like Lemon against Oliveira in the playoffs was a cool series, man. Where at first it looked like it was all Oliveira. Suddenly Lemon wins an impossible game. Then Lemon is very far ahead on Oceanborn, but he ends up losing it. And it ended with some mana mules as well, which was crazy. So it's a bit of a shame that it's now 3-0. Let's hope that the grand finals is going to deliver, that it will be fireworks. Oliveira did confirm to me, by the way, that he's currently living with coffee. And he said he's going to play Protoss because he says no more TVT. Now, will Oliveira also play Protoss? I guess we'll find out.
Oh, yeah. So maybe a PvP, maybe a PvT. I don't know. We're going to figure it out. But for now, we do have to go to a bit of a break. We got to give coffee a little time to get ready. So it's going to be about 20 minutes-ish. And then we're going to get our grand final started. It's going to be, who knows what it's going to be, but we do know it's going to be coffee. It's going to be Oliveira. See y'all in 20.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Long have we waited. The matchup that was fated. It's Coffee, it's Elazer here. With me again is Rotterdam as we take a look at our finals. $7,500 for first place, $5,000 for second. But Roddy, at the end of the day here, it's not so much about the money as it is those precious EPT points.
Yeah, I think the main focus at first is finishing top 2. So you can go to Dallas, ESL will take care of you, and you get deep seeding into the main event. But those EPT points obviously are incredibly important, eyeing the Esports World Cup this summer. I think Oliveira will always be there, as obviously he's still technically, I mean literally, our reigning, defending world champion of StarCraft 2. As Cyril did not take that crown from him just yet with winning IM Katowice. But yeah, it's going to be fun. 7,500 for first. As you mentioned, the boys have been having a good time. They are living together at the moment. It is Oliveira who started his own team house in Chengdu. Beautiful city, by the way, if you guys ever have the chance to go. I love Chengdu. Great hot pot if you love spicy food. It's a 10 out of 10 city. They also have a lot of pandas there, by the way. And Coffee basically said multiple times that Oliveira is a you-know-what kind of liar because he promised him PvP, and it turns out that it's still going to be TVP at least to begin. But hey, we can race switch. You are absolutely allowed to play Protoss in Game 1 or play Terran in Game 1 and pick something else throughout this series. But yeah, they seem to be having fun with each other. They're clearly very good friends. They're literally living with each other. Let's hope that the games are good, Bio.
Yeah, it just makes my life of running production really hard. I'm like, do I put a Protoss? What logo do I put next to his name? I don't know. What I do know, though, is that our games are ready. As PVT is ready, said to start Oliver playing the Terran Coffee, our Protoss player, and Alcyone. Map 1 here of our grand finals. And at the bottom left in the red, the reigning regional champion. He's the reigning world champion for DKC. It's Oliveira.
And in the top right side, we're looking at the main base with the man who is requesting a tiny paw. So there is a chance that we're going to have to rehost this as we are playing these games, I think, on the Korean server. We're looking at the main base of Mystery Gaming's copy. We'll see if we're going to have to rehost this or if we can just stay within the game. And he is going to play Protoss. Obviously, some of you guys may be wondering, why would you play Protoss? Well, these two guys just both are convinced that Protoss is very good against Terran at the moment, up to the point where Coffee believes that he's got a bigger chance in winning PvT than he has in winning TvT. And honestly, looking at the historic head-to-head BO, he may be onto something because the TvTs have not been very kind to him.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, you know, is this that Protoss is better than Terran? Is this that PvT is really scary in the matchup? Maybe. Or is this the fact that, again, Oliveira or Coffee has not had a lot of success playing these TvTs against Oliveira? He last won a series back in 2017. And, you know, maybe you throw something a little bit different. If you have access to the exact same ideas that your opponent does, and they're better than you, they're probably going to win. But if you have a different win condition, if you play things a little bit differently, make things a little bit cheekier maybe, then maybe you got some room. Both SCVs get pretty low, but, you know, Probe gonna be only has so much HP, right?
Still a tiny delay on that barracks. I'd feel good about this if I'm Coffee. Coffee's obviously going to wait until the shields will regenerate. And he's like, maybe I can get lucky one more time. And I can actually get the kill on one of those SCVs. I do always expect a Terran player that is playing Protoss in a PvT to keep the game very simple. Like, I don't think that Coffee is going to go for the most complicated style ever, where we rush out Storm and we basically have 7 units to defend 3 bases and we need perfect defensive positioning. I don't think that's what it's going to be. I expect a low gas style here, open up 1 gate, fast expand, blink stalkers, and then just go 8 gate zealot charge. You know, like, that's something that a lot of players that are either Zerg or Terran by nature can play Protoss as well. It is a very good style. All you need to do is really survive that first scary push. Then you're gonna have more bases, a better economy, and spamming gateway units. I mean, as much as I would love to say that it's rocket science, you don't really need to be an absolute grandmaster to successfully warp in a lot of stalkers and zealots and take a good fight here and there.
Look, Roddy, as someone who literally got his degree in rocket science, I can tell you that it is in fact rocket science. It's hard to warp in all those LS. No, I get what you're saying though, and I think that's actually kind of interesting. I talked in the last series about how you see all these Chinese Protoss players, and they are so macro aggressive. The moment that the first push goes down, they're going to take like 2 other bases, and they're not getting gas on all of them. It's just
that's a dead Reaper, I think, unless it can hop to the high ground, and it does. That's smart by Oliveira, because 2 hits normally is enough, right? Because then the shade will finish up and you always get the 3rd hit off in time. But good job by Oliveira realizing that there is a safe spot on the right side. And I get what you're saying. Obviously, BO, it's not that easy, right? Not everyone can get in into a good setup and warp in those units and take a great fight immediately, be economically ahead. He's not, however, opening up at the Twilight Council. He's gonna go for the Robo first. And now I wonder, is this one of these 1 gate fast spent Robos into 3 bases immediately, where we know we have a slow and immobile army, but we can get a monstrous economy? Or is he just gonna try to get a quick Robo Bay and then still play Stalkers with Blink and Zealots with Charge behind all of this?
What this might also be is that this is something that Hero's been messing around with a little bit, where it's 3 gate Robo, right? Technically 3 gateways in a Robo, as we see Coffee adding a couple more right now. But you effectively, Warp Prism gives you Blink, kind of. And then you get aggressive on the map, and then you backfill with tech a little bit, and it gives you so much tempo on the map early on that it can be difficult for a Terran player to handle. So for now, that's exactly what Coffee's doing, right? We got a Warp Prism on the way, 2 additional gateways getting added in. And behind this, we should see 3rd base go up, right? Tech get backfilled. There's the Twilight on the way. But the question now is, how much does Coffee get done with this? 3 Stalkers at a time and a Prism. That could be really solid. But tanks, they're always scary to attack into. There's a bunker there for Oliveira. Eventually, it's not there just now. How much can Coffee get done here?
There's also a Cyclone, and Cyclones can lock on Warp Prisms. Like, this is something that does scream some confidence to me, because this is already a bit more complicated than just opening up with Blink and taking it from there, and just trying to go up to 3 bases. If Coffee plays it very safe, then I don't think he's in any danger of losing this Warp Prism. But if he plays it very safe, you also won't get a lot of damage done. So, yeah, let's see. Wow, he actually goes Charge first. That's kind of feisty. So he's going to skip out on Blink, And he's just opening up with a quick War Prism to get some map vision, have a good idea what Oliveira is doing, potentially find some damage, but I don't think he's going to find too much damage. Maybe the Adepts. 3 Adepts is the magical number to one-shot SCVs if all the shots are perfect. They were kind of out of sync there, and that hurt him a little.
They were, but what they did do is they pulled all the bio back into the natural. So in the main base, a couple more workers go down. 3 Adepts, 1-shot in SCV, 4 Stalkers, 1-shot in SCV. And ooh, Medevac should go down here, then pick up Runaway. There's no lock-on available. Locked on a Stalker earlier, I guess. So 4 SCVs go down. Medevac gets knocked out here. And behind this charge is about halfway done. But it's not done just yet. Oliveira, his stim is ready. He does potentially have a timing to move on the map, but it looks like for now this Warp Prism, these Stalkers, another potential Warp In is doing a really nice job of forcing him to stay back home.
That actually went really good for Coffee at first. Now he's maybe getting a little bit greedy because he wants the Cyclone. He does not get it at first. He does get every single Marine, and he still saves the War Prism. Coffee's kind of flying. Low-key flying here. 6 minutes into game 1, as he does start off with an 0-1 deficit. And I know you mentioned it before the break, guys. I know that 20-minute break was not very pleasant for all of you. You just start watching StarCraft, then you have to wait 20 minutes. The players were technically good to go, but it's just said in the rulebook that whoever wins the lower bracket finals deserves 20 minutes, should get 20 minutes, so they have some time to mentally get ready and get the well-deserved break in between the series. And so far, it seems that these 20 minutes really worked out well for Coffee. He won a couple games in a row against Nice, and he's playing a really good game against Oliveira. The only thing is that it's just Zealots with charge at the moment. He does not have Blink on the way, does not have a Robo Bay. He is going to have a lot of Zealots, though, because he's going all the way up to 8 gateways now. Coffee is playing really good 7 minutes into our grand final.
Roddy, that's not 8 gateways. That's 10 gateways. He's already got 5 on the map, 5 more on the way. He is just pedal to the metal with these Zealots. And if Oliveira has one weakness, as we talk about PvT, it's just mass Zealots. That's how Firefly's beaten him in the past. That's how Nanami's beaten him in the past. So it's going to be interesting to see now whether Coffee, this mass Zealot idea, is going to work out for him. That's an 11th gateway getting added in here just as much as possible. This is not a good fight, though, through the small choke tanks to do a lot. But I guess, even as I say that, the Zealot count for now is really high. The tank's going to go down. But man, Roddy, fighting a Terran around a corner like this feels just like the worst possible thing. Into the choke around the corner. That's horrendous for Coffee.
That wasn't very pretty. I mean, he gets the tank and maybe gets a couple of buy units, but he lost 18 Zealots there. That feels like a little much. Oliveira is rallying more units to the other side of the map. Oh, this is a very good choke point, by the way, for Marines and Marauders. But if the Medevacs die, that does mean that eventually all of these Marines and Marauders will die. And Coffee is taking some really ugly fights here. It's a shame because his start was incredibly good. He's now forced to warp in even more Zealots defensively, but he's not transitioning beyond. Like, there is no step or plan B or plan C. It is just, I'm gonna try to win this game with mass Zealots and +1, as these with the 1-shots are pretty good too. If he wants to have a tiny chance, he needs to start warping in Zealots on the left side near that 11th gateway, because we're not gonna win just by warping in Zealots defensively.
This is true. Now remember, Oliveira, he has his third base, but it's not on location just yet. So there is that, right? The economy, it's only not even an orbital yet. It just completed. So economy for Oliveira is not on 3 bases just yet. Coffee could go take his 4th base, but there's the warping you're looking for, Roddy. 10 Zealots. They're now trying to find their way into the natural Warp Prism right side. But is this too late?
Well, technically the timing is good, especially if the War Prism can make it into the main, but it cannot make it into the main, as we have a Viking and a couple of Widow Mines, and now it's just a single Zealot in the main. Oliveira's army is in absolute no man's land, though, all the way in the top left side, as now maybe this is the fight that Coffee needs, but Oliveira's paying attention. He's going to get a couple of decent Widow Mine hits here. It's so many Zealots, though. It's a ridiculous amount. We still have 23 Zealots on the map, but Coffee needs crazy damage here, as Oliveira has a big misclick. Actually, move commands his army into those 23 Zealots. And he's now going to go for the counterattack. I mean, I think this game is going to end in the near future, because Coffee's got no plans at all of defending. He just wants to win here with a good old-fashioned mass Zealot. I think a Guardian Shield and a Force Field on the ramp would be sick. A single Force Field on the ramp to kill all these SCVs would be awesome. He says, no, I don't want to do that. I just want to get into the main. These Widow Mines are going to hurt so much.
With the EMPs as well, just so much splash damage on top of this army. Even still, it's not knocking it down. Coffee's still rocking that army supply lead. Zealots warping in at home are kind of handling this for the most part. It's not perfect, certainly not, but it's enough to minimize the damage. This is no longer a really killer base trading army. That force field's fan. No, it's actually not. It doesn't block off the ramp entirely. 38 dead SCVs, the natural forced to lift. Third base forced to lift, but it wasn't on the third base anyways. And Coffee, if he, even just a recall right now would put him in really solid spot, but he seems like he wants to get a little bit more here. That drop from Oliveira, it's still getting stuff done.
Yep, but this army is still getting stuff done as well. I mean, the drop is definitely still doing its thing, but I think the big fight right now is happening in the natural of Oliveira. As a few more force fields will land, that Widowmine is going to target the sentries, kills one, deals some damage. More SCVs are falling, but Coffee just feels that he cannot win this game. And even if he's on 30 workers against 16, he is going to tap out. That got close. There was potential there. It's a bloody shame that he missed that force field, because if he lands that force field, he doesn't just kill the 30-something SCVs. He kills like 15 more, and then I think he could have gone for that recall. I also feel that if we are that rich, if we have this many bases for so long, why did we never get Blink, man? Like, Blink is so awesome in dealing with drops. If you only have Zealots with charge, you're going to be fine in the fight. You can just never really put a stop. You can never potentially shut down some drop play in your natural, in your main, because it's just going to keep on happening. And the only thing that Zealots can do is just look to the skies and be like, yep, there it goes again. And now we need to chase it to wherever it goes. Like, Coffee had good potential there, even after he took two of the worst fights imaginable on the right side of the map. We went from losing 0 Zealots to 31 Zealots without killing the double drop. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's just really a lack of patience, right? There was going to be an opportunity for Coffee to go and fight the Terran in the open field. It's not like there was like one tank, right? So it's not like there's this really scary sieged up position, but fighting through that small choke with the mineral wall, right? Fighting around a corner. There is nothing, Rotterdam, that Terrans love more than fighting your army as it comes around a corner. You're running run by one. They got the full concave there. It feels really, really bad. But, you know, it's another game. It looks like this time, I don't know. Coffee currently has Terran selected. I don't know if he's going to play Terran on Ghost River. Seems more like, oh no, never mind. He's going to play Protoss again. Because I was going to say Ghost River, a map with the naturals as close as they are, is pretty vulnerable to like 2-base 1-1-1 type of Terran pushes.
What was also very sad about that ugly fight, and I completely agree with you, that there was no need to fight there. Okay, there is one tank. Let's say in worst case scenario, that tank is going to siege up on the right side of your gas at the triangle. Big deal. Who really cares? But because he took the fight the way he did, Zealots are way quicker than sentries. So he had a bunch of sentries, which I love to see, because Guardian Shield is amazing in those fights. The sentries couldn't keep up with the Zealots. So the first 10 Zealots run outside of Guardian Shield. They all end up dying. Then more Zealots end up dying. That was just a little bit unfortunate. Coffee really had a shot there, because the first 6 minutes were excellent. And it's just a real shame that he never decided to get Blink. Like, I like the idea of maybe going charge first, just to deal with those first pushes, or find some damage early if he somehow moves out. But we do still need to get Blink, because if you don't get Blink, you just cannot properly kill Medivacs, and that is a big problem in this matchup.
That it is. So now, the one causing the problems with the Medivacs in Game 1, and now up 2-0 in our Grand Finals, once again for DKZ, it's Oliveira.
And in the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the man who has once more made it to the grand finals of the ESL Spring Asia Regionals. He did that in the first season. I believe last season it was up to Firefly, but this time around he's back. Wasn't an easy ride for him. Had to start pretty early in the lower bracket, but in the end he is where he belongs. Not playing as Terran though, the race that got him here. He is still playing Protoss. It is Mystery Gaming's Coffee. Asia has been so fun this year, Bio. Like, some of these PvPs, some of the PvTs as well, especially with, I mean, your boy Firefly, obviously not his best season, but Lemon really was the talk of the town, and he was damn fun to watch. He had a lot of great builds, and I love his confidence of just expanding like an absolute mad lad. It's been a really cool season.
Dude, Firefly losing in round 1, lower bracket, I was depressed. I didn't leave bed. I didn't leave my bed for 3 solid days, Rotterdam. That's so sad.
We all believe it. We know how much you love Firefly, mate.
There's a reason that I have all these player cards from Atlanta, right? Most of them are on my shelf back, but Firefly just keeps coming up enough that he's sitting. My Firefly card is sitting on my audio mixer. No bias here, though. You know, we cast everything fair. It's fine. I'm not going to talk about how sad I am that actually neither of these players knocked Firefly out, but in spirit they knocked Firefly out, so I hate both of them. That's how this works.
I have Big Gabriel of Katowice 2023, and of 2024 I got my hands on Reynor. I'm sure that it's a tournament that Reynor wants to forget about real quick, but I'm still happy with my Reynor and Big Gabe card.
So you're all set up for our Reynor HeroMarine matchup later today, right? That's your prop for the series.
Okay, I will deliver, mate. I will deliver. Yes, I didn't even think about it, but sure, I'll hold them up. Production value, baby.
There we go. Although maybe a little out of date. That being said, the Reaper almost knocks the Zealot down, and as this Coffee is trying to get aggressive, moving his first couple units onto the other side, delaying any sort of aggression that Elazer may be going for. And there's a pilot. So we had 3-gate Robo, all right, in game 1. It actually got a lot done. Coffee's going a little faster this time. Just 2 more gateways. He's going for just a solid 3-gate here on the map, taking advantage of just how short Ghost River is. But there's nothing on the low ground here, right, for Elazer. This Reaper's getting so much done. But so you might say, yeah, this is fine as the Reaper finally dies. Okay, damage is done, but at least I'm going to delay the natural. At least I'm going to kill off. There's nothing on the low ground. There's nothing for this 3-gate to really get.
Is he just going to 4-gate or something? I don't understand what he's doing at all. That often happens when we are watching Terran players or Zerg players playing Protoss, because they've got their own genius ideas that they think Protoss has never thought of. But yeah, this is weird. Maybe that pylon is just there for some warp-ins on the other side of the map, but they're going to be slow warp-ins, and that really doesn't speed things up because this map is not very big. This is not a fight that I think you're going to win with just 2 Stalkers. The Cyclone has a lot of micro potential. Coffee is indeed just using that for slow warp-ins. I would love somebody to crunch the numbers real quick. A fast warp-in on the edge of your natural or a slow warp-in at the bottom side of the map. If you save 2 seconds with this, I'd be impressed.
Yeah, but like consider the fact that there's nothing scouting for Elazer, so Coffee's avoiding the nothing scouting by coming in from a different angle. Yeah, that doesn't really work out all that well. I see the idea if this was going to be a Reaper expand, and I guess it technically was, but it wasn't on the low ground because Ghost River, Elazer knows how aggressive you can be on it, how scary everything possibly is, so he just doesn't go for it. Now Coffee, he committed this early. It's a little bit awkward. At the end of the day, right, what have you sacrificed? You got a couple gateways a little earlier. There's a pylon on the map. He's going to go charge anyways, so it's not like he's slowing himself down that much for just a pure charge build. You like the Robo, I guess. That's the big thing. But the other question about this is we talked about how short Ghost River is. It's also fairly choked out between the 2 bases. So this idea of going mass charge slots against the aggression from Elazer, totally valid. But it's not like there are a lot of big opportunities to try to catch. Oh, this hurts. No, you can't lose those Stalkers. And I was going to say, it's like, there really isn't a good opportunity to catch the majority of this army in the middle of the map with a bunch of Zealots in a wide open area and get that flank. They're going to siege up very quickly.
This is starting to look like a 3-0 already, and I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but there's just not a whole lot going Coffee's way this game. What has potentially happened here, and I'm just speculating, of course, I cannot confirm this, is that they have discussed this, and they're like, man, Ghost River is actually so annoying playing it in PvT. If they go for the gateway on the low ground, and the first unit walks to the other side of the map, and he doesn't even cancel the Nexus, by the way, that's 400 minerals down the drain. I have the feeling that they have probably both vented about Protoss going for a low ground expense here, and then the first units making their way into the Terran Natural so quick that Oliveira now just thought back of some of those conversations. Is like, yeah, I have the feeling that you're gonna do that thing that you've been complaining about, so let me just go ahead and play it safe. I go Reaper expand on the high ground, and I don't think you can get anything done here, and he really didn't. Game 1 was still kind of fun and exciting because Coffee got himself in a really good spot after the opening with the Prism. Game 2, technically Game 3, I guess, because now it's a 3-0 lead, was a total disaster. Nothing went Coffee's way.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm a little surprised to see Coffee, of all the maps, choosing to go to continuously play Protoss on, to choose it on Ghost River feels kind of, it's like if you're a random player and you play all 3 races and you choose to play Zerg against Protoss on Crimson Court. It's like, you know, if that's your main race, sure, fine, but that's not a map I would choose to play that race on if I had the choice in the matter. It's quick. There are siege positions. It feels bad.
I sent Oliveira a message because before the series he said, maybe I'll play a PvP if I take the 3-0 lead. And now, well, he has already taken the 3-0 lead and he's obviously flying. So I was like, so Oliveira, a little PvP, winky face. And he said, okay, let's go PvP. Rotterdam. And then Oliveira says, ay, and Coffee is making a smiley face. So I think, and now Coffee selects Terran. Oh,
No.
that would be the great betrayal if Oliveira now queues up as Protoss, and in the last second, Coffee goes back to Terran, and he's like, no, you know how it feels. But I don't think that since they are living together, they are going to do that. It will be a PvP for Game 4 of our Grand Finals, Bio.
I'm gonna say I'm a little sad that we didn't get the Coffee swapping over to Terran with 5 seconds left. Like,
Oh,
too late. But not gonna happen. So PvP Goldenora Rotterdam, tell me, as the master of the PvP, what do you think these two Terran players are gonna do?
yeah, that's a really good question, Bio. How do you predict how a PvP plays out between two Terrans? Maybe one of them goes for the 3-gate robo. Maybe one of them says, I see that MaxPax guy having a lot of success with the 1-gate fast expand, but that's really hard, and there is a lot of like stuff that really comes into play to make that work. So I'm expecting just Stalker expands. Stalker expands into Blink. Like, if I think of what would spark joy to a Terran player in PvP, I'd say 2 Stalkers, expand, drop a Twilight Council, we take the game from there. But obviously, your guess is as good as mine, or any guess in Twitch chat is as good as mine, because I have no idea what 2 Terrans will cook up in a PvP.
I don't know, but we get to figure out because once again he's playing Protoss. He's down 3. It's Coffee.
And down 3 versus the man that he is living with. Clearly, these two are very good friends and having a little bit of fun here. Both of them already completed their mission, and that's top 2 in the region. We're going to see them in Dallas, and that's going to be a lot of fun. But they will have a chance to win even more prize money and more EPT points. But for, I think, the first time ever, I get to introduce this man as a Protoss. It is the reigning world champion, Dragon Kaisi Gaming's Oliveira.
Roddy, you say for the first time ever, you get to introduce him as a Protoss player. I cannot think of a single map that Oliveira has ever played Protoss in an official before. I may be forgetting something, but is this the first time he's done this?
I mean, somebody might crunch the numbers or dive deep into the illegal leg and be like, I've seen Oliveira play Protoss, but I have not seen it. I do not remember it. Is that Oliveira? We know that he's good friends with MaxPax too. He is one of the guys that actually gave MaxPax a lot of credit before I think the rest of the community truly got on board, and a lot of other Europeans were convinced of his greatness. I think back of when Oliveira won IEM Katowice and he defeated Hero in the semi-finals. He said that he played a lot with MaxPax and that really helped him to get ready to play great PvPs, and he's playing PvP like the Prince of Denmark would too.
Yeah, single gate expand, man. This is ballsy coming at Oliveira. We don't know how much he plays off raise, certainly. But we talked about this in the last series, actually. You talk about how players, if you play a certain style and you play aggressively or do whatever you do, you're gonna be one that has a little bit more idea of how it works. And that's MaxPax in this 1-gate expand. He knows how to every single wrinkle to go hold pretty much anything. Oliveira's off racing. I can't imagine he has the tree nearly as mapped out as well as any Protoss player does. So go on this 1-gate expand build. It's pretty ballsy.
He needs another gateway, I think. Or he could maybe go for the robo. I do feel that Oliveira has a good idea what Coffee is doing. He probably knows that Coffee wants to be aggressive. At the moment, it's just 3 gateway aggression for Coffee. I kind of feel that if you're 3-gating, you're not expanding, you may as well 4-gate. Like, it's that simple. Either you go 3-gate robo or you go 4-gate. Because Oliveira is now going to have a defensive 3-gate setup himself. With 3 gates versus 3 gates, I would honestly much rather be the defender, because you can build shield batteries too. You have the possibility to drop great force fields. I kind of like this for Oliveira. I didn't think I would like it, but he's got a good idea of what he's up against. I think the defensive build is way better than the aggressive one here. Coffee is doing a 3-gate without a robo, and if you're doing it without a robo, BO, it really should have been a 4-gate.
Really should. And for now, we're also seeing that entry change that actually matters quite a bit. All the stalkers majority of the stalkers have mostly lost their energy, or mostly lost their shield, so it's a little harder to poke in, buying more time. There's another shield battery on the way, more stalkers warping in, and even as these stalkers try to dive on top of something, the target fire is not quite where it needs to be, so with overcharge certainly as well. Oliveira is starting to get more units out. He's building this concave, more shield batteries, more pylons, and Coffee, he's turning this into a 3-gate robo. Right, there's a robo on the way behind it, but that feels so late.
It is a little bit late. Now we are going to try to create some chaos here with two adepts potentially shading into the main, but Coffee is not going to be able to get in there as Oliveira wipes in a pylon on the high ground. Oliveira has been incredibly ambitious, I would say, with his warp-ins, and I felt that Coffee already missed two opportunities to kill a Stalker that was warped into the front lines. At the moment, Oliveira is flying, man. He's up 10 workers. He is basically matching the army every step of the way. Coffee is in all sorts of trouble. The second overcharge is going to be ready in the near future, but I don't even know if we need a second overcharge. We've got a superior concave. We've got a similar amount of units. And Coffee, with world's latest robo, is going to have to do something with it. And he says, you know what? I'll build an Immortal, I guess. I would almost say, Bio, that the better play would have been here to drop a Robo Bay immediately, because Disruptors have a lot of potential against gateway units that obviously cannot be saved by a Prism or cannot blink away.
That would be pretty fun, but for right now, we're going to see another Force Field. It doesn't quite land, but it does get a damage on the Stalker, and behind this Oliveira, he is getting to that next level, right? There's a Twilight on the way. He's got such a bigger economy that really... The longer this goes, the much better it is for him. Getting charged, even just getting charged because it's a quicker upgrade would seal the game. But for right now, with the Immortal, Force Fields are they're making a couple Stalkers unable to fight, but it's not really doing a ton. And Shield Battery Overcharge means that this is just not finding the value once. Now we're gonna see the Immortal get blinked down, Sentries. Sure, the Stalker count's gonna and the Zealots are gonna force back under the aegis of an overcharge, but Oliveira, he wins 2 maps as Terran. Last map is Protoss, and he's your champion. It's 4-0.
It is 4-0 once more. The hat-trick of victories when it comes to the ESL Masters Spring Asia Regionals. Well, back then we had a summer and a winter, obviously. This is the first time that he wins spring. Convincing. A little bit disappointed by the PvP. I had high hopes. I thought this was going to be awesome. I don't exactly know how you mess up the one-base all-ins, whether you're a Terran or a Zerg. It kind of feels that it should be pretty easy to understand that you go 3-gate Robo or you go 4-gate. I don't think you really go for the 3-gate and then the ultra late Robo, hoping that I can bust. Well done by Oliveira, though. Excellent defense. I really love the way that he positioned his units. Coffee missed 2 big opportunities. Every single time you walk in range, you're supposed to one-shot a unit. And there were even units warped in the front lines. And those units will not get healed by batteries. So that was the Stalker that he could have gone for immediately. He did want to go for it, but a little bit late after he already fired at the Sentry. So then the Sentry gets healed up. And then he goes for the Stalker that finishes his warp in, and then the shield battery heals up that Stalker too. So Coffee could just never really get any momentum going. And Oliveira with a clean sweep. Maybe it was a bit of a bumpy ride in the Swiss format, but I think we can say that in the playoffs, he took care of business. He kind of just got better throughout the entire tournament, right? First round, second round against Lemon, he was in serious trouble on Oceanborn. Somehow found a way to win that. But in the upper bracket finals and the grand finals, Oliveira showed us why he is the most accomplished player of the region.
Yeah, I feel like this has been the story of the last couple of regionals as well, where it's like Oliveira is okay in the regionals. He's, getting through round 4 or round 5, a Swiss stage, and you're like, oh, is this the year? Can someone go challenge the man? We had Firefly last season almost do it. He probably should have beaten Oliveira in the upper bracket finals, I think it was. Mm-hmm. And then by the time you hit the finals, it's like, who can touch this man? He's getting 4-1, 4-0 every single time. I don't know what it is, but Oliveira has long been one of these players in the regional. We saw him do this in the World Championship as well, where the stakes get higher, he just gets better.
Yeah, and he played very well. I think that first game on El Sayani probably the highlight of the grand finals, because there was good potential there for Coffee's Protoss. If he would have just taken a slightly prettier fight on the right side of the map, or he would have been able to nail one of those force fields on the ramp to trap all the SCVs, and if he would have just spent those 150 minerals on that blink upgrade at any given moment, it didn't have to be that early, but just eventually probably could have won, and then we would have had a slightly longer grand finals, because now this is already over, Bio, and that sucks, because we are forced to wait all the way till 4 p.m. local time in Europe, which obviously is 10 a.m. on the East Coast, 7 a.m. on the West Coast, until we can start Europe. Europe is going to be awesome. Today we've got 4 incredibly exciting series. I don't even know which one I'm looking forward to the most, because I feel all 4 of them are really cool and interesting in its own way. But we have to wait 57 minutes because the grand finals was so damn short.
That it was. We'll have that up in just a second. I'm just making sure everything is updated on the asset. So, talking about our schedule, what we got more showing up here is that Protoss logo is not where it needs to be. Anyways, it's going to be HeroMarine and Reynor. We're going to get that TVZ to start. Of course, Reynor playing from Korea. You know, you think he would have lost by now, right? You would think 250 milliseconds ping is you'd think that would be enough to knock someone out. But, you know, if you look at it, he took down Mana, did lose to it all in on Crimson Court, but, you know, who hasn't? And this is going to be a big test, though, right? You're playing ZVT against a Terran player. You have to deal with Baneling splits against Widow Mines. Do you think you can do it?
I think he's the underdog. I think if they were both playing from Europe and Reynor would currently be in Europe, I would say Reynor is the favorite, but I definitely wouldn't count Big Gabriel out because it feels that Gabe is in pretty good shape. Gabe is motivated. I think he's having a fun time on this map pool overall, and a happy Gabe is an incredibly dangerous Gabe, but I would give Reynor the edge. However, playing from Korea, I think HeroMarine is absolutely going to be the favorite. Well, yeah, like you said, I think a lot of people already thought that Reynor would have lost by now. He went 3-0 in the Swiss format. He did win the first round in the playoffs. I'm very curious to see how that series will play out. And also, like, what is Reynor cooking? Because he's been coming up with a couple of very aggressive, easy to execute builds in the other matchups, where obviously Zerg all-ins are just a bit better. Against Terran, I kind of feel like you're a little tied up, right? Like, what can you really do that is mega committed, mega surprising, and can win a game for you quickly? Doesn't feel like there are too many great options for a Zerg at this level against a great Terran player like HeroMarine. So I think it's going to be fun, but the other three BO are also excellent.
Dude, yeah, MaxPax, Elazer, MaxPax. I mean, he's just looking good. Showtime Spirit. We got some PVT, high quality. And then Harstem, you know, Clem's always been a really tough opponent for him, but we've seen him get close sometimes. And look, Roddy, if we're taking anything from the Asia region, that was, what was it, 8 Protoss and 2 Terrans? I'm hearing Protoss is pretty good right now. Maybe this is Harstem's time. Maybe.
Protoss is pretty good. Unfortunately, Clem is incredibly good at literally everything. I have the feeling that Clem is so good that he probably starts the Battle.net client in a more efficient way than you and I do. Like, I cannot think of one thing that Clem is not good at the moment. So it is going to be tough, but I do love that you said Harstem got close in the past. Once in a while, got a little victory in a best of 3 here and there. Not in the biggest tournaments, but still they were there. But also, like, I think back of the Home Story Cup best of 5 where Clem won 3-1. Yet the story and the talk was a lot about Harstem because, oh my god, he played so good. And he was so close to having him. And that was on a more difficult patch than the current one is for Protoss. So, yeah, I think saying that Harstem has 0 chance is silly. I absolutely believe that the captain is going to make it a fun series, is going to make it a competitive series. I think only a fool would bet against Clem. But I think we could say that we're saving the very best for last today.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. But as Roddy said, again, it's a bit of a longer break. We got 50 minutes until we get started with this DVZ with Reynor HeroMarine. But, man, Roddy, the bangers don't stop. We had our warm-up, right? We had some PVTs, some PvPs, all these fun things. And, well, Europe getting started after the break. So, friends, give us about 50 minutes. When we're back, it's Europe, 4 best of 5s.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome back, whatever it is. It's time now for Europe. We have our champions of Asia, technically. Oliveira won one game as a Protoss player, so that means that we have a Protoss champion out of our Asia region. I don't make the rules. That's just how it works. But luckily, we got even more games. 4 best-of-5s on the way. And Rotterdam, to start it all off, it's going to be Reynor. It's going to be HeroMarine. It's going to be TVZ. But Reynor, he's not the favorite that we would expect. Again, playing from Korea, playing with that level of ping, this is a little bit harder than it might otherwise be for him.
Yeah, I think it's going to be his biggest challenge so far, even though I thought every single series, maybe besides the first one, like Aristori was going to have a tough time against Reynor, even when Reynor would have a lot of ping. I thought the other series, Young Yakov, especially Harsem, Manatu, I thought those were all going to be very difficult for Reynor, and they were somewhat difficult, but so far so good for the Italian stallion. But Gabe, when Gabe is basically playing with 0 ping, Reynor is going to be playing with 200 ping on a pretty damn good Terra map pool. This is going to be a very tall mountain to climb. Nothing is impossible. Reynor is smart. I'm sure he's put some thought into this. But it's going to be a fun and I think a very unpredictable series. I got a DM from Reynor before it started, and he showed me that HeroMarine, his first veto was Site Delta. Now, that's funny because in the previous map pool, sometimes Site Delta would be the first Terran map choice. A lot of Terrans thought that Site Delta was actually the best map they had, and it has now turned into the first veto. That really goes to show how many fun Terran maps there are out there at the moment and how things have changed from the previous patch and the previous pool to this one. It's going to be fun. I think all 4 series are excellent. I was a tiny bit bummed out with Asia, Bio, because I just felt Asia deserved a better ending. It really was a crazy amount of fun to watch the Asia region over the last 2 weeks. And I'm a bit sad to see 3-0, 4-0, and a lot of short games.
It's funny. You can have all these stories, and then the final boss shows up and says, no, this is my region. How dare you even consider that I wouldn't go and win it? So Oliveira, of course, made that happen. But, you talk about things that are hard for Reynor, maybe, for other players. One thing that's not hard is talking about our sponsors, because without them, we wouldn't be here. So Blizzard, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, ESL Shop, all allowing us to have another awesome day of StarCraft. See how good Reynor's going to be playing on ping. See what's going to happen in MaxPax and Elazer and all these other awesome series. And of course, if you want to see where these players are going to end up, at least some of them, there's a LAN happening May 31st through June 2nd in Dallas in the K Bailey Arena, part of DreamHack Dallas, and tickets are already on sale now. Promo code StarCraft as well gives you 15% off, which means 15% of your ticket now it can go to barbecue or something else, Tex-Mex, whatever else you want. As we find our way forward. But Roddy, last thing we got to talk about before we get these games really getting started here are the games we get to take a look at today. Yes, we talked about Reynor HeroMarine. It's a big one. It's one that we might see Big Gabe finally take a victory over Reynor, something that doesn't happen all that often. But MaxPax Elazer, Showtime Spirit, French Clem. I mean, the day's looking good.
Bangers. All 4 of them, I think, have potential to be bangers. I think MaxPax is a sizable favorite over Elazer just because MaxPax has been looking damn good in this matchup whenever he does not go up against Sarah or Reynor. When he plays against pretty much every other Zerg out there, not including Dark, because Dark also had a lot of success against him, but different region. I feel MaxPax is always going to be the favorite. Showtime Spirit, I think, has absolute banger potential. 2 guys that like to play macro games that are not afraid of the late game. And Harstem, Claymore. I mean, we're going to talk so much about those games. We can address it all later, but I'm excited for it. I think Europe is going to be awesome. Obviously, we are in the top 8 guys of the upper bracket. That means if you win here, you guarantee yourself a top 6 finish. That's already pretty damn good. And that is awfully close to that magical, coveted top 4 that people are really eyeing on.
Yeah, it's so interesting as we take a look at Asia, or not Asia. We already took a look at Asia, at Europe. Because in the absence of Cyril and in a Reynor who we keep talking about how he should lose, right? 250 milliseconds at the highest level is a significant lag. He's still here. He still takes down Mana 3-1. But the region's a lot more wide open than it might have been. Top 4 is a little bit more accessible than it might have otherwise been. And while the smart money is probably on Clem in the absence of a really strong Reynor, because of lag and the absence of Cyril, there's a world where Showtime makes an incredible run. There's a world where MaxPax makes an incredible run. Reynor might keep doing it. It seems harder and harder as the game goes later, but look, he's already here, upper bracket round of 8. With it being a little bit more wide open, It's fun.
Before the season started, and I knew Reynor would be in Korea, I kind of put his projection at top 8. I was like, top 8, I feel like it's still doable for Reynor. If he goes further than top 8, if he makes it into the top 6 or the top 4, I think that's incredibly impressive. If he loses before top 8, I think it's still a tiny bit disappointing, despite the fact that he's playing at awkward hours and obviously has an incredibly high ping. So this is obviously a big series for him in that regard, and I think in the expectations of many. But I think you're spot on. Like, if there was ever a season where I could say Showtime winning it is not crazy, it is this season. Of course, Showtime is going to be the underdog against Clem, but it doesn't make it impossible. And I would say he's a small underdog against MaxPax. But if it's a really important series, and Showtime is willing to play the style that he's really good at, he just doesn't enjoy that much. And that is the fast expand. I sit back, you sit back, I make Phoenix, you make Phoenix, and we go carriers. Like MaxPax, he seems to enjoy that. He can do it all day, every day. Showtime only does it on the big moments. But if he is willing to do it, he's actually damn good in it. So a Showtime championship is not as impossible as it would be in many other seasons.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fun. At Rotterdam, by the way, before we get into this series, you promised us something. You have the Big Gabe card. You have the Reynor card. He is not delivered. Scam.
Big Gabe is still in the closet, actually. He's framed, and I didn't have a safe place for him, so he's in the closet. I do have my Reynor card, mate, so that's one. And in between, if you somehow want to go on a 1-minute monologue, I think I can find Gabe somewhere.
Fair enough. So don't worry, we haven't been totally scammed, and actually no scams whatsoever, because Ghost River Game 1 is ready. We got Reynor in, Basilisk, Mouse. See what happens. Game 1's ready. And in the upper left, hailing from Korea, at least for this season, he's playing for Basilisk. It's Reynor.
And in the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the man who once upon a time spoke the magical words. Imagine if, well, there is no Cyril. There sort of is a Reynor, but there isn't really a Reynor. Is this then his season? Representing Mouse Sports for over a decade already. It is Big Gabriel, HeroMarine.
Roddy, in the break, we were talking about what we might see, right? Obviously, the elephant in the room here, 250, 200 milliseconds of ping. You're dodging Widow Mines. You're trying to get Baileys to connect. That's really hard. But you said that Reynor's been in the kitchen, and, you know, he may not be the pizza chef that HeroMarine is. But what's he cooking here?
Yeah, that's a good question, mate. I have no idea. I cannot imagine that Reynor would be willing to go to the very late game. I also don't think it's going to be easy to get there. Gabe is an absolute animal with the very standard 3-base setup, Hellions into Banshees into 3-base 8 racks. This is a good map for that, by the way, because it really doesn't take very long for Marines and tanks to make it from that ramp to that ramp on the left side, and then you're pretty much already in the place you want to be. So surviving that is going to be hard. Is Reynor even willing to get it up there? Like, maybe he's got some weird 2-base stuff planned, but whenever I think of all-ins in ZVT, I think back of something that Lambo told me once, and I thought it was really funny. Somebody was like, what about some Nidus all-ins? What about like Nidus this, Nidus that? And he's like, yeah, well, I spoke about that with Elazer, and Elazer said, trust me, if Nidus all-ins were good, I'd be doing them every game. Nidus sucks against Terran. Like, don't believe in it. You're not going to get any easy wins. If you want to get a matchup win here as a Zerg, you're going to have to work for it. And yeah, working for it is difficult when you're playing with high ping. So let's see. I find it incredibly difficult to predict what Reynor is going to bring to the show here.
Yeah, even just something as simple as we're going to see this drone go down. Even as something as simple as drone Reaper micro. If you're on even ping, sure, fine, you can manage. But when it takes 0.2 of a second to make a response, you can see drones go down. And Reynor, again, this is one of those situations where if Reynor is in Italy and HeroMarine's in Germany or wherever, Reynor's from your apartment, wherever he's playing from, we wouldn't expect to see these changes. We wouldn't expect to see a drone go down. But on the flip side, you talk about these aggressive timings. I would go so far as to say is there are no good Zerg all-ins. They just don't exist. You can make arguments for like a 19 drone or a 24 drone, 23 drone, something like that. Sure, fine. But I don't think they're very good. And so, especially on a map like Ghost River that you're running up in ramps like this, yes, there's a Roachborn going down, but this feels like even going for an all-in just because of the map setup and because of the racial setup, it just feels really hard.
Yep, and one of the main reasons why there are not many good Zerg all-ins is that even if they could be good, it's easy for Terran to sniff it out. Terrans like opening up with Hellions. Hellions are quick, they're mobile, they're gonna get a great scout off. Hellions should not die against Zerglings. So then you're already going to see, like, wait a minute, a lack of Zerglings means I have to worry about the Roaches. And that is where that starport can come into play in a very handy manner. Where if you have 1 or 2 Banshees, sure, great to harass, great to push back creep, but even better in dealing with a couple of Roaches that run early to your side of the map. And we all know how Zerg economies work. If a Zerg makes a lot of Roaches early on, it is hard to then just go back into droning and try to turn this into a macro game. I was maybe thinking of, like, all right, what about the good old Loco, as I like to call it? Just a lot of Roaches with 1/1 upgrades and a crappy economy. Maybe that's your best shot, where you just kind of close your eyes and, as the Zergs would say, let Jesus take the wheel, and you make a lot of Roaches, and you just hope that you have overwhelming numbers and you can survive a couple tank shots to the face. Maybe that's Reynor's game plan.
Apparently not, because there's an infestation pit on the way. Roaches, they're fainting, sure, but this is not real aggression. This is Roaches keeping the army back. This is Roaches maybe trying to convince HeroMarine that there's aggression on the way. And HeroMarine has some conceits to that aggression, right? These are pretty early tanks. Generally, you wouldn't go them quite as quickly. And I've got to say, I'm a little surprised we're not seeing Tech Lab Starport. I feel like if I'm HeroMarine and knowing what I know about this matchup, I feel like I'd just be going Hellion Banshee every single game, right? Banshees cover almost everything that a Zerg player can do. You get all the map control, you get everything you could possibly want. But what do you make of this infestation pit here, Roddy?
I was thinking, obviously Swarmos is an option, but Swarmos is not very good against Marine Tank, and it's going to be a mega quick hive. And I'm thinking back of a game that I think Cero played against Cure, but it could have been Maru as well on Neo Humanity, I believe it was.
Maru.
Yeah, where basically Cero went for the quickest ultras ever. They were ridiculously quick. Other than 1 or 2 safety units, Cero made nothing. And at like minute 7, we had ultras with guidance plating or something along those lines. And it turns out that it really does not matter how many 1/1 Marines there are out there. 1/1 Marines do not deal very well with ultras. So Reynor may just be trying to get away with murder here. Give Gabe the idea that he needs to worry about a lot of Roaches. And instead, he tries to get the quickest ever ultras out. And ultras with guidance plating are so difficult to destroy for Marines.
Yeah, this timing means your ultras are popping right around 8:15, 8:20, something like that. Yeah, it was Maru against Cero, Neo Humanity. I think upper bracket finals of the Masters Coliseum 6, I think it was. And yeah, if you can get away with it right, you're Roddy. If you can get away with it, Roddy, you're right. There we go. It's really powerful. So Ultra Cavern now on the way. 1/1's going to be done here. So it's 3 armor ultras plus 1 attack ultras. And that's a way to solve this, right? You hit them with a bunch of ultras. You A-move for the most part. You don't have to deal with splitting Marine or splitting Lings against Banes because the ultras are soaking up everything. And hey, I don't mind it. Round 1, pull the wool over your opponent's eyes. See if you can make it work.
Yep, I'm very surprised that Gabe was that worried about Roaches and Ravages that he was not willing to do his trademark Hellion Banshee triple CC and take it from there, because then I still feel like you would see it coming in time. You've got a Banshee, you can sneak out a tank, but by Gabe overly respecting a bunch of Roaches early on, he could potentially put himself in a tough spot here. Now, Ghost River is still a map where if Gabe just wants to sit back and get a couple liberated, get a couple tanks, he will eventually have an answer for these ultras. But I think it's pretty obvious that Reynor just wants to hit right as quickly as humanly possible with ultras, maybe +1 melee. I wouldn't hate Adreno Glance, but I know he doesn't have all the gas in the world, so I guess he can't afford it yet. And then Reynor is just going to send it, and he's going to hope that he can completely overrun the defensive setup of Big Gabe.
Yeah, he's not even going for Adrenal. Every little bit of gas that he has is into ultras, well, also chitinous plating as well. And again, it's that 8:20-ish time, and chitinous plating is going to be done soon. 4 ultras are going to get on the map. And this is going to be very hard for HeroMarine to get aggressive into. But if he's going to sit back on his side of the map, his Lings deal with this draft for the most part. If he's going to sit back on those 3 bases and hold the high ground with tanks and liberators, yeah, sure, chitinous plating ultras this early in the game are really hard to deal with. But if you're in that kind of defensive situation, it's going to be really hard for Reynor to attack into it.
Yeah, but don't forget that we do have a couple Vipers already, right? At least 1, and maybe Reynor can sneak out 1 more. So then Reynor could potentially land an abduct or 2 from tanks that are sitting on the ledge of the high ground, protecting those bases on the low ground. Abducts could be sick, blinding clouds could be big. I think it's actually a bit scary for Gabe, who is now building a couple Vikings too, making this base into a planetary. I feel like it's something that he could have waited with. this might actually be one of these moments where Gabe could go full, wouldn't quite call it Bronze League Terran, but maybe Diamond League Terran, where you get a very early defensive random planetary fortress. Because you know the storm is coming. You know that Reynor is not going to play a 35-minute macro game here. So why not get something as silly as a defensive planetary to keep those first 3 bases safe?
Yeah, okay, so we got Adrenal on the way now. We got Anabolic Synthesis getting started, so Ultra Speed is going to be there. And the question now is, what's Reynor's timing? Is it Ultra Speed? Is it Adrenal? Is it this 2-2 or at least +2 armor timing? Is that what he's going to go for? Because now he's maxed out. He's developed the art. It's not going to get that much. Upgrades are going to make it a little stronger, certainly, but the clock has now started. 2-2 is just about done for the Terran. He's got his 4th base. We're going to see those 3 command centers on the way, as HeroMarine is just saying, like, you're fine. I know you don't want to go late game. So what's Reynor's timing? When exactly is he going to try to take advantage of this? And especially with Ghosts on the way, eventually, this army from Reynor does time out.
Oh, this is already going to be difficult. There are a couple Banelings in the mix. HeroMarine is just going to stand there. He's going to gun down a couple Banelings. Tiny connection. Reynor is going to take economic damage. The big fight is happening on the other side of the map. This is where I was wondering, by the way, could you go for a random planetary? In the end, these 2 command centers die. The Ultras are going to be really difficult to kill here, but obviously Reynor needs more than just some SCVs, tanks, and Marines. Reynor basically needs the game, and that is going to be difficult.
I mean, he does bust through the first line pretty easily. The problem is this drop on the other side is getting so much done, and the Ghosts are out now, so Snipes go down on a bunch of the Ultras. Snipes, of course, incredible against a bunch of Roaches as well, and even though HeroMarine has taken damage, you don't want to lose those Ghosts. He's gonna lose those Ghosts anyways. Even though this has been a lot of damage that HeroMarine has taken, he killed the 4th base of the Zerg. You know, his 3rd base is still there, his 4th base is still there. It just wasn't enough. It was a little too late. HeroMarine up 1.
Yep, nice drop there by Gabe, realizing that it would be very difficult for Reynor to attack and defend at the same time, and he knew that Reynor wasn't signing up for the 35-minute macro game. You were wondering about Reynor's timing. I think in Reynor's dream world, Gabe was actually going to attack into him, right? Gabe unsieges all these tanks, makes a little bit of progress through the center of the map, and that's where the Ultras and the Vipers and Lynx with even Adrenal Glands already show up. Reynor takes a great fight, smashes that army, then immediately counterattacks and tries to win the game. If Gabe doesn't move out, Reynor's like, well, I don't really want to, but I kind of have to. It's my only choice. He went for it, but kudos to Gabe. Having more than enough tanks in the end, having some ghost out early, like snipe damage, really makes your life a lot easier in dealing with those Ultras. So well done. Bit of an odd game. I expected Hellions and Banshees coming out of HeroMarine, but this got the job done as well.
Yeah, it was interesting getting those tanks as early as he did. I mean, at the end of the day, he defended properly and he was fine. But it was interesting to see that tech lab on the factory so early, right? And getting, I think, 3 tanks pretty quickly. Again, if you're worried about a 19 drone Roach or something like that, yeah, getting tanks out doesn't hurt. But even then, Banshees are really solid at defending all of that. So HeroMarine, again, this seems like his decision is, I'm just going to force this late. I'm not going to be my classic Big Gabe and hit you with a 2-2 timing or an 8 racks or any of my aggressive Big Gabe builds. I'm just going to go and play standard. And you're eventually going to hit the point where I'm in a better position, and good luck. So it's going to be interesting to see if he goes for that in game 2. Golden Aura is going to be our map, which is a very defensive map, Rotterdam.
Yeah. Some Terrans actually say that this is now the best Zerg map in the map. Oh, I put Clem on the spot a couple days ago and had a tiny interview with him. I'm like, so Clem, what is the best Zerg map? And he's like, maybe Golden Aura. And the Zergs exploded immediately. They're like, really, Clem? That's the best Zerg map right now? And he's like, yeah, I think it's pretty good for Zerg. So maybe Reynor can play a slightly longer game here. Don't think he's going to lose a first drone, because sure, ping mattered in that regard. But it also has a lot to do with Ghost River just being very tiny, right, from one main base to the next. So that Reaper shows up really early. On Golden Aura, it's going to show up a tiny bit later. I'm not expecting Reynor to lose his first drone here. And that does have an impact on how Zerg economies grow. Let's see what Reynor has in mind for us. Maybe some Mutterling Bane, like that's a lot more about movement rather than about exact micro and the heat of the moment, crisis management. I think Mutterling Bane is an option here for Reynor.
Yeah, it's always scary though. On the one hand, Mutterling Bane, you're right, positioning, decision making, but you have a lot of extremely fragile units. Widowmine,
for sure.
Annihilate Lings, Annihilate Banelings, Annihilate Mutas. It's one of those things where, like, if you generally, like, your unit's starting to attack, you pull them back in time. If they have 250 milliseconds different, do you pull them back in time, right? It feels like something that is...
I think you always commit, Bio. I think you close your eyes and you commit. You shove everything in and you hope that the Widowmines deal some friendly fire as well. You know it's going to be the 4th of July all over Golden Aura, but I don't know. I think that's something it's at least worth exploring, worth covering. Because sure, if you don't go for the fast and fragile units, well, what do you want to do then? Do you want to go for the slow, high HP units? Like, do you want to play late game against Big Gabe, who's going to sit there with a lot of Liberators and Ghost? We know that Gabe is excellent in late game TVC as well. So I think that's tricky. We haven't really spoken much about Dispatch, by the way, and Gabe. I do think that Gabe is tiny bit sad to see that previous Cyclone go. I think he loves it in TVT because that was not his favorite TVT meta, where it was all about quick micro pickups, breaking lock-ons, and spamming Cyclones. Like that favors someone like Clem a lot more than it favors Gabe. But Gabe did have a lot of success in the TVZ matchup, playing that Battle Max style that he at first said, oh, we're just memeing, you know, like 6 bases, 100 SCVs, but then he kept on doing it. He kept on winning it, and he even did it at IM Katowice against Solar. So I guess he's a little sad to see that that's probably not that viable anymore.
I don't know, Roddy. You say that, yeah, HeroMarine may be sad. The Cyclones are not as good as they were. But look, as a fan of StarCraft, I'm so happy the Cyclones were nerfed. I mean, but that's, I guess, more of on the TVT side of things. We had a lot of fun watching Cyclones headbutt Cyclones for 30 minutes on Radhuset. That was a lot of fun. Certainly. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. But
I was just checking my phone quickly because we were waiting for a little while. We are not sitting here just buying time, guys, because we want to spend as much time out of the game as humanly possible. I thought maybe there's an issue on the Reynor side, but he just joined the lobby right when you stopped talking. So sorry, Bo, I was paying attention. I was just wondering if there was an emergency update on the phone or something.
Yeah,
that I could share with you and the viewers.
It sounds like the whales are going clockwise instead of counterclockwise around the undersea cables, and that means there's a little bit more lag to Europe than normal, so we're just waiting for that to settle down and give it a little bit more of a fair matchup. Of course, you know, we talk about ping a lot. It's important to point out that Reynor did he's playing into the GSL. He made the decision to try to go here. He's talked about how getting as far as he has is a bit of a surprise given the ping. So, you know, we talk about it. It's relevant to the game, but also this is a decision that Reynor has made and a decision that he's actively fighting through. So, you know, it is as it is, and for now, it's a game 1 lead, or it's a 1-game lead for HeroMarine.
He made his bed, and now he has to lay in it, which I think he really enjoys when he's not playing in the regionals. But in the regionals, maybe it's a little less comfortable than it otherwise could have been. Let's see what the Italian Stallion is going to bring to the show on Golden Aura. As in the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of the man who is currently in South Korea because he wanted to participate in the GSL Kodas one last time. He has already qualified for Season 2, and obviously he's hoping that a lot of you guys will enjoy that run of him in Korea. This is Basilisk Reynor.
And in the upper left, looking to take it late maybe, play some awesome macro games. For Mouse, he's up 1. It's HeroMarine.
I mean, we spoke a lot about Showtime, obviously, maybe having a bigger chance than ever of winning the European regionals, but I'm sure that Gabe kind of thinking about it as well. He may not necessarily say it out loud, and he may need someone else to take care of MaxPax or Clem, because those two seem to have his number a lot. But anybody that's not Clem or MaxPax, I feel that HeroMarine has a good record against pretty much all the other players that are remaining. No guaranteed wins for him against the likes of Spirit and Showtime for sure. But I know that Gabe, in big tournaments, on big moments, does step it up, and he believes in himself for all the right reasons. I mean, played a banger of a best of 5 against Lembo in the opening round, but he did bring it home. So there is no reason to just assume that HeroMarine cannot win this edition of the European Regionals.
Yeah, it's funny looking at where HeroMarine stands, because going into Katowice, you know, a couple months ago, I was looking at HeroMarine. It's like, I don't know where he stands. You know, he's not dominating the European weeklies as much as he has once. You know, we talk about the Big Gabe Weekly, but it's been about a year since that was truly the case. Yep. And like, I don't know what he's going to do. And then he actually has a really good Katowice. And then he's sitting here in the playoffs. He's found his way into the round of 8. He's looking pretty solid. And it's kind of, it's nice in some way to say that, yeah, maybe his slump was a little bit overestimated. And now certainly with the regional as wide open as it is, it's this opportunity for him to go and make something happen. But for now, Reynor's going for a little bit quicker of a third base than he might otherwise go for. Again, trying to avoid the Reaper as much as possible. Like 1 or 2 supply, not that big of a deal. And for now, drone gets low. This is going to have to be probably set. Nope, it's just dead. That doesn't feel good.
Yep, second one is still very low on HP as well, but Reynor is confident that he can cancel that Spore Crawler, and the Reaper was too low on HP to stick around because that Queen was about to come out. It is one... Oh, Reaper low on HP, but it does not get picked up as the grenade was perfectly placed. That was a close call, and for a split second there, I thought the Queen was going to get one more hit off, and it would have been good enough. It is a factory triple CC setup on the side of HeroMarine, and I would say that that is to the surprise of absolutely nobody. And this time around, I do think we're going to get those Banshees, Bio.
Yeah, this would have been a really good map, or a really good game, actually, if you do think that even with your ping, you can go Lingbane Meta. This would be a solid game to do it, right? Lingbane Meta against 3CC is fantastic. Generally, right, when you talk about a Terran player dealing with an early Muta play, it's, well, not great because Marines are going to be out in time, and right when you're trying to build your Mutas, there's going to be Terran aggression. 3CC pushes that back a little bit, especially if there's a Banshee as well. It just slows down the stim timing by enough that you can get your Mutas out in time to make something happen, to be active on the map before that happens. Granted, that is 2-base Muta that I'm talking about. That's even less popular than just playing Mutas in general, so I guess maybe not, but as it stands, you're right, Banshees are on the way, third base done. HeroMarine just getting himself really well set up for this mid game.
Yep, and is maybe gonna take a page out of the playbook of Clem, who's had a lot of success lately with just YOLOing the Reaper and the first two Hellions in. This is not quite a success that I think Gabe was hoping for. He barely gets any shots off. In the end, he grabs 2 drones and a little bit of lost mining time, but I'd say that was a small win for Reynor, and that's nice. I'm sure Reynor is looking to grab every single tiny win by the horns if he can get one. I'd say that was alright. Minus 2 Hellions, minus a Reaper for only 2 drones and a little bit of lost mining time. Yeah, Reynor will take that.
Yeah, it's cheap by comparison, certainly. And there's damage that Reynor's taking that we wouldn't expect him to take, so you're right. Getting anything back is really solid. There's a layer on the way for Reynor, certainly, but Cloak is about halfway done, right, Roddy? And, okay, I was going to say Cloak's about halfway done. We have no spores on the way. There they are. So Reynor should be well set up to defend against this. He's got Queens on the map. They're not going to really handle the Banshees all that much until they get under the aegis of the spores. But now the question is, how much damage can HeroMarine get done? He's got 4 Hellions, he's got 1 Banshee, second one on the way. How much multitasking here is gonna get? How many drones is he actually gonna be able to get?
Yeah, I think getting a couple would be nice for Gabe, but if I was HeroMarine or I was his coach, I would say don't get greedy and don't try to get 1 more drone and take the risk of losing your Banshee. Keeping the Hellions and the Banshees alive for map control, map presence, and having a good idea of what Reynor is up to is a lot more important than killing 3 drones right now.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's also, when we talk about this ping setup, right, about Reynor being behind and maybe you're going to play as HeroMarine to try to take advantage of that, or not behind, but having a worse reaction time and maybe you take advantage of that. There is also this other idea that HeroMarine has not done well against Reynor traditionally. It's a pretty Reynor favored matchup. And if I'm HeroMarine and I'm sitting here saying, look, Reynor's on 200, 250 milliseconds, whatever it is, he's playing from Korea, I should be favored here. Finally, for once, I'm favored in this matchup. I feel like I should win. And you can always get yourself in awkward scenarios when we talk about more than just how the players are playing, but their mental as well, where if you think that you should win, and there's a lot of pressure on you, kind of the pressure that you put on yourself to win a game that you wouldn't otherwise win, that also gives you this opportunity to try too hard, to dive in with the Banshees when you shouldn't, to overstay on a bunch of Banelings and lose a bunch of bio, because you feel like you should be able to make that happen. And for right now, HeroMarine's done a great job of not overstretching, of just playing on the edge of what he can get done, finding a little bit of value here or there, but playing a very solid game. But especially as this game goes later, certainly if Reynor is able to take a map, that kind of mental game that HeroMarine has to play is going to start to be a little bit more relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be worried about some Terran players in these scenarios where it feels that you have nothing to win and everything to lose, right? If you win, people are like, yeah, Reynor played from Korea. But if you lose, you're like the guy that lost TVZ against Reynor from Korea and yada yada. But I actually think Gabe is incredibly strong mentally, and he has spoken about this in the past. He very often, just like Reynor in big tournaments, has gone down 0-1 in a best of 3 or even 0-2 in a best of 5. And nothing really shakes him. Like, that's just that experience that he has really gathered over time. I think HeroMarine is incredibly strong in that regard, and he doesn't really over worry or drive himself crazy. Like, what if, but maybe, what are people going to say? Nah, Gabe can always bring his A game, so I'm not too concerned in that regard on the HeroMarine side.
And that's fair. And for now, HeroMarine, this nice push on the north side. By the way, He's got another where the Hellions just doing a really nice job of cleaning up the creep, but this position before Baneling Speed's done, before 1-1 is done, is really solid. Snipes and Queens, and now Baneling Speed's done. Now the 1-1's done. Reynor should be able to clean this up for the most part, and really nice patience from the Reynor there, just making sure that even as it's heavy pressure on this bottom side base with well upgraded bio, he just waits long enough, gets his timings done, and now his 1-1's done. Now Baneling Speed's done, and again, Roddy, it's not as quick as game one. This is not a 5-minute hive. But we're seeing that quick hive once again, probably quick ultras getting into Adrenal behind that. And HeroMarine, he's got to be careful. These Banelings on the backside, but for the most part, he's handling this pretty well. A couple Banelings finally make connections at the end, but the Marines, the Hellions on the left side, they're going to clean the rest of this up. HeroMarine, again, couple shots, but now Reynor, what does he have?
That was incredibly clean by Gabe because he wasn't totally ready for that at first, right? It was a bit awkward with a couple of the units on the low ground near the zone like a watchtower, but I think his reactions on the fly there were beautiful. Nice split. Already gone down a couple of queens before, so it could be difficult for Reynor to spend his money in the near future. At the moment it's not, but that's more because Reynor has no money, and that's not really the place that he wants to be in either, as the two Banshees are still flying on the right side of the map. Gabe has a terrifying force on the left side. And now at this point, it's just creep cleaning duty time, I guess, for a little while. The Hellions have morphed into Banshees. Reynor's got Vipers on the way, but I don't really see what 1 or 2 Vipers are going to do here. Because it's not just the tanks that are the problem. It's the amount of Marines that HeroMarine has, and that we know he is going to control to the best of his ability.
Yeah, absolutely. And because this push was so successful, because he just knocks down that bottom side base. Yeah, Reynor's on 4 bases. That's a big story, but also he forced Reynor off the map quite a bit, having to defend against this. So this means, A, we haven't seen run bites just yet. These Baileys are going to try to get on top of every single thing. 1 tank still remains for now, and this trap from Reynor is so nice. I'm not going to say it brings him back into the game. His 5th base is still only about halfway done. It's right here, Marine's on 4. His 2-2's just about done. That's such a big deal when you see this Terran aggression coming in. If you can reset the tank count, if you knock down so much of the army for what was a pretty cheap trade, all things considered, it buys a little bit more time for Reynor to get into his Vipers, to get them energy, to get 2-2 done. Maybe Adrenal gets started. But even still, this push from HeroMarine, round 2, just as scary as round 1.
Yep, the reinforcements have arrived. There's a lot of Banelings in the mix this time around. First few Banelings actually got decent connections, but there are still more than a couple of Marines left over to protect those tanks on the low ground as well. Reynor, I do think, wants to wait for those two to operate. Big connections again there on the right side. Gabe's gonna have to be careful. Reynor feels that this is the moment to go for it as he comes in from every single angle. Lands a couple of lightning clouds as well, and Reynor will live to fight another day. If Reynor would have a 6 base setup and 85, 90 drones, say these are sick fights for him. Right now, these are mandatory fights, and I'm afraid it's still not quite enough. But it is enough to at least stay in this game, and he's allowed to dream, and there comes the Adrenal Glance as well.
There we go. So 2-2 is done. Adrenal's on the way. You'd love to see 3-3 started, but Reynor's pretty broke at the moment. Only 75 drones. Really nothing in the bank. But he has, again, he's bought himself some time. That one fight went really well. He's able to go and force HeroMarine back, not sieging up properly. But yeah, you're right. The problem, there's no 6th base. So HeroMarine continues to grow into this game. We're adding ghosts right now, concussive shells to make it a little harder for the Banelings to connect. And Reynor, he doesn't have the money for what he needs. Hydra Den's on the way, probably eventually for Lurkers, but he's got to take the fight right now. At least he's thinking about it. Banelings, not the best connections to start. Ling's coming in from the backside as well here, and it hits another really nice surround. But HeroMarine taking a fight at the Queen's backside. Blinding Clouds are good, and it seems like once again, despite this scary position from HeroMarine, Reynor should be able to clean up even as Queens go down. And we talk about Queens going down. These Banshees have been so annoying for Reynor. Every single time the Queens go down, the Banshees run forward and get even more Lings, even more Banes. And even as Reynor cleans up the first round of this, the reinforcements from HeroMarine, especially with that low ground base pushing through, it seems like Reynor, he can't macro enough.
That is that big Gabriel macro that we all know and love. Gabe just parade pushing to the center of the map. Reynor took 1 or 2 good fights there on the right side. It was just a little late. Reynor never really got his economy going the way that he would normally love to get the economy going. And Gabe, his macro is just kind of flawless. Like, that's something that Gabe has always been excellent at. You rarely see him float or be supply blocked when he shouldn't be. Yeah, just too much Terran stuff. Sometimes RTS is very simple. One guy just had too much for the other, and Reynor took 1 or 2 good fights, but it was a little bit too late. Like, those fights were mandatory to even just stay alive. but it never really looked close to like Reynor wins a fight and now has momentum and can counter. No, by the time that Reynor cleaned up an army, the next army was there, and then he cleaned up that army, and it just felt every single time Reynor cleaned up an army, a bigger Terran army showed up, and Gabe is just in total control of this best of 5 so far.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh man, Rainer's turning it on. He's got these great cleanups, and it's like, well, yeah. We've had one army, yes, but what about a second army? Now, we talked about Golden Aura, right? Maybe being the best Zerg map in the matchup. I looked it up, by the way. Terran has a 48% win rate on that matchup, so clearly, clearly broken for Zerg. Problem is, Crimson Court's the worst. One of the worst, if not the worst, maps for Zerg. It's like Terran's got like a 75% win rate on it or something ridiculous. Now, granted, it's early days. We're in our first season of the current maps. There are judgments that can be made, but yeah. 25-10 across ESL Masters Spring, Stars War, the Stars Wars qualifier, and the GSL. Terran's 25-10 on Crimson Court. It's a pretty good Terran map.
Do the weeklies count?
Not in the stats that I have, no.
Unbelievable.
Only premieres.
Those are the stats that I trust, Bio. I want to see Clem beat Mixu to know whether or not a map is truly Terran favored. Sorry, Mixu. Clem's good.
Poor Mixu. He didn't come here to be attacked.
It was not hey, if losing to Clem is being attacked, we're all being attacked right now. Everybody loses to Clem, mate. Come on.
Hey, look. I have never lost to Clem. I've also never played Clem, so it works out. Anyways, the bottom left, another Terran player is up 2. It's HeroMarine.
I unfortunately played Clem many times and have lost many times. In the top right side, a man who's also lost to Clem a couple of times, but he's not playing against Claymore right now. He's going up against Big Gabe, and he's trying to make it a series, but it's not really going his way yet. Can we turn things around from Seoul, South Korea, in his Basilisk Reynor? If you think of playing a series where your latency is a little bit higher, like at first I thought that ZVZ would be very scary, but I guess you can also win ZVZs on strategy. Do you think ZVT is the most difficult to win with ping, or would you say one of the other matchups is even more terrifying?
My thought would have been ZVZ as well, right? Because Ling Bane wars are scary, but you can just go gasless. You can go roaches. It's fine. I think ZVT is by far the most execution-based matchup in general. There's obviously series planning and decision making and build orders and all of these things, but ZVT to me is the matchup that is so dependent on your execution compared to any other matchup that when you have that wall, that barrier to your execution, ping, 250 milliseconds, I'm willing to buy that argument. I'd say probably ZVT is probably the hardest, yeah.
Especially against a man like Big Gabe and his flawless macro. And I gotta say, Gabe had some really good micro there as well. I think especially the fight on the left side where he kind of got ambushed, right? He wasn't totally ready for that. Gabe is sometimes a little bit similar to how Bomber found his success in the early days, where the setups are just so good that the micro almost comes naturally and it's already done before the fight started. But that's where he kind of had to react on the fly a little bit, wasn't totally ready. And I think he actually managed to save a lot of his units very well. Showed us that Gabe is not all about the strategies and the macro, but if he needs to target fire down some Banes, split some Marines in the heat of the moment, he can do that too. Funny start here, by the way, by Reynor, as he mined out those gold minerals real quick. And dedicated observer showed it to us. And he's going up to 3 bases at that 3 o'clock position. And it's going to be maybe a bit difficult for HeroMarine to scout, but if you take a look at what Gabe has seen so far, he did already see that those minerals were mined out. If you take a look at the south side of Reynor's natural. So I think that Gabe has a pretty good idea of what's happening here.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, right? You really don't want to take the forward gas base as a Zerg player in this game. It's just, it is hard. There's a low ground ramp right there. There's a full cliff. I mean, even a 3-base Terran push with a couple tanks is just so hard to deal with. So you got to mine the gold base out, take that more protected base. Even taking the triangular is really hard against the Terran because they can drop high ground, low ground. They can stim on high ground like we were talking about in that nice coffee series. It becomes really hard to play on. So I wouldn't go so far as to say this is like a Eternal Empire, right, where there's only one viable third base. But there's one third base that is obviously much better than the rest. Even this, though, is a little scary because if the Terran mines out their own stack to run right through, suddenly that's really hard to deal with. They can knock the rocks down and put a tank siege up right there. it's probably the best possible scenario to get yourself a little bit more of a wide open space to be able to take Ling Bane fights, crash onto the Terran army. But there are so many nice chokes on this map that it just becomes very difficult to dislodge an aggressive Terran.
You know, BL, as we have a quick stim on the way for HeroMarine, why the hell do you make me think back all the way of Eternal Empire and figure out how the hell that map looked, when you could have just mentioned Ghost River when it came to a map with only one viable third base to take? I feel like Ghost River is the best example ever of that point.
I think Eternal Empire is up there. It's like you take the triangular third, or you go down a ramp, up a ramp, around a corner to go take your third, and I don't know. Maybe
yeah,
I'm
but
just
what
like,
about Ghost River, mate? Where would you take the third if you don't take the triangle?
you two base it. It's fine.
So there is just no third base. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I got you, mate. Eternal Empire it is. Everybody think back of Eternal Empire.
I mean, I think everyone should be able to, right? That map was in the map pool longer than like any map we've ever had. But you know, Roddy, it's also you've got a great memory for StarCraft. We got to give you the opportunity to flex it a little bit, you know?
Not when it comes to map and map names. I am so terrible at that. Don't ask me why. I am very good in remembering games and players and when they shined and when they had good runs in tournaments. But if you ask me, like, hey, Roddy, name 3 maps of the previous map pool, I'll be like, oh, short circuit in the brain. I can't. Like, is it Steps of War? Blistering Sands? No, damn it, I got it wrong.
It's immediately, yeah, no, I'm the same way. It's like the map pool's over, it's immediately gone from my memory. I'm like, okay, you know, you remember like Golden Wall or Eternal Empire, some of these maps that have made a big impact on the scene. But yeah, the majority, they existed. I cast a lot of games. I played a lot of games on them, but couldn't tell you what they were.
What I can tell you is that Gabe is here with 16 Marines, and he's going to stim forward, gun down an Overlord. He's going to work on the 4th hatchery a little with Reynor, but he's not quite going to be able to get it. You already mentioned it. These bases are difficult to defend, because once all these units unload in the main, they can stim forward, they can threaten the drones over here on the right, but they can obviously always go easily back to that low ground as well, or even stay on the high ground and make life hard for Reynor. HeroMarine is going to grab 4 workers for now, and he's going to pick these units back up, get the hell out of here. Yeah, that's kind of all free damage, right, for Gabe? I mean, what did he really lose there? 1 or 2 Marines? I think he's pretty happy with that. Losing the 2 Hellions in the center of the map may be a tad annoying, but he only made 2 Hellions. It's not like he made 6 or 8 Hellions. He's really counting on them dealing damage. It is a lot more about the Marines and the tanks here for Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, HeroMarine went full TY 2-1-1. 2 Hellions, getting your 2-1-1, getting that 6-ish minute stim timing, and getting yourself into the mid game really, really nicely. Now, Reynor, so he's not even going to try to take the rich gas base. I thought we might try to see him go for it once he gets creeped beyond in the area, like go for a 5th base, but no. He's expanding actually very close to the Terran player for his 5th down in the bottom right side, which one of the hallmarks, right? One of the truisms you talk about when you're playing it as DVT is you don't want to expand. You want to expand as far away from the Terran as possible. That makes it harder for them to push into you. It makes it harder for them to drop into you. It gives you a little bit more space. And I guess technically on this map, expanding towards the Terran is still kind of away from the Terran because of the rocks and the walls and things like that. But it's going to be interesting to see how HeroMarine decides to, where he decides to push and how he decides to push once, say his 2-2 is done, once his upgrades are properly where he wants them to be.
Yeah. I mean, Reynor is expanding everywhere because he's also expanding in the bottom right and having the triangle, so maybe he can still take the rich Vespine guys too. We have Quick Burrow, and y'all showed us Quick Burrow. Everybody knows how much I love Burrow. Unfortunately for Reynor, he couldn't quite burrow any Banelings before Gabe is here, and these are slow Banelings for another 10 seconds, and slow Banelings off creep just don't really connect. He did burrow a couple of Banelings there in the midst of this fight. Nice spread by HeroMarine, but Reynor just has an insane amount of units that these Marines actually have a really difficult time running to a safe spot, and in the end, Reynor holds as Gabe does throw down the scan, and he's going to spot these burrowed Banelings. We won't get our burrowed Baneling moment here, BO, that's sad.
Well, give us a couple more minutes. Man, that tank on the high ground did so much work. Banelings are really connecting well. Reynor, of course, he's move commanding them onto the bio, making sure he gets maximum possible connections. And you know what? That did not look like a fight where the Zerg was on 250 milliseconds. That Reynor played that really nicely. And yeah, the tank on the high ground, it did a lot of work. And without that, that fight probably goes a lot worse for HeroMarine. But Reynor, for the first time in this series, is taking really good fights, is maintaining these supply leads. And by the way, a supply lead on Ling Bane matters a whole lot more than really any other Zerg composition, because yeah, they're incredibly cost effective on creep, but they're they're expensive to get a big supply. It's a lot of larvae to get that up. So Reynor is in a really nice position this game, but this base, there is not a lot to defend at the moment.
He moved units back towards the right side, so I kind of thought, did he catch a glimpse of this quad drop with his creep? But the answer was no, as they just kind of stopped in the middle of all of these bases. We have burrowed banelings in the center of the map. Boom! In the side block is there. Not the biggest connection that the world's ever seen, but hey, Reynor still gets a tiny moment, as he also blows up that Widowmine with his banelings. Reynor is going to make Gabe work for it. Units lost resource tab currently only minus 1300. Those are pretty acceptable numbers in a ZVT, especially on a map like Crimson Court, as we've got Hive on the way. Hydra then is going down. I would say out of the 3 games, this is the one that I like the most so far for Reynor, even if those Ultras and Ghost River were a tiny bit exciting. But the moment that HeroMarine never moved out, I don't think you or I or even Reynor really believed in those Ultras anymore. This looks playable.
Yeah. He's got his supply lead. His Hive's on the way. He's going to try to run down the ramp right now. Banelings are going to get incredible connections for the first half. And with that, he should be able to just slow down. Even with some Widow Mines, he should be able to force everything back. And again, yes, the story here also is that HeroMarine is being pretty greedy economically. He's got his 4th base well timed. Actually, no 5th base at the moment. I expected to see a couple more command centers, but that is one of the reasons why maybe his supply is not as high as we would otherwise expect. You know, we'd expect it. He is committing to this late game a little bit more. And for now, Widowmine, Reynor has a good split. Once again, the high ground base is held on to. And now he's adding in those Hydras. He's moving into that. We should see Lurkers on the way pretty soon. And you talk about mechanical execution, right? With lag and everything else. Lurkers,
cool?
You burrow them, right? It doesn't require nearly as much in-fight micro.
That is very cool. I love Lurkers. Reynor has mined out the gold minerals in the bottom side of the map, so he has opened a path for his Lings and Bangs to really make this an annoying game for HeroMarine, as HeroMarine can now no longer just focus on the center of the map. He's actually going to have to either build some more depots or worry about non-stop run-bys. There's a couple of Banelings have burrowed in that middle line as well. Not sure if Gabe has seen it. Here come the SCVs. Oh, Reynor blows up 17. I mean, the kid is definitely finding some plays here. Will it be enough? We'll only know in a matter of time, but so far so good. Reynor is absolutely battling here on Crimson Court. Great move with those drones, mining out those minerals.
Yeah, these Liberators are certainly annoying for Reynor. You gotta fight Queen's Liberators off creep, just doesn't feel very good. But again, great splits from Reynor on the Widow Mines here. He can deal with this. He pulls away for a second, I guess F2 to try to deal with the push in the front. And this is where it starts to get a little bit scary. Big push up the middle through Big Gabe, and the tank on the low ground makes it hard. The base will fall down. But the question now is at what cost? I mean, HeroMarine gets a base. Absolutely he does, but he's losing a ton of medevacs. He's losing a bunch of bio. Liberators are great, absolutely, but against a bunch of Lings is probably their worst matchup because they just... Lings are 25 minerals each. It takes a lot of shots to knock them down. So if Reynor can stabilize for a second, deal with these Liberators, and they are very happy to handle the Hydras, certainly without any sort of Hydra range at the moment. They're just getting shredded here. This one Liberator has 12 kills, and a decent amount of them are Hydras.
Yep, the Libs survive forever there. What was also painful is that Reynor didn't have an Overseer there the first time. If he had an Overseer, he could have cleaned up all those Widow Mines the first time around. I believe they had to fire again. Reynor did not really feel, I guess, that he had the right amount of gas to fire up Adrenal Glands. When you're fighting 2-2 Ling Bane against 2-2 Bio, it's acceptable. But once here, Marines and Marauders have +3 attack and armor, and there are medevacs to support it, and there are Liberators in the mix, that's where the fights, I think, are going to look incredibly different, and we can already see that here. HeroMarine doesn't just take a little W here. HeroMarine gets a slam dunk victory, destroys the army, gets the base, and yeah, honestly, what's stopping him from continuing to push? Maybe he's a tiny bit worried about more run-bys, but that was by far and away the biggest victory that HeroMarine has had throughout the entire game. 3-3 upgrades really, really matter in the late game.
I mean, yeah, this is a 4-base Zerg right now into a 4-base Terran. The fact that Reynor just lost 2 hatcheries all of a sudden, we talked about how this was playable, about how the trades have been really solid, about how he's able to get these really solid Banelink connections. Well, now we're at the point where it's a, you mentioned it, it's a 2-2 Zerg against 3-3 Terran. Hydras muddle the math on that a little bit. It's not like it's just Ling Bane on 2-2 and it's a really big problem. Hydras can do a little bit more, but Hydra range not being done for the majority of these fights is probably the biggest deal. That means that these Liberators are so hard to deal with, and the Libs are what broke this game wide open for HeroMarine. He was able to kill so many Hydras, so many Lings, so many Queens, make it hard for Reynor to flood down the ramp and take advantage. But there are a couple Banelings in this line of sight blocker here, Roddy. if HeroMarine's forced north a little bit, that could be an interesting opportunity.
It's going to be so hard to fight near planetaries, though. It is no longer just that orbital at the third. It is now a planetary that Reynor has to worry about. Bailing count here is decent, but SCVs are going to try to mass repair the planetary, not in time. So Reynor does take out this bottom base, and that's actually kind of nice. I'm afraid he's going to lose all those units there, though. At the same time, he is sending it with all the links and bangs and a couple of the Hydras coming in from the top right side. But it feels that the firepower of this Terran army is just a little bit too big. The upgrades are shining bright like a diamond for Gabe as well, and the amount of medevacs is crazy. I mean, Ghost and Marauders just live forever against +2 melee Zerglings.
Yeah, Ghost also two-shot Ling, so it becomes very, very sad as a Zerg player when you're having to fight against that. So, Reynor, this is what you got to do, right? You force the Terran player to look someone else, then you try to attack, maybe their screen is handling something. You say, hey, this is my opportunity. But when you're at a point where Marauders are beating Hydras, it really is a bad feeling. So the base on the bottom side goes down once again. Reynor, he's got another base on the north side, which I kind of expected him to try to expand into anyways. It's much further away from the Terran than the bottom right side. And certainly if HeroMarine expands as he did, I mean, that base on the right side, it's right next to HeroMarine's planetary. It's very hard to hold on to. So Reynor's got that. He knocks down the base of the Terran. He only loses one of... Actually, did he lose the middle? No, he only loses one of his own. But it's this 3-3 timing. It's adrenaline. It's all these other things that he's fighting in a deficit for another 30 seconds longer.
Yep, and Gabe is maxed out. Maybe Gabe is just waiting for that base to land on the left side. Let's see if this can actually successfully morph into a planetary, and then he can just go, or maybe he's waiting for advanced ballistics. That is a potential move as well. But there's really no reason for HeroMarine to slow down. You're maxed out. You've got money in the bank. I feel like if there is ever a moment where you want to fight against a Zerg that's nowhere near maxed out, and I always believe that HeroMarine's game sense is good enough to know that Reynor is not maxed out at the moment. With the amount of economic damage he's been taking, I kind of expect Gabe to go soon. Reynor is going to try to make some magic happen with a couple of banelings. Maybe this is a little bit of that bluffing, where he's like, hey man, I'm still rich, I'm attacking you, you should definitely not attack me. As Gabe donates 3 medevacs that were all empty. I don't know, maybe there was a brilliant play there that we missed, but pulling units out of position perhaps while pushing through the center. I don't know much, BO, but I do know that I think HeroMarine is going to be the first player to make it into the upper bracket semifinals. As Reynor does have a flanking infestor, Elazer Fungal might actually be a decent fight here for the Italian Stallion. But Reynor doesn't just need decent fights, he needs an amazing convincing victory and then counter with enough units to blow up planetaries. And I just don't really ever see Reynor getting those fights.
No, he's done 10,000 resources, and for the most part, he's been mining less. Yeah, at the moment you say, it's like 500 minerals more per Reynor per minute. Sure, fine, whatever. HeroMarine has mules, he's got extra bases, and one thing that's actually pretty cool is if you take a look at the 9 o'clock, we don't actually have time to look at it right now because HeroMarine's pushing, but he decided to not mine out the mineral wall on the 9 o'clock base. And what this means is that even if Reynor decides to go and gets a big run by on that extra base, he's not going to find his way into the natural. He's not going to find his way into kind of the soft underbelly of the Terran. So the most a run by does on this fresh Terran base is it knocks one base down. Doesn't knock down the rest of it. So it is kind of cool here that we see HeroMarine effectively taking advantage of the free wall while still developing his economy even more. And now Reynor's going to try to go down the ramp again, burrowed veins, but they're not anywhere where they need to be. And around a corner here, I mean, Rotterdam, we talked about this earlier. Corners are absolutely a Terran player's best friend. Even still, that's a lot of Hydras, and they do a really nice job of at least breaking through the first line of the Terran.
Yeah, that was an incredibly strong setup by Gabe, though, with those tanks on the high ground. And it's not that they participated for a split second. No, they were there, just wailing away at all these Zerg units from the safety. In the end, one tank went down. Reynor had his own little booby trap with those burrowed banelings, but HeroMarine, his bio units, never really got close to it. The Widowmine shots were humongous. The tanks were amazing. And Gabe is now going to try to take the top left side base. Maybe a Fungal on the Ghost, though. The Fungal misses on the Ghost, does connect with all the medevacs. But in the end, most of the Ghosts make it out. The Liberators are doing their thing. If Reynor can somehow kill every single medevac here and every Ghost, that would be a sick victory. That would slow Gabe down for a while. Only one of these medevacs has Ghosts inside of it, and Reynor got so close to gunning it down. But he does not get it in the end. There is a big fight happening in the bottom right side as well, where Reynor did split off enough units to keep Gabe at bay. I mean, Reynor is trying. He's really battling, but it is a war that I feel like in the end he simply cannot win, since HeroMarine has been trading a lot better and is obviously working with the better units. The Ghosts, the Liberators with advanced ballistics. This hatchery in the top left side, I think, is going to fall, and if Reynor tries to save it, I think he will lose everything he has.
Yeah, man, Roddy, my kingdom for one Viper, one parasitic bomb on all of these super low metavacs, and maybe you can make something happen. But Reynor, he's just broke. That really is the long and short of it. He's going to try to bust down this planetary, this base he knocked down earlier. And the planetary on the front side seems like with the Hydras there, it should get knocked down. But there's more behind this. There's a Liberator right now. And even if Reynor knocks all this down, he's traded so much for it that it really doesn't matter. So Reynor makes a solid run to upper bracket round of 8 where he runs into the wall in HeroMarine. Our first player into the upper bracket round of 4. But Reynor, of course, he's got an opportunity, Roddy. It's the lower bracket. You got 2 lives here in the regionals. But man, HeroMarine's looking solid.
Yep, and that is the round of 12 then, I guess, of the lower bracket, right? That Reynor will be playing in. He'll be playing against one of the guys that won yesterday. So we'll see where he ends up exactly in the bracket. But yeah, strong performance by Gabe. I really don't think that we can criticize Gabe for a whole lot. He showed us some different openings, but in the end, all of it came down to strong economy, be safe, and let my mechanics and my micro take care of the rest. And yeah, just a solid performance by Gabe. I think he's going to be pretty happy with it. I don't feel like he has any reason to be down on himself. He gets the trio, guarantees himself top 6 in the region, but that's not what Gabe wants. Gabe wants top 4 at the minimum. And if there was ever a season where we could dream about a whole lot more than top 4 BL, I think this is the one for HeroMarine.
Yeah, now you talk about where Reynor's going to go. He's going to face Goblin in the lower bracket round.
Oh, banger.
Oh, yeah. Man, Goblin had such a good run in the group stages as well, although it is important to point out that you talk about good runs. Lemon also had a good run in the group stages, and Oliveira still did everything. Despite Oliveira having to go through round 5, Oliveira still won the region. So absolutely good runs matter, but the playoffs, as we've learned, are just a whole different beast.
Yeah, no, that's a fun one, man. Goblin, Reynor. I know they get along incredibly well with each other. Obviously, still 2 of the younger players that the European scene has. I look forward to that, but we'll talk about that one on a different day. We have 3 more amazing best of 5s today, where everybody is in Europe. We don't have to mention that ping thing. I know it's annoying. On the other end, it is very impactful on how these games play out. We've got Showtime Spirit, we've got Clem Harstem, and we've got Elazer versus Max. So a PVZ and 2 PVTs. I honestly don't know what my favorite is. Maybe it's Clem Harstem, just because they are 2 fan favorites. And historically, it's been so good. But I think all 3 best of 5s here are going to be fantastic.
Oh, yeah. And of course, we start next with Elazer MaxPax. That is the next series that we're going to have. But between now and then, it's a bit of a break. So we'll be back in 6 minutes. And when we are, more games.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back. We're about halfway through our day. We've had 2 series in Europe, or 2 series in Asia, 1 series in Europe, and now we're looking at Elazer. We're looking at MaxPax here, Rotterdam. But in the break, you told me, hey, Bayo, I got a surprise for you. So I don't know what it is. I'm ready to be surprised along with the rest of the chat. So, Roddy, what you got?
I want to say it's a tiny surprise, but it's not. It's a big one. I promised if he makes top 4 in the upper bracket, we're bringing him back. He was in the closet for a little while, but here he is. Big Gabriel. He's back where he belongs. I'm going to find a beautiful spot for him somewhere in the living room. Gabe deserves it. Strong performance so far, and this could very well be his season. So, Gabe, welcome back, mate. We're proud of you. You're looking good.
See, I got a bunny one from Katowice, which is, bunny's exciting, but it's not nearly as big as Big Gabe. So, you know.
You got the tiny one or the big one?
I have a bunch of, like, my Firefly one is tiny, but I have the one big one I have is bunnies.
I had a lot of them at one point. I had like 14 of the big player cards, but I didn't want to be selfish, so I gave 13 away, and I only kept one myself. Of 2023, I kept Gabe because I had so much fun always watching Gabe on the Monday night, and then this year I decided to just grab Reynor and all the other ones. I wasn't really in charge this year, but in 2023, I had almost all of them, but I just made as many nerds happy as I could, and I gave away all of them.
Yeah, I remember that. I found you too late. Tracked you down too late. I'm like, So it goes.
That was cool. I even had like strangers on the street. They're like, "You've got the cards?" I was like, "Yeah." They're like, "Oh my god, can I see it? Can I have one?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." So a couple of random fans that attended IEM Katowice had a great time as they went home with something cool and special. What's also cool and special is the next quarterfinals of the upper bracket. It's MaxPax. It's Elazer. The last time that Elazer won a series is almost a year ago. The last 13 maps have gone in favor of the Prince of Denmark. But BO, no more. We had a 3-0, we had a 4-0, we had a 3-0. It's enough. Let's get some competitive StarCraft.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But to start us off on the bottom left on Amphion, he's in the blue for Team Liquid. It's Elazer.
And in the top left side, we are looking at the main base of one of the absolute favorites to win the entire European Spring Regionals. It is the Prince of Denmark fighting for Psystorm Gaming, MaxPax. PvZ, BO, how do you feel about PvZ on this map and on this patch? Did they get to you yet, those Zergies? Have they convinced you that Protoss is Imba?
Well, I've been of the opinion that... so I started playing StarCraft in 2013, Roddy. Okay? In fact, I remember the game that got me into it. Scarlet Bomber, Star Station, Regionals, 2013 summer. And I have, ever since I started playing Zerg, you know, a little bit after that. Of course, I started playing Terran and I got Bailey busted and I just died. But I started playing Zerg a little bit after that, and say from early 2014 maybe. From 2014 to 2024, I have been of the opinion that Protoss is insanely OP in this matchup because I never win. ZVP has got to be my worst win rate by a mile, so you know, didn't take a lot of convincing.
I believe it. You said Scarlet Bomber Regionals, but you meant the famous game, right, with the Burrowed Banelings?
No. Scarlet Bomber on Star Station, on the regional, not the Americas regionals, but it was the global final.
WCS Premier League.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
When cool. She's creeping bombers like third base by 8 minutes or so.
All right. Yeah, I was wondering because a lot of people, when they hear Scarlet Bomber, they will always think back of the Red Bull Battlegrounds event that we had a long time ago in New York. But that's not the one you mentioned.
No, that was for a long time. That was my greatest game I've ever seen. But
yeah,
no, it's not what got me into StarCraft.
All right, cool. Let's see what MaxPax and Elazer are going to do to give you guys a little speed course, perhaps, on why a lot of Zergs are very unhappy with this matchup. It's a combination of a few things that have changed over time. I know when it comes to the regionals and big online events like this, we have a lot of returning viewers, and they'll be like, what? Protoss is Imba? I thought Zerg was Imba. Well, Zerg was very good for a while, but the Zergs really struggle with Protoss at the moment, and I think the biggest unit that causes most pain is actually the Immortal, right? Like, sure, Oracles are annoying, Blinkstalkers are good, but I think it's the combination of Immortals with then Archons to deal with Lings or Storm to deal with Lings I think the Immortal is the bane of a lot of Zerg pain at the moment, and they just can't really find proper ways to tackle an army that has a lot of Immortals with all those hardened shields, as they seem to be living up to their name, and they truly are immortal.
Yeah, it's kind of fun as well as you take a look at it. So, I mean, these two adepts are just going to commit forward, knocking a drone down pretty early. So Immortals are a problem, certainly. But also just in general, it's between the Bailey changes and the Immortal changes and everything else. Protoss ground. Man, MaxPax is getting far more than he's any right to here. This is going to be 5 drones. And I don't think 2 adepts get out, but I think the second adept probably gets out here as well. At least into the natural. Maybe, yeah, it's going to go down. Speedlings are there. But it's also the fact that between the Baneling changes and everything else that happened, ground Protoss is far more viable into the mid game and the late game than it has been in quite a while. So it's not just the Immortals, they're terrifying. But you don't have this point where suddenly the Zerg army gets really strong and they can build something that is better than what the ground Protoss has and kind of necessitates this transition, and then, you know, Sky Toss and whatever, and you kind of open up some timing windows. The Protoss transitions when the Protoss wants to transition. They have a lot more agency in how they decide to play the map, and as a Zerg player, that's kind of hard to figure out, and hard to figure out how exactly you want to fight into that.
MaxPax actually being very passive so far with his oracles. I think he was maybe a tiny bit worried about something weird like a Baneling boss, even if he didn't see a Baneling nest, or maybe a quick Nidus or something. So he was just checking to make sure nothing weird was happening on his side of the map, because he's probably just thinking, whoa, my first 2 adepts, they get 5 drones. That's amazing. I think the last time that MaxPax lost a PvZ where he killed 5 drones early on with 2 adepts was somewhere in the winter of 2021. So now he's just making sure that nothing too weird is happening, and he will get the confirmation that everything is still standard on Elazer's side of the map. He'll be like, cool, so you're telling me that I'm playing a PvZ where I've killed 8 drones at minute 5 and I didn't lose an Oracle? That's awesome. He's gonna follow it up with Resonating Glaive Adept. Elazer has not dropped a Roach Warren yet, or a Baneling Nest, or really anything, not even a lair, as he's just trying to recover from that early economic damage he took. And 5 drones that early cannot be overstated. Like, we can't emphasize enough on how big of a deal that is, because as a Zerg you only have like 30 drones or something, so if you lose 5 of them that early, you're losing close to 20% of your economy, and that's just absolutely disastrous. I mean, Elazer is really overcompensating at the moment. For a split second we had 18 drones on the production tab. That's kind of what he needs to do if he wants to make this a playable macro game. The problem is the follow-up is going to be a bunch of adepts with glaives. The shading to the other side of the map. Elazer's current army, BO, 2 Zerglings. Oh, yeah.
Man, this is wild as well. So there were times when Oracle into Glaive was a thing, single Oracle. There's no world where Elazer would expect this unless he explicitly scouts it, because you don't go 3 base double Oracle into Glaive, and he's handling it well enough for now, I guess, but he is immediately dead. That's such a cool build for MaxPax.
Yeah, that is a very cool build, but I think a lot of builds are very cool when you move out and your opponent's army is 2 Zerglings. Like, I think you can show up with 12 sentries and you'd be like, that is a really cool move out, and that's going to be difficult for Elazer to deal with. Because, yeah, when your entire army is 2 links, and of course there are some queens that are meant to buy time until the real units come out, but if the only real units you can build are Zerglings, yeah, Zerglings by themselves against like 8+ adepts with glaives is not it. 6 minutes and 19 seconds complete MaxPax domination, as MaxPax now makes it 14 map wins in a row against Elazer in a competitive environment. I am starting to fear the worst, BO. Is this curse ever going to end, mate? Are we going to get a fun competitive series today, please? One time?
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm whatever the opposite of a rabbit's foot is. I'm a decaying rabbit's foot. Like, the good majority of series and of all the days I've cast here in Asia and in Europe have been kind of rough, kind of one-sided. We had great games. Like Nina Special in Americas was fantastic.
Yeah, that was good.
There was a disc series that was really awesome as well. But other than that, I guess I'm the rotten rabbit's foot. I really apologize, Roddy. I guess if you're really mad, tweet at me. Tell me why it's my fault. I don't know.
I don't think it is your fault. I hope that Elazer can step it up. If Elazer doesn't do it, I mean, Showtime Spirit has to be close and competitive, right? Anyway,
I think that's going to be good. Yeah.
Yeah. But I also think that post-youth has some potential. I mean, this first game is incredibly brutal. I tried to put in words properly of how big of a deal losing 5 drones early is. Elazer knows how big of a deal that is, and that's why he was trying to overcompensate with insane greed, hoping that he would have the time to actually get himself well set up. MaxPax does not like giving you time if you don't deserve time, so that's a wrap for game number 1. Let's hope that in game 2, the first 2 adepts will not kill 5 drones, and then I believe, BO, we can get some fireworks. Because if I want to complain about one-sided games, I want to complain about Immortals, okay? I want to make my Zerg brethren proud and talk about how those Immortals never die. I don't want to see 2 adepts win the game.
Well, we're going to have to see if that's going to happen, because for now, he's down 1 on post-youth. In the bottom left, it's Elazer.
And in the top right side, one of the main favorites to win it all this time around when it comes to the ESL Masters Spring Europe Regionals. We are looking at the main base of Sidestorm Gaming's MaxPax on a 14-map win streak over Elazer. I don't know all the numbers when it comes to historic achievements in StarCraft 2, but I cannot think of many people that have won 14 maps in a row against Elazer. That's pretty insane, Bio.
Yeah, that's a lot. And, you know, to Elazer's credit a little bit, to give him maybe some benefit of the doubt in that game 1, on top of having to be greedy, because you lose 5 drones that early, another 4 on the Oracles a little bit later on. Like, it is a big deal. So you're droning hard and you're skipping a Roach Warren if you can. But I talked about it a little bit in that game as well. If I'm Elazer and I see double Oracle, there's no world where I'm expecting, what was that, 10, 12, 15 adepts shading in with the glaives. It's just, it's so far out of the meta that it was a really nice decision for MaxPax. Because again, we've seen Oracle into glaives, but that's a single Oracle. The glaive timing hits at 5:30 or so. So MaxPax, by getting that second Oracle, by delaying it by like 30, 45 seconds, all of a sudden, it's so far away from Elazer's kind of radar about what he's going to expect that I don't need to pump units out. There's no Protoss timing. You know, I think I can drone here. So yes, getting behind early is certainly a big deal, but also the smoke screen, I guess, that MaxPax put out did a really nice job of just, Elazer had no idea what was happening.
I do agree with you, and I haven't seen it that much either lately, especially not double Oracle into Resonant Glaive Adept. But I also still want to point out that Elazer's army was 2 Zerglings. So instead of that being Adepts, what if it's Zealots with charge? Something we do see very often. With or without +1. That will not end up any better for Elazer, right?
That's fair. It gets across the map a little slower, so maybe it's 5 more seconds.
Zealots are fast, mate. Zealots and charge. Charge researches in no time, and Zealots are incredibly quick. So I don't know. I feel like Elazer was just hoping that MaxPax, I don't know, maybe would go for some sort of a fleet beacon build, or would move out very, very late with Blink Stalkers. But yeah, even against Zealots with charge, I think you are just as dead there as you would have been against the Resonating Glaive Adepts.
You tell me you just got too much Zerg cope. Fair enough. Now, Roddy, as we get our way into post-youth here, I looked at this map. When I saw it come, I'm like, man, this is so bad for Zerg. Holy crap. An in-base natural like that with with half gold just feels like it's going to be horrible. But now that we've got a chance to take a look at these adepts, they're going to get 2. If they get 5 again, it's going to be 3. They're going to get 5.
No.
And this time there was the surround as well. It was lost mining time. Oh. Well, where we go in this game? I was going to ask you, how do you feel about post-youth as a Protoss player? Because it feels bad as a Zerg. But we just saw 5 drones go down, and it doesn't really matter anymore.
Yep. Before 3 minutes and 45 seconds into the game, before Elazer's work account was even above 30, it is just as bad as it was on Amphion. We do have 4 links being annoying, and they're going to grab a worker. That may very well be the first probe that has gone down in this series, so that is something. A cancel or even a kill on that pylon. Unfortunately, these 4 links will not have enough DPS to actually get a cancel on the Nexus. I think this map has some good Zerg potential, actually, because a lot of that low ground, high ground in the center of the map makes it a bit difficult to figure out where exactly Zerg units are coming from. And this is actually a good lurker map as well. I know a lot of the Zergs don't love lurkers against Protoss because of that other problematic unit I mentioned, the Immortal. Immortal's just too damn good against lurkers. But if there is one map that I would say is good for lurkers, it is this one. So I feel like there is some Zerg potential, but it all starts with the early game. StarCraft 2, as much fun of a game as it is, BO, the first 4 or 5 minutes are so crucial at the highest level when you're looking at the best players in the world. And this just, again, heavily favors MaxPax. It's a little bit sad. I'm happy for MaxPax. I'm happy for all the Protoss fans out there. But I want to see close, fun, competitive StarCraft, and this is just another really crappy start for Elazer.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? We spend so much time in a StarCraft cast not talking about the game through the first 5 minutes in a lot of the games because not a lot happens for the most part. You're waiting for tech to develop, things like that. Man, Oracles are still going to get more damage here. 3, 4. It just doesn't feel good. And I mean, he skips spores to try to make some comeback happen, but that just means these mineral lines, if the queens are not exactly where well, I guess he's got a spore on the outside base, but they're just these weak spots that MaxPax can go in and punish even further. But again, we talked about these early game, not a lot happened necessarily in terms of active things to talk about, but it lays that foundation for everything else. So man, Elazer just putting himself down early. At this point, MaxPax is +1 blink. Elazer, he's technically in a good build order position, right? He's got +1 melee on the way, 22 lings, but I mean, Roddy, this is 13 dead drones.
When you're making 22 Zerglings or 44 drones, you are never happy, unless you can somehow delay a third base of the Protoss, but that base is done. It's well protected. It's not going to go down. I'm not sure what Elazer can do. He's got a crazy amount of Zerglings, does not have a Bailing Nest. I have the feeling that he's just going to right-click all of these lings into the third base of MaxPax and pray that he can completely overrun. Hey, this is a nice catch, by the way, as the Stalkers don't have Blink yet. So Elazer gets his first proper victory of the series, when he's going to need more than just a couple Stalkers. If you can get that battery, that'd be awesome. But MaxPax so quick in making sure that the probes are surrounding that battery. And probes with battery overcharge support, actually pretty good against Zerglings, believe it or not.
Yeah, really nice just hold position there, making the lings. They had a little bit of an angle they could get on top of, but not a ton. So 7 probes go down, and already, I mean, this is 7 times. This is an infinite amount of times more economic damage that Elazer's gotten in game 2 than in game 1. But okay, right? MaxPax, by losing those Stalkers, actually it forces him back off the map quite a bit. You move out, you want to have those Stalkers there, but losing, what was it, like 5 Stalkers is actually a pretty big deal as you try to snowball this. So Elazer behind this is a very quick high. He's got +1 melee. This feels like it's going to be kind of an ultra play. And against Stalker Colossus, which is what it looks like MaxPax is getting himself set up for Colossus, a bunch of Stalkers. How do you feel about this early ultra idea? Assuming that's what it is.
Yeah, it might actually be Lurkers, right? Because now we dropped the Hydro then. I thought maybe it could be Ultras as well. I mean, there is a world where Elazer can absolutely make something of this game because he does have that gold in the center of the map, and that is obviously going to make up for some of that economic deficit. Good job there by Elazer, activating the Stasis Trappy with only a couple of these Zerglings. The second Stasis Trap, though, is a whole lot bigger. The first one wasn't very impactful. The second one is, as Elazer is just cranking out as many Zerglings as possible. We see traps going off everywhere. Queens, unfortunately, off creep there for a couple of inches, but that is enough. All the Queens die, and there is a Colossus that's about to come out as well. I mean, I don't know if we can talk about Lurkers, Ultras, whatever. Elazer needs to hold first. He cannot lose this gold, but he also can't fight all these Stalkers that are well protected by the Oracles here.
Yeah, Roddy, I apologize for my hubris thinking that this game might go a little bit longer after how much damage MaxPax has done, how much pressure he's able to put on, and yeah, there's another ling run by. This probably cancels the gold base. I don't see anything necessarily nearby, so there's a cancel. 4 probes go down, 5 probes go down. But I mean, we're on Blink Stalker Colossus. It's +1. Certainly this ling run by is continuing to get more, but there's a cannon and a shield battery here. And the better question, like, what does Elazer have? He's got lings against Colossus play. Young Yakov might make that happen occasionally, but lings against Colossus
is big now, by the way.
This
is starting to snowball a tiny bit because he actually got the cannon and the battery, so we're not just going to get a couple of probes, we're going to get 30 plus probes. And what he does have is Queens, and Queens are actually pretty good in at least absorbing the Colossus shots. I mean, this has been a great Zergling counter by Elazer. He just got 29 probes, and he's trying to buy some time for, yeah, maybe some Lurkers. Like, only Lings and Hydras, I agree with you, he's in serious trouble, because 2 Colossus can roast that for days. But if he gets a couple Lurkers out, it's a shame for Elazer that that's not a cancel. But his final Ling counterattack BO, it looked like MaxPax was taking care of it, but he underestimated it and actually did a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, I was convinced that this was, with the cannons and the shield battery and the probe pull and everything else, and the attack in the front, I was convinced that this was not going to get enough done, but canceling the fourth base, forcing the Protoss down to like 30 workers or so, and now getting the time for these Lurkers to come out. All of a sudden, Colossus Stalker, it's great against Hydras, great against Lings. They're light units, they don't have the range necessarily. Oh, it's a kill again. But Colossus into Lurkers, Stalkers into Lurkers, it really is not all that great. Now with Lurker range is going to be done as well, so Colossus now really don't fight. It's a great stasis, and that will allow MaxPax to retreat, but Elaser's on 4 bases now. He's got his +1 range. He'd love to get +2 eventually. He's got Lurker range on the way. And now MaxPax, this is a lot harder for him to attack into, short of a ton of charge lots and Archons and Immortals, or these big beefy units that actually allow you to get on top of all these things.
MaxPax, by blinking forward there to chase those Zerglings, is accidentally going to find this base. I don't think in his mind it made any sense that Elazer had that one going too, after he already killed the triangle expand, and then he killed that gold as well that didn't get cancelled. And he's like, whoa, another one? Yes, another one. And Elazer actually still has a bit of money. He feels very rich for a Zerg, only on 69. Please tell me he cancelled that one this time around, and he did. Because it's a shame that he lost those 450 additional minerals. Because Elazer really was starting to make some magic happen, and he might still be, right? 7 lurkers are out, 7 more lurkers on the way. 14 lurkers with both of the hive tech upgrades against Stalker Colossus. Why are we not allowed to believe over here, Bio?
I mean, that's a bunch of High Templar that I don't think Storm's not even being researched, so keeping them there doesn't really matter. But that's a bunch of High Templar that maybe he was going to find. Now they're Archons, so this gold base is going to get defended. But I don't know why we're not allowed to believe Roddy. I currently am believing. It's a 4 base Verdas. He's got himself Turtle up. He's got Vipers on the way, and MaxPax, again, he's not in that bad of a spot. But he actually hasn't probed up nearly as back up as quickly as I would have thought. He's only on 57 probes. It's an okay economy, but it's not 73 workers, right? It's not that big Protoss economy you'd like to find. And even as he's doing a really nice job of making sure the Zerg can't get up to 5 hatcheries, we're not seeing a 5th base from him as well. He's taking it low and slow, certainly. But the longer this goes, the more opportunity Elazer has to max himself out, to get +2, to get more lurkers, to get more Vipers, to build an army that this army that MaxPax has is really going to struggle to fight.
Almost wish that Elazer would have mined out those minerals there, because that mineral wall now works against him a little. Don't think he was really expecting Stalkers to blink in, I guess, in this phase in the game, but it is a play. In the end, the lurkers make it over in time. MaxPax has a slightly bigger army, but Elazer's got, I think, a more powerful army, but that might just be temporarily, because the Archon count is going up, the Immortal count is rising, and it's double robo at this point, as MaxPax is finding a lot of damage with the Zealots and the Archers. He's just running past these lurkers like they don't even exist.
I mean, he's getting a lot of damage. That's 14 dead drones, and actually he's going to knock the Natural down as well with these Blink Stalkers. I was going to say really nice. I mean, it's just a really nice move. But, again, it's not like that was free, Roddy. That was a decent amount of Archons going down, Zealots going down. Why is this army in the middle of the map? The question I ask myself now is, I know Vipers were made. Where are these Vipers? Abducts Blinding Clouds on this army would be incredible, but Vipers are
chilling.
They're just not here.
They're chilling in the natural, or at least the low ground natural, I guess, of Elazer. He should really bring them over. Maybe he wants to abduct a Colossus that runs into that original 3-base setup, and then Lynx can take care of the Stalkers. I'm not totally certain. But I'm with you. With a nice Blinding Cloud here, there absolutely is some potential. In the 16 lurkers that the Elazer currently has out on the map, he's morphing 2 more. MaxPax's second army is still just roaming, denying bases in the bottom side of the map. And MaxPax now feels that there is a little moment as those lurkers were exposed. He gets a couple of them. Also loses a few of these high HP expensive Protoss units. It is definitely a fun game as MaxPax's second army has casually made it into the main base. Snipes the Hydra then. But this is where these Stalkers should normally have a hard time getting out. They are most likely going to blink to the low ground, or he's just going to Rico. And Rico it is. Smart move there by MaxPax, because if he waits a little bit longer, he's actually in danger of losing every single Stalker there.
And MaxPax is just playing the map so beautifully right now. Lurkers are strong against this composition. They can be as Blinding Cloud goes down. 1 abduct, but the Vipers are just not getting the value that they want. Lurkers can be strong, absolutely, but they can't fight undefended. You need something to be able to buff them, to give them the time to get that shots off. And MaxPax by counterattacking with a Colossus and like 15 Stalkers or whatever it was, forced the entire army of Elazer back home, and all of a sudden it's 10 lurkers with nothing to defend them. And lurkers, as tanky as they are, you get a bunch of charge lots and Immortals and Colossus and everything else on top of them, they will go down. So yeah, Elazer, much better game too, but leaving the lurkers alone like that, that's not a recipe for victory. And MaxPax a little closer, but he goes up 2-0.
Beautiful army movement by MaxPax there indeed towards the last 2-3 minutes of that game. Often people say that Protoss players just have to aim move. They walk around with a little death ball. Well, that's quite the opposite of what MaxPax was doing there. Left units at home to defend against run-bys, had an army in the top left, and had an army that was just roaming between that gold, the low ground expand, and then the in-base natural of Elazer. And it was perfect army control. Really well done, because at one point I actually kind of liked how this game started to look for Elazer. That second link counter, like the first one was good, where he got a couple probes and he grabbed 4 stalkers before Blink was ready, but the second one was nothing short of amazing, where he gets the cannon, the battery, a couple stalkers, and close to 30 workers. Like, MaxPax's economy was absolutely in the gutter for a bit, but he just made sure that he never lost all the stalkers, or he lost all the Colossus at once, and yeah, shows us that not every single Protoss is an F2 addict like myself.
F2 is the best way to play. Clearly, I mean, look, Roddy, if you as a Protoss player can get GM rocking the F2, clearly it's a superior way to play. There's no hidden anti-Protoss balance mining in that statement whatsoever. we're all good. But Elazer's not so good, right? He's down 0-2. I believed in game 2. I thought the Ling run by was really solid, getting into lurkers like that, and MaxPax not properly on an anti-lurker composition, a solid way to play. But now we move on to Oceanborn, right? That's map 3. It's a bit bigger of a map, certainly. It's a map that can be a little bit harder for Protoss to attack into. What do you want to see out of Elazer here?
I want to see a first clean 5 minutes, because I believe if you can play a game like that after a very rough start, where you lose 5 drones against the first 2 adepts, imagine what Elazer would be capable of if he doesn't fall behind. You're allowed to lose 2 drones if the adepts YOLO in and want to give up their life. You're maybe even allowed to lose 3 drones if you didn't make too many links. But you can't make 8 links, pool drones, and then still lose 5. That's just simply too many. If Elazer can clean up the start a little bit, and that's so much easier said than done against this man, then I do believe that he can make this still one hell of a series. This man, of course, in the bottom right side, one of the finest Oracle players when it comes to the early game of PvZ, moving those adepts and oracles around like no one's business. It is Storm Gaming's MaxPax.
And of course is back against the wall, but getting cleaner and cleaner, playing a little bit better every game in this series thus far. For Team Liquid, it's Elazer.
MaxPax always hatch blocking, eh? I think he really loves it when the Zerg is forced to take the third as their natural, because that means that it's likely drones are going to be a bit more exposed. That they will be bouncing between the main base and the natural. Later on, they could be bouncing from 2 angles, right? Because once Elazer goes up to 3 bases and he takes his natural, then you have drones that are exposed when they travel from the main to the low ground, and you also have drones that are traveling from the third back to the natural. So there are so many spots where they are exposed, and I think that's where MaxPax often finds his success with the oracles a bit later on.
Yeah, it's not even just that as well. The transfer's annoying, certainly. The transfer's a problem in terms of maybe an adept picking something off, an oracle picking something off. But there's also the mining time that you lose there. It going from this main to this third base is pretty significant lost mining time. So is it worth? It's probably worth about a drone or 2. I did the math at one point, but regardless. On every aspect, it's the Protoss player making the Zerg just a little bit more uncomfortable. And, we're, 3 years into the hatch block meta? 2 years into the hatch block meta? At this point, Elazer knows how to handle it. Every Zerg player knows how to handle it, but it does make their openings slightly less efficient. It slows down their growth in the mid-game just a tiny bit. And if you can sandbag that or snowball that with adepts into a mineral line, oracles over something, that minor advantage suddenly gets a lot bigger.
And what often is the case as well is that all 3 bases are not perfectly connected with creep yet. So whether that's the main to the natural or the natural to the third, there's often that little spot where queens go from Ferrari queens to Fiat Punto queens. And yeah, that can make the difference between keeping oracles at bay or allowing oracles to dive in and activate Pulsar Beam one more time. So that is also something to keep an eye on. Let's first keep an eye on the first 2 adepts of MaxPax, because it is fascinating, it is funny that every single Protoss player above 5,000 MMR on this planet opens up with a couple of adepts, tries to kill drones. Very few of them get a bunch, and then you watch MaxPax and he gets 5 or 6 almost every single game. Not this time though. This is the first time where Elazer just casually surrounds one of these adepts with slow Zerglings. Lost, I think, a single drone there, but that's completely acceptable. 1 drone for 1 adept. These are the starts that Elazer needs.
Yeah, depths, of course, just you take those trades, absolutely. But of course, MaxPax has more opportunities before the 6-minute mark to get more damage done. He's got oracles, right? He can build more depths if he wants to. But one of the downsides, and we saw Elazer take advantage of it a little bit right there, is if you lose your depths early on, and certainly if you don't get, say, 5 drones, which is just massive, all of a sudden the lings that you made, that your Zerg opponent made to go defend that, they can run across the map. They can put pressure on the third base. MaxPax had his third base not a ton because he had an oracle and he had to spend the energy on that, which diminishes the damage they can get on the other side, but it does slow down the economy of the Protoss just a bit. They have to slow down taking their third base just a little bit. Energy on the oracle is less damage. So already, I mean, we talked about this, but Elazer, this first 5 minutes, first 4.5 minutes is so much cleaner than it was in game 1.
Yeah, by far and away the best side that he's had, as this Oracle does dive in, activates the Pulsar Beam, but you can see now it becomes harder for MaxPax as well. If you don't find that initial damage, sure, you can find some damage later on, but now you're gonna have to pay a price for it, and that price is taking a lot of damage on your Oracle. So now he gets 3. We're 5 minutes into the game, he gets 4 in total, but it was a lot later than the first 2 adepts managed to grab 5 drones in game 1 and game 2, and this time around the Oracles actually had to sacrifice some life. So yeah, this is the kind of start that Elazer needs, and that is just step 1 of beating MaxPax in this matchup. There are probably 27 additional steps that he's going to have to take, but hey, at least I would say, BO, that the first step has been a successful one.
Like, congrats, you survived the first 5 minutes. Yeah, let's keep going, right? So adepts are going to try to shade it. That's a nice position. Well, no, actually, Lynx gets pretty decent surround, but adepts, of course, trying to find a little bit of an angle. They're going to trade their lives out for Lings, which is not what you're looking for, right? You're trying to get drones off of that one. So the fact that 2 go down very quickly, the third one gets pretty low, and Queen's going to handle that. Oracles can't dive in at the same time, so this is something that Hero likes to do a ton, right? Where you dive in with adepts on one side, oracles another, and suddenly a bunch of workers are dead. MaxPax didn't quite pull that off, so even as he gets 3 more drones, he traded 3 adepts for it. Again, these are trades that, as a Elazer, as he's losing a drone here, a drone there, instead of them all in a clump, gladly 3 adepts for 3 drones. At this point, yeah, 100%.
Absolutely, but what I also really need to see right now is a Roach Warren on the side of Elazer or a Baneling Nest. I don't really care, one of the 2. He goes for the Hydra then. That kicks in a little bit later. It might be fine if he just gets the Queens and Lings in a good spot, but we have a whole bunch of Zealots soon with +1 attack that can run to the other side of the map. +1 is massive for Zealots, for the people that don't know. If Zerglings don't have any armor upgrades, it only takes 2 slices for a Zealot to kill a Ling instead of the 3 that you normally start off with. So if MaxPax would attack with 16 Zealots +1, maybe an Archon or 2, I don't think it really matters how many 0/0 Zerglings you have and how many Queens you have. You're in trouble. You need something that's a bit more powerful. Oh my god, Elazer's going all the way up to 89 drones. I'm afraid he's just gonna get A-moved here. We need more drones and a hive. BO, he needs units. He needs units, and he needs them now. And he's supply block too. We need those Elazer overlords. Ay.
He should have been able to know this was happening about 30 seconds ago. He had a ton of Lings on top of the third base thinking about a run by, and he just never scouted in. He just kind of had them there. They saw a stalker on the outside edge, and that was all they went for. All he had to do was just not even commit to the run by, but just dive in. He sees everything. He should be able, those 8 drones should have been 8 Hydras or whatever it was, and all of a sudden it's not easy because, oh, I love this wall though, as just a little bit of a position for the Queens to hide behind. It's pretty cool, but the Queens, they run out from it anyways. Hydra on the right side gets taken down. The force fields are solid. Lings should be never mind, that's a lot more zealous than I thought it was. Lings will not be able to deal with this, and for now the Queens are solid, but I mean, drones are going down, the spines. This is panic mode from Elazer, and unfortunately for him, Roddy, that panic is well founded. There is just nothing to deal with it.
Nope, he's trying to just buy some time. He tried to buy time with that Zergling counterattack as well, which I kind of like, hoping that MaxPax would turn around. MaxPax didn't really turn around. The Archons have died though. The Queens and Spinecrawlers have kind of tried to do their thing and buy some time, but the Zealot count is still pretty high. We've got Oracles in the back. They're going to activate Pulsar Beam. Even if Elazer survives, all those drones that he built earlier, they are falling, and I don't even know if he's going to survive because MaxPax still has that War Prism sitting pretty in the back. Look at the bank as well of MaxPax. MaxPax didn't even have perfect macro during all of this, but MaxPax says, I'm just gonna go for it. I'll see how much you have. You are Elazer. You tend to be a little greedy from time to time. Elazer was incredibly greedy, and that's a shame because Elazer really had a good setup here. And if he just stops at 78 drones or even at 81, then he doesn't fire up that hive. If he just had a safety Roach Warren, A lot of if, buts, and maybes, BO, but in the end, it is MaxPax who gets a 3-0 victory. You and I are truly cursed. MaxPax is in the top 4 of the upper bracket. He played well, like we expected, and continues his winning streak over the Polish Zerky Elazer.
Yeah, on one hand, a little disappointing. I would have loved to see a longer series. And, Zerg players are absolutely just shattered today, right? Zerg has gone 0-6. But is anyone truly surprised that MaxPax looks this good against Protoss players, against Elazer in particular? I think you'd said it was going into this series, Elazer had lost 10 maps in a row against him. It's been 13, a long time.
I believe, yeah.
Yeah, it's just... on the one hand, I would love to see this get a little closer. And Elazer, by game 3, was playing a little better. But MaxPax 3-0ing here is not that much of a surprise for me.
It's not the biggest surprise, no, but I am still a bit sad about how the games played out. Obviously, game 1 was a little bit silly, really bad start. Game 2 was a bad start, but Elazer just decided to double down on Lynx when he had like 44 drones. And that second wave of the Link counterattack was amazing. He did a tremendous amount of damage, and he really was in a playable spot. I just think that was a game where MaxPax could truly showcase how good he is in this video game as well, where it's not about just controlling some adepts or oracles, no. Splitting up Colossus Stalker, no problem. He's in all the right places. And game 3, I actually think Elazer had the best start out of all the games. There really was some potential there, but we were just a little too greedy there. We were on that autopilot. We were just hoping MaxPax would never move out. And yeah, it turns out that eventually everybody does plan an attack. And that attack was game ending.
Yep, unfortunately, but it's good news for MaxPax if you're a MaxPax fan, as he is absolutely, certainly in the absence of a Serral and on a Reynor that had 250 milliseconds ping, he's one of our favorites, certainly to make the finals, certainly to maybe finally have a Protoss victor in the European regionals. We've never had one on the current ESL system.
I was about to say, like, how far are you going to go back? It's like, did Naniwa win one? Like,
we had...
Lilbao. Lilbao was a god.
True. You say we had... Wow, what's his name? He cried on stage when he won finally.
Duck?
Duck. There we go.
Stardust. Yeah, both.
Yeah, Duck.
2 guys that won.
Like, we had that back in the day. But anyways, we have a brief break. When we're back, it's going to be Tobias versus Piotr. Showtime versus Spirit in a matchup that I think is going to be really solid. Hopefully, the Roddy Bayo curse does not continue. Folks, we're back in 6 minutes. It's a PVT.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
It's been a short day thus far. Lots of 0-3s, 4-0s as the game goes on. But Rotterdam, you know, if I was a betting man, I'd have to think that this series between Showtime and Spirit might take as much time as all the other games in aggregate.
They've had 14 best of fives historically, and only 3 times did it go 3-0. 2 times in favor of Showtime, 1 time in favor of Spirit. The last 5 times they played against each other, it's either Spirit who took a map, or Showtime who took a map, or many maps. So I think that this is where it ends. It's been a little bit silly at this point. I mean, sure, maybe some of the results were somewhat predictable, but I still thought that Nice Coffee had potential. I thought maybe Coffee can do something fun in the grand finals. When I saw him picking Protoss, though, against the guy who literally is the world champion, I was like, yeah, I don't know if off racing is going to be the way to go. I'd hope that Elazer could maybe get a spicy build going or two, but none of those were meant to be. Let's hope that this one is meant to be. 2 guys that are known for their ability to play the late game. Maybe we'll even get some battle cruises. It's been a little while in this matchup, but hey, if there's one Terran in Europe that could give us some BCs at the absolute highest level, I would say it's Spirit. Let's go ahead and dive on into it. As the players are ready, we are ready. Game 1 is going to be played on Crimson Court. And in the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of one of the players who I'd say is a serious outsider to win it all this time around. Representing big, it is Showtime.
And his opponent in the upper right, he's playing for Navi. It's Spirit. Roddy, you know, I put it on the banner, but this matchup feels to me like an immovable object versus an immovable object, right? Spirit and Showtime, both they can get aggressive on occasion, but this is 2 players characterized by their macro play, getting up to 4 bases, 5 bases, playing defensively. And, you know, if you have 2 immovable objects running into each other, how does that work?
Nothing moves.
We're just
I don't know,
here.
man. Yeah, I think we're just talking a draw.
Game never ends.
Hey, yeah, it could be a draw, right? In TVP, I feel out of all the matchups, this is the one that most often ends up in a draw, where a bunch of Zealots and Stalkers cannot kill that final flying barracks in the corner of the map if we didn't open up with a Stargate. So maybe that's what we are in for. I wouldn't hate it. People love draws. They love seeing stuff that's a bit different. We have a Marine first, by the way, coming out of Spirit, so he's not going to open up with a Reaper. Spirit is going full Spirit here, proper greedy boy. No SCV scout, Marine first. A little bit risky, but I guess if you want to do this against one Protoss, it is Showtime.
Yeah, and you know what also going that Marine first gives you, on top of you can just go Marine expand, and the SCV got very low, but on top of that, what that gives you is it gives you a quicker access to your next round attack, a quicker reactor, a quicker factory, maybe going for 1 extra Widowmine at the Widowmine drop, doing something. I don't think this is Spirit necessarily, but you can go for Banshees or something like that, because again, you're not spending that gas on the first Reaper. You're getting yourself into things just a little bit faster, which is kind of interesting to talk about, because again, this is Spirit, and the concept of him moving on the map before like 7 minutes, 8 minutes just feels weird.
Yeah, but I think there was a time where Spirit was actually a very big fan of permanently cloaked Widowmine drops, you know, and the armory would still just cloak the mines forever. I actually think that's something he really enjoyed. He wouldn't use it too often in the smaller tournaments, but whenever he was on the biggest stage or he was playing for a lot of prize money, he would often go for that. This is why I was worried, by the way, about Marine first into low ground expand without a scout. If there was a proxy gate, this game would actually be over, by the way. Like, Showtime would show up with 2 Stalkers at this point. Yeah, good luck and fun. Even when you get a Cyclone out, the Cyclone is not going to win the fight against 3 Stalkers. This is very, very risky what Spirit is doing. He's going to lose, I think, at least another SCV here. That is more delayed time on this command center from finishing up. At least the Cyclone is going to be able to pick off 1 Adept. I don't like the start at all for Spirit, especially because I think it's very easy for Showtime to now scout that this is going to be a triple CC setup, and I assume Showtime is just going to play Phoenix Colossus from here. He's not a big Phoenix Zealot believer like I am and some of the other Protosses in Europe, so I expect Phoenix Colossus, so maybe this will still work out for Spirit, but it can't feel good to lose 2 SCVs this early and have all this delayed time on your original orbital, which obviously means later mules as well.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. I think this is also going to be and we see the Robo on the way, so Phoenix Colossus getting started. I think it's also kind of a stylistic thing, right, Roddy? Where if Showtime's playing, I don't know, Pion, for example, he's probably not going to go Phoenix Colossus because he knows Beyond is going to get very aggressive early. Going Phoenix Charge Lot is very nice for that type of style. The Terran player moves on the map, you surround him with the Zealots, everything gets lifted, you annihilate the army, and then you run across the map, and it becomes very hard for the Terran. But again, given the Spirit player, who generally is going to be a little bit more defensive, taking a third base before he takes, or taking a fourth base before he does whatever, that is where Phoenix Colossus can be really solid. It gives you this opportunity. It gives this really strong fighting army that eventually, when the Spirit tries to move out, well, it's like, yeah, I have 3 Colossus. I've got 7 Phoenix, and this first fight is just very, very hard for the Terran player to take.
Showtime keeping all these Phoenixes at home, by the way, does surprise me a little bit, because I felt it was somewhat obvious that Spirit was playing triple CC here, even though maybe Showtime thought, nah, there's no way it's triple CC, because if he did that, he would have always built a bunker, and playing triple CC without a bunker is crazy. Maybe that delayed bunker actually sold this well. Showtime is now going to get in, so he knows exactly what is up. Still think there's potential for these Phoenixes to try to find a stray SCV here and there. A bit difficult against double Cyclone, but it's absolutely not impossible, because even if the lock-ons go down, Phoenixes have a lot of HP. Sure, they can lock on, they can soften up a Phoenix, but I still think the Phoenixes should be able to grab a couple SCVs here and there.
Alright, it's not just double Cyclone, it's triple Cyclone, which I think the point's still the same there, but man, Spirit is really committed to making sure that, yeah, he took some damage early on with the Adepts and delayed his natural. From this point onwards, there are very few worlds where Showtime really gets much damage done with the Phoenix between the missile turrets and the Marine count and triple Cyclone all over the place. So there is that. And now Spirit third base on the map, just about to go on location before 6 minutes. His economy is going great, but so too is Showtime's third base. Is, again, you take it a little slower, right? Because this is Phoenix Colossus, but he's developing his economy well. He's got all the tech that he could possibly want. And generally in this matchup, we talk about these two players playing defensively. Generally in this matchup, it is the Terran player that wants to get aggressive. Eventually, yeah, late game Terran's scary, but in this mid game, if the Terran hasn't been leaning on the Protoss player, hasn't been getting damage done, been forcing them back, this timing, this Phoenix Colossus timing, which is Colossus timing in general, becomes very hard for a Terran to defend.
Especially if we supply blocked ourselves, and Spirit definitely was supply blocked there for a little while. At 77 out of 77, it was pretty gnarly. You had to wait a long time for all of those depots to finish up. Yeah, like the Phoenix and Colossus are already problematic. I think where it becomes very problematic is if they also add in the quick Templar archives, because Archons, maybe not the best unit ever in this matchup, as Showtime really wanted to get those 2 mines. Would love to see a scan here from Spirit. He should know there is an observer, otherwise Showtime cannot possibly lift those mines, and he is going to try to unscan. I wouldn't say that was that bad for Spirit, by the way. Getting an observer like that, you lose 2 mines. Against Phoenix Colossus, I don't think mines are mega impactful, unless Showtime would play it the way that Nice did it earlier, where he goes very quick. Second Stargate and then Fleet Beacon, and Spirit picked up a bunch of units, is going to lose a medevac with 5 Marines inside of it. I mean, after 7 minutes, it does feel that this is mostly Showtime. I'm happy to see that Ghost Academy, but a quick Ghost Academy means a later second starport. And a later second starport means that your Viking count is not going to be that sexy, and you're not going to have the amount of Vikings that you really want to have against the combination of Phoenixes and Colossus.
Yeah, we have 0 anti-Colossus tech on the map for Spirit right now. Generally, he's like, maybe second starport or single starport, but I got like 3 tanks. I got 4 tanks. I'm one-shotting Colossus. I have this at some level of anti-Colossus tech. He doesn't have that, right? He's getting ghosts on the map, +1 armor on the way, but there is absolutely nothing to deal with these 3 or maybe even 4 Colossus if Spirit decides, or Showtime decides to go for it. There's nothing that handles that. And by the way, we talked about Showtime, this defensive Protoss player. Look at his vision on the map. This +1 pylon vision. I know it's been memed upon and we joke about it. Showtime's vision of pretty much everywhere but the center of the map, which is actually, you want the center of the map. That's actually really important. That's where the Terran's going to attack from. But his vision on the edges is massive. There's no drops that Spirit can go for that Showtime's not going to see.
And we even saw that already, right? Spirit picked up 2 medevacs full of units, and before it even left his natural, Showtime was already all over it. Spirit needs to drop an armory, by the way. +1 is done, and +1 armory is close to finishing up. There comes the armory, so that's nice. I mean, at least we've got a nice little macro game going on over here. 9 minutes in, not a crazy amount has happened yet. Showtime, I do think, is feeling very good about it, because I feel that Showtime likes playing this matchup as long as he can become the 4 base Protoss that he feels confident, and happy with. And he is going to be a 4-base Protoss with double Forge, at least double Robo for now. Maybe triple or quad Robo in the future. Spirit is setting up a double drop in the top left. Showtime, his Phoenixes have not quite been able to punish that yet. The Showtime now moving out of position, even though that army is there. Hey, this is actually working out well for Spirit. Spirit is at the bare minimum going to grab that Prism in the top left. Going to grab a couple pylons. What the hell are the Phoenixes doing, man? Wait, he lost them.
Wait, what?
Where did he lost 4 Phoenix.
Was that an... I feel like that's gotta have been off like an F2, the same thing that maybe got the Warp Prism. I'm not sure, but all of a sudden, like, the whole goal of Phoenix Colossus is A, you're not vulnerable to drops, really, at all. B, you have these Phoenix for the fight, so you can lift tanks or ghosts or marauders, or at the very least, it's just an HP buffer, so the Vikings are fighting the Phoenix and not the Colossus, and it happens. And until you have a good number of Blink Stalkers out, now finally Blink is done, the Phoenix are your everything anti-Colossus deck. Double negatives be damned for now. So losing out on that before everything is properly ready is a bit of a problem. Dropping the main base as well here. Where's Showtime's army? It's not defending the main base all that easily. It's not defending the third base. And as much as we've been saying, hey, the vision here for Showtime's fantastic. Spirit's not really getting what he wants on the map. He's being very passive here all of a sudden.
Oh, man. What a moment to pause as well, but yes. I mean, those drops are successful because the Phoenixes were gone. And if the Phoenixes were gone, then Spirit can make drops like that. And you can really see that Showtime was fumbling the ball a little bit. He even had a Nova explode at the bottom side of his army. Thank the Lord for Showtime that it didn't blow up his own units, but that's very uncharacteristic. Normally Showtime is really on top of where his units are, and he won't just be F2 firing Novas in the middle of nowhere. Showtime is in trouble, might be able to save this base. This is obviously a very awkward moment for us to have to pause. For us it's awkward, for the players it's mega awkward. Supply is still there for D-Mauer, right? He lost a couple probes, but all 4 bases are still alive for now. He's got a battery overcharge that's active on the left, so maybe he can save that Nexus, but yeah, I'm so eager to go back into the replay because I felt like, this is a slow and steady game. I'm just following the observing of Njal. I was like, not a worry in the world. And all of a sudden I was like, where are the Phoenix? And he lost 4 of them. So I'm really curious to see what happened to them. And obviously we'll get to the bottom of it, guys. Probably just accidentally clicked them above the Terran army somewhere. And I don't think we had any Widow Mines anymore. So I don't know what happened. I do know it's a big deal because this now allows Spirit to obviously all of a sudden be a lot more adventurous and get into the face of Showtime. Players are ready, by the way. So let's go ahead. No, they're not ready.
No, Showtime was ready, but
yeah.
And it's kind of funny you talk about this as well, and like I would have believed it if Showtime suddenly paused, because like, man, Showtime making uncharacteristic mistakes. He's nothing's where it has to be. It could be some sort of latency issue, but Spirit, the one that really blew this game wide open. I almost thought that there was going to be a world where the third base went down in all the chaos of that one. But yeah, no, it's interesting. Where Spirit goes here. So he's got his second starport now, right? He's getting himself further into the late game. And PvT is weird, right? Where a Protoss that's allowed to grow to 4 bases, pretty much unfettered, feels very hard for the Terran player to deal with. But once the Terran gets onto 4 bases, once they get double starport, Fleet Beacon, or not Fleet Beacon, but the other one, right? When they get extended range Liberators, and suddenly they start to have this even later Fusion Core. Thank you. Do the dance. By
the way, they're ready. Let's go, because they're battling immediately. So I think we should swap over. Spirit has decided to disengage, guys, as soon as they unpause, but the drop that was active in the main has now unloaded in the triangle base. He takes out a pylon, unpowers the static defenses, grabs 10 probes in total. Whew. I mean, Showtime not down and out yet, but he is in a very uncomfortable spot, especially because he just only has 6 Stalkers, and if the Stalker count is low, that's where you truly wish you still had those Phoenix, because you need one of the 2 to deal with Medivacs.
Yeah, no, it's a problem that this Warp Prism's not going to be particularly effective either. Taking a massive Widow Mine shot now means that like 20% hull, it's really hard to get across the map and make something happen from that perspective. So
man, what a drop.
I mean, you knock that down, that's 50 supply, but also, I mean, for now, we're going to see one mech. It's not even going to get targeted down for the time being. Big drop in the main base, and I believe, yeah, the recall's already been used. So there is nothing here to defend properly. Colossus tries to show up on the high ground. Zealots are going to show up. Man, SimCity is not their friend. This is not a position you want to be in. This Colossus is dead if Spirit decides to jump on top of it. He is content to just knock all the economy down. knock all the infrastructure down. +3 denied as well, and now up through the middle. Maybe this one is not going to work out. There are Colossus and Archons there, but this centuple drop in the main base. We talked about the last setup blowing this game wide open. This game is cracked open now. It's in 2. Showtime is in a really rough spot.
Yep, and if I was Spirit, I would just keep on going. You're maxed out, you know your opponent is not maxed out, you know you probably supply block them for a little bit by taking out all the spylons first in the main, then in the triangle, then in the main again. So it's okay to just keep on trading, because as long as you can keep that supply low, it should be very doable for you to find more and more damage. Here is a big army. The disruptor count is somewhat healthy though. We're looking at 5 disruptors. Attacking into that can be difficult, but I think as long as you just dance around them, keep on disengaging the moment those balls are coming your way, and you apply pressure elsewhere, I don't see any reason for Spirit to slow down. And you mentioned that Fusion Core BO, it's there. +3 attack on the way. Showtime still in trouble. He's on wobbly legs, but he's not out yet.
No, man, those Vikings, by the way, and the push on the top side were allowed to just do damage a lot longer than they should have. And yeah, we didn't see a Colossus go down, but I think hull damage was done. And you know, when you talk about this setup, your Colossus need to be healthy. They can be so fragile otherwise. And now this drop into the main base, once again, trying to get more damage done. Showtime, he's got 3-2 on the way. Again, that forge going down is a big deal, but if he can establish his presence on the map a little bit more, take this high ground base, hold the high ground ramp maybe with the Colossus, life can start to become a little bit easier until those freedom zones start to show up everywhere. But it's so hard. It's now, I mean, Showtime, after the game got cracked wide open by Spirit, as he establishes his position on the map a little bit more, as he starts to stabilize, he's doing a very nice job of just making sure that, well, the damage that Spirit got was a lot of damage, but he's not allowing more to happen.
There come those circles in the center of the map though, and this is where it becomes a lot harder for these disruptors to be very impactful. I mean, there are 3-4 fights happening right now. A couple Zealots are going to town on SCVs, but it's actually good for Spirit to lose a few SCVs. I'm not saying you should lose 40, but if you're maxed out and you've got money in the bank, you've got 3-3, there's no need for 80 SCVs anymore. That's where you need more army supply, as Spirit wants all the bases. I mean, he's gonna get a bunch of bases, but sweet baby Jesus does the expose his army, and he actually loses a ridiculous amount of army supply. This is where maybe Spirit needs to take a tiny second and be like, hey, let's make sure that I still have an army in case there is a devastating counterattack.
I mean, there is a devastating counterattack on the way. This is a massive army from Showtime. Yeah, it's lacking the upgrade seed, like, certainly, but it's 100 army supply to 75. Showtime here. A lot of this army, though, not only does it not have shields because Ghost Stampede, a lot of exposed hull. A lot of these units are very low. So even as we say, look at the 100 army supply to 82 now. Showtime knocks the base down. A good surround. This army can still turn into paper. So Showtime, he's got a good push. Absolutely getting a lot of counter damage done, but he has to be careful in how he looks to take the fight even further. Because again, one big surround, EMP is on top of everything, and things will explode. The question is it fighting this planetary the right idea? For now, Spirit's gonna have to get away from the circles, get away from those purification novas. And it seems like at the moment, Showtime is not going to be able to break that second base down. And ever so slowly, those freedom zones, those circles are going to get closer and closer, and it just forced him to back up even more. Spirit trying to take the fight now, and it looks like Showtime can't get anymore.
No, this really is the hard and the rock place that people often talk about. Do you want to attack the planetary? No. Do you want to walk into a Terran that is waiting for you to step into freedom circles and a bunch of ghosts ready to impede your entire army? Probably also no. So yeah, where do you go? It's difficult. In the end, Showtime says, what about Colossus from the low ground and a War Prism in the main? That's cute. He's gonna find even more SCVs, and earlier I said Spirit probably should have gotten rid of a couple of them. He has lost over 30 now, so this is the point where Spirit probably says, all right, Showtime, that's enough. I really don't want to lose anymore. But Spirit's army is incredibly strong though. Even if you got +3 armor, he just never really fired it up. +3 attack, all these libs. The ghost count is at 7. Like, I am afraid that if the armies actually stand there and clash, Spirit's army is a lot more powerful than Showtime's army. Showtime, I think, knows that, so he's going to try to outmaneuver the army and just keeps on firing Novas, and he gets a few more SCVs.
I mean, part of the problem as well as we talk about these armies, a solid 21 of Showtime's supply are literally balloons. It's a bunch of Archons at this point. I mean, with Ghosts on, I mean, this is a nice move, moving around where Spirit was. I don't think he's got them. I mean, Archons do not kill structures. Or they kill Zerg structures fast, but nothing else. They do bonus damage to bio. Sure, they kill off a lot of bio, but they don't bust planetaries down. So I liked the move from Showtime. He did a great job of outmaneuvering Spirit's army. Unfortunately, the army that he has He's
Recall.
not well set up to kill structures. This drop on the north side is going to force a recall once again. He's going to get the medevac. Okay, gets one of the medevacs. Gets a lot of these marauders. And now this fight in the middle here, all of a sudden, liberation zones on everything. This is what Spirit was looking for. All the tech is just gone.
What a moment to go for it by Spirit immediately. He realized the recall on the left and he said, all right, that means that your army in the center of the map got smaller. My army was already bigger, now it's a whole lot bigger. He went forward immediately, dropped the EMPs, and Showtime just couldn't really stand there and fight. Showtime does have +3 attack and +2 armor now, and even +3 armor is well on its way as he blinks forward, guns down these Liberators too. That's a lot of belief in gateway units, and it seems like it was the right cause. The army of Spirit is a bit overstimmed. I mean, this is the chaos bio that we were hoping for, the fireworks that the playoffs are supposed to bring in the ESL Masters. And this game is just mental. 138 supply a pop, and we are still fighting at 2 or even 3 different locations at once.
You know, some people say TVZ is the best matchup in the game, and we've had some incredible TVZs, but this is why, for my money, PVT is just the most consistently really exciting matchup. It's all over the place, both players trying to break each other. We're in this problem now where it's 2 Liberators, they have range, they have +1 attack, no +2, which is actually a big deal when we talk about 2-shotting Stalkers. But it's hard to attack into. Now, the other problem for Spirit, though, is he's only on 4 bases. His economy is only on 46 SCVs. That's not a lot of gas. Liberators are expensive. So this army that he's building, he's committing to the tech units, and certainly it seems like he's going to knock this base down. But eventually, if there's another fight or two where Showtime takes it really well, knocks Liberators down, can deal with reinforcements, it's going to be hard for Spirit to go and rebuild the Liberators, right? The gas count, the gas income is not really going to be there. And at that point, suddenly Showtime's army, it becomes a lot more powerful.
Showtime goes forward again as he blinks forward, tries to gun down the lips immediately. Takes a little while this time around as Spirit splits off a couple of Marauders, guns down that Nova that had a lot of potential. This one falls a couple of inches short. So in the end, I think that worked out well for Spirit. Showtime was temporarily knocked back to being a 4-base Protoss, but since he's double expanding, he's about to go from 4 all the way back up to 6. While Spirit is still just kind of hard stuck on those 4 bases, of which at least 2 are planetaries. What Spirit could do is maybe float over that orbital and retake the triangle that he had earlier. But I think he's afraid of all these potential Zealot run-bys, as there is just so much happening in this game. And it's hard for both players to really keep track of the opponent's army as the Novas keep on collecting or keep on connecting. Showtime has a big army in the top left side, but those minerals have not been mined out yet, so he couldn't actually go through, but he will find this double drop.
No, he will as well. And you talk about, okay, look, Spirit's on 2,500 minerals a minute. His economy it looks fine. That's only because he's muling. The main base is mined out. Natural is going to be mined out soon. 3rd base as well. So as much as the economy on 4 bases for Spirit's allowing him to build this 117 supply army, stay ahead of Showtime's total supply, that income's going to end very quickly. We are a minute, maybe 2 minutes away from all of a sudden Spirit's economy going cratering. So there's another command center on the way, probably going to be a planetary, maybe on that triangle position. I don't actually know, he's floating his main base over the triangle, taking your advantage there. So Spirit, this is where it gets a little scary. All of a sudden, Showtime's on the map again. All of a sudden, Showtime is able to get aggressive. And as Spirit commits this next round of economy that he desperately needs, this is where the map gets a little more open for Showtime, where he can maybe go and make something happen. But at the same margin, Showtime's bases are all over the map, and drops punish this very well.
What is happening over here? What fight to look at? We are attacking the planetary. We were dropping in the top left. We're dropping at the bottom. The army is going to get fully around that PF, and that's kind of mandatory. Otherwise, the SCVs would have just kept it alive forever. In the end, Spirit, his drop, still going strong at the bottom side of the map, by the way. So the top left is a success for Spirit, and the bottom was a bit of success as well. He did lose one of the PFs, but he's got orbitals for days. This is a dance that I just don't think you really want to take when it comes down to Terran players, because those orbitals from the beginning of the game, they will start floating over again. Showtime knows that he needs a victory somewhere. I just don't think he can find it near a planetary.
I mean, you look, Arati, he's got those death circles. He's got the purification novas. He's got these disruptors. And, you know, if you talk to Terran players, they're going to say that it doesn't matter. As long as you got novas, as long as you got those disruptors, there's always a shot. So it's going to have to be a big shot, though, from this point. Showtime down 50 army supply, 10 workers. He didn't lose the bottom right base, but lost a lot of workers at it. Lose the north side base. There's no Templar archives now, which I don't think he ever got stormed, but no Archons available. Base on the north side all the way for Spirit. And for the second or third time this game, all of a sudden, the game's been cracked wide open once again. Disruptor on the high ground is not going to give him the shot that he needs, and this base is going to get taken down. Now, there were no probes there. It was not mining anymore. Run by on the other side. Roddy, this game is bonkers.
It really is, but it's heavily favoring Spirit at this point. Showtime's army was just kind of indecisive there for a little while, not totally certain where it was supposed to go to. That is a nice Nova on SCVs in the top side of the map, but his Liberator single-handedly completely shut down that bottom base. Then in the end, Marines and Marauders finished it off. There are like just trains of probes of Showtime being transferred, first from the top left to the bottom right, now from the bottom right somewhere towards the left side again. But this Protoss army is just not getting any bigger. Meanwhile, the Terran army is still growing, and it's becoming more and more intimidating. I think Showtime is about to get surrounded. We have Marauders and Marines coming in from 2 or 3 different angles. Liberators will spread justice from above, and I think that this is it. Showtime cannot replace this army, and I feel that Showtime is not supposed to save this army, but Spirit showed a lot of respect to it. In the end, though, it does go Spirit's way. What an absolutely fantastic first game between these two. Hey, if this is just a little appetizer, the rest of this best of 5 is going to be amazing.
Man, you know, like we suffered, not suffered. Any day you're talking about StarCraft, any day you're watching good, high-level StarCraft is a good day. But we had some underwhelming series through the first 4. I think that's fair to say. And if we have to put up with some underwhelming series to get 4 more games, hopefully, of what we just saw on Crimson Court, yeah, Roddy, you know, that's a trade I'm willing to take, I think. I think that's that's a very fair one.
So obviously I had to double check to see what happened to those Phoenixes. And nothing like super explosive happened. It's just that Showtime, we complimented him for his map vision. And that was partly because of those pylons that were very well sprinkled out. But he also just had a Phoenix in the top left, a Phoenix on the left side of the center, a Phoenix on the right side of the center, and then 2 on the right. Spirits pushes through the center. He picks up the first Phoenix. Showtime is like, oh no, that's the army. So he brings back the other 2, but then one more gets locked on, another one gets locked on, then he saves one, but then he brings it back over his own triangle. So he just kind of lost one within the time span of like 35 seconds while he was focused and distracted, I think, by that double drop on the top left, where the War Prism also came back and flew over that army. That's where he lost the Phoenixes. Not all at once, just kind of one at a time within 25 seconds from each other.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You look at games like this, certainly when both players are kind of playing NR10, you know, no rush 8 or something. I don't know what you want to say. But they're playing very defensively. They're playing very macro-focused, where so in the early game, losing a single unit can make the difference between victory and defeat at this highest level. You lose a stalker, it's a really rough time. But you know, single mistake like that, when there's not been a lot of engagement, all of a sudden, Spirit's Showtime misclicks for a little bit. He F2s when he shouldn't have, and suddenly the game gets cracked wide open, and then Showtime, he's fighting the next 10 minutes trying to make a comeback happen. And, you know, to Showtime's credit, he did almost make a comeback happen.
Yeah, at one point, after he killed the orbital, the triangle that is, and he got 40 SCVs, and he still had a War Prism flying around, and he was going back up to 6 bases. It kind of looked like it was going somewhere, but if you're talking about getting maximum value out of the fact that you have a mobile army, and your opponent's army is somewhat mobile, but not mega mobile, because the Stalkers alone cannot really take fights, they need backup. Spirit played it out to Terran perfection, man. And I love the multi-brong aggression over and over again. Like, we were sitting here for 6 minutes straight. There are 3-4 fights happening. So which one do you look at? There's like 2 big armies. There is a smaller army. There's that Liberator harass. I really think it's the Libs that obviously turned this game on its head. With or without +2 ship weapons, Liberators are amazing in the late game, and it really showed.
Yeah, it feels so hard. And granted, they've also nerfed them. Lib range only gives you +2 range instead of +3, which is a big deal.
They look good.
A whole number of reasons, but yeah, even still, they're fantastic. And it feels really hard as a Protoss player. Now, if you get to like 5 Tempests or something, sure, you know, your late game Sky Toss, like Classic really likes to do, sure. But if you're on Gateway Protoss, and there are like 6 Liberators, 7 Liberators on the map, it feels really hard to play.
Spirit hit us with the classic Spirit, where he said, 2 minutes, please. This is a bit of a meme among the European pro gamers. A long time ago, Spirit had a series once with Reynor, where Spirit took the 1-0 lead, and he said, 2 minutes, please. And after that second game, Spirit said, be right back, 4 minutes. And Reynor was like, ... what? And Spirit said, very hard games. And Reynor, who was in my house, he turned around, he's like, what did he expect? Like, he thought it was going to be a walk in the park? Like, yeah, we're having a banger best of 3, but what exactly did you think coming into the series? So, but it also seems that Spirit just wanted to play it safe right now. Not just because that, I think, was a very hard game in his mind, but he's also still a tiny bit concerned about his internet. Fingers crossed that everything goes well, because this series is off to such a good start. I forgot about all those 3 Ls, BL. This is awesome. This is the StarCraft that you and I sign up for when we get excited to cast.
This is what we deserve. Like, we in fact deserve to get into game 2. It's on Dynasty. And in the upper right, he's up 1. He blew the game open at 7 minutes and spent the next 10 minutes widening the crack. He's playing for Na'Vi. It's Spirit.
And in the bottom left side, the man who's down 0-1. And at an uncharacteristic moment around minute 9 or 10 where it felt panic kicked in and took over. But he still found some time to just calm himself down and make sure that everything is in the right place, and played one hell of a game. It wasn't enough, but it was still impressive to see how he was able to recollect himself within the same game. Berlin International Gaming's Showtime. Yeah, flying a couple Phoenixes over the Terran army, not once, but 3 times within 20 seconds. And then that one Nova, to me, that's a big moment. Normally that happens all the time. A lot of Protoss players, when they are under an immense amount of pressure and they have to multitask, they will just start firing Novas anywhere, right? Find a disruptor, hope it connects, hope that's the right one. But I legit almost never, ever see this in a Showtime game, where there is a disruptor in the middle of nowhere firing a blind Nova that has the potential to blow up your own units. That's, I almost want to say a first for me, BO, because Showtime he's not much of an F2 guy. He has the most complicated group setups, I think, of any Protoss. He uses more army hotkeys than any other Protoss that I know of, so I'm really surprised to see that. I don't know if that's just the stakes of this tournament that makes him do something like that, but if you, in the future, watch Showtime, pay attention to that, because I can guarantee you that almost never, ever, ever happens in a Showtime game.
Yeah, just, you know, sometimes even the best players, they go for some panic. They're like, crap, where's my army? Everything's happening, and, you know, it becomes a problem. Now, I want to ask about this map, because Dynasty is not a map we've seen really at all in the regionals. I think I've cast like 1 game on it over my 4 days of the regionals, and now we're looking at it in a TVP. And more importantly, Spirit, unlike a lot of players, he's actually taking the gold base as his natural, which is terrifying, right? You put some Marines there, or you put some SCVs there, they get plinked down by a bunch of stalkers, and yeah, you can defend it with a tank, but opting to go for this as your natural, it feels kind of greedy, Roddy.
It is a tiny bit greedy, but I think if you get a bunker or an early cyclone and then you just get a tank later on, it's actually all right. It's going to give you an uncomfortable moment here and there where you have to pull the SCVs away, but it's not the craziest thing that I've seen in this matchup. I am a little bit sad to see that Showtime did not go for the MaxPax approach, where he just turned this map into another equilibrium and said, hey, you give me a gold and a rich Vespene geyser, I'll take it. I'll get a battery in the main, a battery at the very rich Vespene geyser and the gold minerals, and I have equilibrium, and I love it, because every Protoss player loves that. Showtime does not want to go to that school of Protoss play, apparently. He will just take the regular expand. Yeah, let's see. I don't know how it's going to play out, Bio.
We're going to find out. I think that makes sense, though, right? Like, we talked about how it's vulnerable. And I think in the balance of things, it's more vulnerable for a Protoss player to take than a Terran player to take. You can put a tank there, you can put a bunker, it's manageable. But Terran dropping on the other side, they putting a tank on it just becomes really hard to hold on to for a while. And actually, the cool thing that I've seen, who did this? But I've seen a Protoss player do, is they take it like as their 4th base, so they take the triangular as their 3rd, and then they take it on the outside. So it's no longer nearly as siegeable, and you get the nice benefit of the rich gas as well. And I don't know if that's what Showtime
it's very cool too if you think of opening up with just a couple of Blink Stalkers for map control, then you go Zealot Charge 8 gate, and then you just take the rich Vespene guys as your 4th base, and then you can actually immediately transition into double or even triple robo. But none of that is happening, so I don't think we have to talk about it. Great play there by Spirit as the medevac shows up to the surprise of Showtime, and every single unit counts in the early game. It's also a cloak bench. He has a follow-up, by the way, that I don't think Showtime has any idea of. I don't think he wants to make a hallucinated Phoenix anytime soon because he will use Guardian Shield. Spirit really wants to get a cancel on the Nexus. He gets the cancel and he also drains the energy of the Sentry. And that's a big deal because Showtime may be inclined to make an Immortal here. Thank the Lord for Showtime and all the Brothers fans out there that he's not, because he needs observers, Bio.
He does, and luckily he's got observers on the way. Blink is done, and yeah, the third base heavily delayed does not feel good. But at the very least, Showtime has the tech that he needs to go and defend against the Banshees. Now, positioning, vision, that's a different story. But he does have Blink Stalkers. He does have observers. He's probably going to build more pretty soon, and he's got a couple Stalkers on the north side. So technically, this should hold down things for just a little bit. Problem is there are 2 tanks here, right? So even as we talk about how this is vulnerable, you can put the tanks where everything's in range, and without more of a commitment at this stage in the game, it becomes very hard for the Protoss player to really do too much to that economy.
Yep. What's also very difficult though is that if you only make one observer and you rally it to the other side of the map, you're in a bit of a pickle. Now I hope for Showtime that he can find it immediately. He's gonna have to recall this because this is a cloaked Banshee. Now the Stalkers are not here, so you just recall the ops. That's awesome, but you still need some anti-air too. A couple of Stalkers are waiting in the main, but pretty successful cloaked Banshee overall by Spirit. Perhaps our man special Juanito was onto something, as he keeps on telling us that they never see the Banshee coming. And you know what, Bio, I'm starting to believe Juanito. They do never see the Banshee coming.
Well, not in this game, certainly, but at least one of the Banshees is dead. So there's not going to be this threat behind the third base or behind the main base anymore. But, I mean, this level 2 push from Spirit, put it on all together. It's a Banshee, it's 3 tanks. There's a lot here. Charge isn't done. It's just a couple Stalkers. He's got to hallucinate a Warp Prism. Sure. That was scouted immediately. It's not going to, even if you put it across, it's not going to scare Spirit.
He's going to blink on it? I think he has to kind of blink forward, right? He have a shield battery overcharged. I mean, he doesn't want to take the risk, but if you lose the base, I feel like you're almost dead. Showtime has to know that he's waiting. He's warping in one more Stalker, but he is going to end up losing this Nexus in the end. He did not feel that he could justify a blink on top of all these tanks. Potentially, he's right, BO, because maybe all of the Stalkers will just get shredded. But being a 2-base Protoss in a 7-minute game also feels absolutely dreadful.
It really does. You know, upside is that Spirit doesn't have a third base, but it's on the way, and he's got the gold base, so that is a very slim upside. Now, I do like what Showtime's done here, by the way, because he knows the tanks are on the other side. It's like, at least I can try to shut your base down. Unfortunately, he can't handle the attack at the front. Those 5-6 Stalkers may have allowed him to make the difference. So losing the Immortal, losing his position into the natural here. He's got a third base on the way again. He's trying, but I mean, Spirit's defending at home. Spirit's is hard push in. There are 4 tanks now, 2 Banshees. I guess you're waiting for charge, but that charge is
He's
not
got one Zealot. He had one Zealot that already died. He's gonna have 2 more Zealots. This is it. Showtime is now forced to blink forward. We do have those 2 Zealots showing up, but 2 Zealots is simply not going to be enough to really pose a threat to these Marines. And just like that, it is the Polish Terran Piotr Spirit taking the 2-0 lead in a very big series for him here in the upper bracket of the European Spring Regionals. The Cloak Banshee, I think it was very effective there. Taking the gold was an awesome move. That initial move out, right? That the Reaper, the Adept shades forward. It's like, I can kill the Reaper. Just kidding. Cyclone hops out. The Reaper hops back into the medevac. A single unit really makes a big difference there. And that actually forced Showtime to use Guardian Shield, so Showtime doesn't get the hallucinated Phoenix Scout. And he just didn't really know what he was up against. All game long, Spirit kept on surprising Showtime.
Yeah, and you talk about Dynasty as well. It's a rare map. I think, as we take a look at it, I really like the build from Spirit. Take advantage of the gold base. Don't let the game go late where either you mine out the gold or all of a sudden the Protoss player can put more pressure on it. You also play against the idea of the map and yourself. Dynasty is a massive map. It is a map that takes a long time to get across. You would less expect a Terran player to be aggressive there, and we don't expect Spirit to be aggressive. So all those 3 things together, Piotr going and saying, yeah, I'm going to go hit you with 4 tanks. I'm going to hit you with a 2-base all-in or a 2-base timing. That plays against the map. That plays against everyone's image of who Spirit is. And I mean, it worked out really well. So I love the series planning.
Yep. Spirit is requesting a 3-minute break now. Earlier we had a 2-minute break. This is a 3-minute break. Maybe if the score goes 2-1, it turns into a 4-minute break. BO, who knows? But yeah, cool build by Spirit. It's not always all about stim. It's not all about combat shield. No, you can actually get a lot of value of these old school pushes that kind of, kind of remember us a little bit or remind us a little bit of the 111 days of Wings of Liberty. This is different because there are expense, but the idea is the same, right? A bunch of basic Marines backing up tanks. Tanks are really good against Stalkers, and obviously will be good against Immortals as well. They can actually siege up. And those basic Marines in high enough numbers will still pack a pretty good punch. And Showtime, I feel like you could really see he was hesitating. Do I rely on battery overcharge here? Do I believe that Stalkers with battery overcharge support can keep this Nexus alive? In the end, he decided against it. I have the feeling the moment you give up the third, though, you're already dead. Especially because Spirit never returned home. He's like, all right, let's keep on going. If you're splitting off units to counterattack, why would I send this big army that's already on the other side of the map home? Why don't I just keep on going forward?
You know what's also interesting as well when we take a look at this? Showtime's played a lot of games. I mean, both players have played a lot of games going up until this point. Upper bracket, but Spirit actually, he has played every single series in this regional has been against the Protoss. He took down Gunku Banda 3-1 to get into the upper bracket round of 8. His run as he topped his group was Strange, Shadone, Skillis. He has had a lot of practice playing in this matchup, but on the flip side, that should have been a lot of film for Showtime to take a look at and see what's happening. And in fairness, game 1 wasn't Spirit doing something that Showtime didn't expect and getting bopped. It was a couple really good drops and finding that. But game 2, I don't know whether this is something that Spirit has shown before, but there's a lot of footage available.
I do think that game 1 Showtime was a bit surprised in the end by what Spirit did. I have the feeling that Showtime was maybe anticipating a quick Hellion drop or some sort of a 1-2, right? A double Widowmine drop into some sort of a move out elsewhere. Because if Showtime was expecting that, A, you could have been aggressive with the Phoenixes immediately. B, maybe he could have been greedier. And I think C, the biggest one, if you're 100% certain that your opponent goes Marine, fast expand on the low ground into triple CC, you go for a second gateway or your first gateway out on the map. And I actually think the game is over because you can make a couple Stalkers and there's nothing that the Terran can do. So even if Spirit has been forced to play a lot of games against Protoss, he apparently is still surprising Showtime by the way he's going about things and the opening build orders that he's choosing.
Yeah, well, we're going to move on to Alcyone for map number 3. Roddy, it's a 2-0 deficit for Showtime at this point. One with an aggressive game, one with a more standard, or not standard, playing a greedy game isn't particularly standard at this matchup, but a greedier game, right? Now, well, it's the map that has realistically given us some of the best games in the last couple map pools. We're going to have to see whether that trend continues. But for now, game 3. The bottom left here, he's up 2. Looking to continue the run of all one-sided series. All today. He's for Na'Vi. It's Spirit.
And this man is going to try to stop that once and for all. First game was excellent. I would say 10 out of 10 entertainment. The second one was just a bit brutal, unfortunate. Nothing really went his way. Can we turn things around? It is the experience, the German Protoss representing Berlin International Gaming. This is Showtime.
It's gotta happen, Roddy, right? Like, we are 5 series. We are 5 series into our 6 today, and 4 of them thus far have all been 4-0s, 3-0s. Surely, and given the quality of game 1, surely this isn't another 3-0. Surely Showtime's going to be able to bring it back.
The funny thing is, though, we didn't really do predictions, but if you would have put me on the spot and be like, Roddy, what are you feeling? If this is indeed going to be a 3-0, who is it going to favor? I would have actually picked Showtime, though. So if this is a 3-0 for Spirit, I will not be as upset as perhaps I should be with all the 3-0s, because I find that a surprising trio. And I know there will be a few people saying, like, but it's Terran against Protoss. It's like, yeah, but Protoss have been doing all right in this matchup. And historically, in the last few times they went up against each other, Showtime has done well against Spirit, old patch or this patch. I would be very impressed if Piotr is able to get a 3-0 here. So I guess I can find some peace in that conclusion.
Yeah, you know, Eligulac, going into this series, Eligulac gave Showtime an 85% chance to win the game.
Yeah, well, that says enough, right? So if this would be a 3-0 for Spirit, I'm like, yeah, that's sad, but that's also pretty insane, because an underdog, and I do think it's fair to call him an underdog, if Eligulac says it and Big Roddy says it, and you know what, BO, I'm going to speak for you, you're going to say it too. 3-0 for the underdog, that's still crazy, and that's still pretty awesome.
Thank you for speaking for me. So now if we're right, you get all the credit, and if we're wrong, people still blame me for being wrong. And you got it perfectly. You're right. Well done. But I think you're right. I would have picked Showtime as well. I think classically he's been very good in the matchup. Classically he's done very well against Showtime. But you know, sometimes you eat your Wheaties, and Spirit's looking pretty solid today.
Showtime is going to go back to that Stargate opening that he went for in game 1, where, yeah, it wasn't bad. I don't think we can say that he lost because of the Stargate, but that mistake when he had the 5 Phoenix are so important in that phase of the game, just to control the tempo. Not so much in the straight-up fight, even though they do really help out. You can lift Marauders, you can lift Marines in small numbers, you can punish Medevacs. It's just nice to have those Phoenixes for map control. That's obviously kind of where it went wrong. Showtime is going to switch it up, and he's going to go for an Oracle. I don't love Oracles in this matchup, BO, but how do you feel about the Oracle first?
It's weird, right? Because one Oracle just doesn't do a lot, especially ever since they gave, SCVs 45 HP instead of 40, so it's 3 shots instead of 2. Again, that was obviously an anti-adept play back in the day, but ever since they did that, it just doesn't feel like Oracles are significant because it takes so much time to kill a single worker. But what it does give you, it gives you map control, gives you vision, gives you stasis traps to make it a little harder for the Terran player to move out. So, you know, if you're just getting one and you're doing it for vision and scouting and everything else, sure, fine, I'll buy it. But if the goal is here is like, I need to get damage done, it just doesn't really feel that great. This Widowmine is just gonna knock it.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
I was about to say, I was like, well, Spirit's army is a little bit out of position, and then I see the line. I was like, oh no, what? It's really one of them. Yes, it is one of them. And this has happened historically quite a few times throughout Showtime's career. I think of many moments where I was always pumped for him against Maru, where I was like, yeah, Maru is the favorite, but Showtime is really good at the moment. And then he would go Oracles, and somehow they would find the only Widowmine that's on the map, like every single freaking game. And Showtime at this point realizing that he's in a bit of trouble after losing that Oracle for nothing. So he goes for, I would say, the least Showtime play of all time, the Hidden Expand, Bio.
I mean, if the entire goal of this push is to break the third base down, not expanding where everyone would expect you to is kind of a brilliant play. Now, you got to be careful because, well, suddenly you're not wasting a lot of damage on the third base, which means there's more damage applied to the army, which means maybe your natural gets broken. We're going to have to see. But at the very least, the heads-up decision-making here to say, yeah, you know, I'm just not going to give you this target.
You can blink. You can blink, by the way. He needs something against the Cyclones. Does warp in 3 units there, and at least this is not the Cyclone of the previous patch, so it doesn't actually wipe out the entire main immediately. This went better for Showtime, and a misrallied Cyclone for Spirit, okay. Where it should have been great for Spirit is now a bit less great, but there is that Liberator already causing a lot of lost mining time. 5 workers going down. BO, Showtime really needs to get it together.
He does, but at the very least, he's not dead. You know, he didn't lose the third base. He's got his third base done. And that's, you know, a lot better. This was committed aggression from Spirit. He committed 3 Cyclones and a bunch of bio, and I don't think any Medevacs went down necessarily, but he committed a lot to this attack, and now the Stalkers on the other side, Blink is done. Certainly 5 SCVs will fall, and there's no bunker here. It's not ready just yet. This is a really nice timing for Showtime to try to get some damage done. Problem is, Liberator still found the third base, despite it being as hidden as it was, so another probe goes down here. But Showtime, as rough as that, 4 to 5 minute time period, 4:30 to or 5 to 6 minute time period was, I don't think he's too upset right now. He's got his third base up. His probe economy is not incredible, but he at least balanced it out, got as many workers, killed as many workers as he lost, and his tech is developing.
I think he's kind of upset, Bio. I'm sorry. I just don't think that this is a scenario that Showtime was planning for. Showtime normally really is a prep guy, as Spirit has to kill one of his own add-ons, by the way, in the main, as the tank was stuck for some weird reason. He killed his own tech lab, okay. Doesn't seem very stuck to me, but apparently it was. Terran bases are weird. This is just not comfortable for Showtime to play, because the third base is so far away from the natural. His army, by the way, 13 Stalkers and a Zealot, excuse me, and a Phoenix. That's just not an army that can really fight straight up. It can control the tempo of the game a tiny bit, but there is going to be a moment that he's going to be forced to fight, and cannot fight this amount of bio with Stim finishing up in the near future. He's going to need some fantastic, good old-fashioned gateway play. He's going to have to go full Adel Zealot on us and just spam Stalkers and Zealots for a while, and yeah, maybe get some value out of that rich Vespian geyser.
I was gonna say, there's a timing right now where the main base is pretty exposed and blink isn't done, or stim isn't done. 10 seconds. Like if he doesn't miss the blink there, because only half the stalkers went up, if he doesn't miss the blink, he can get on top of stim. And you know, Roddy, losing 2 or 3 stalkers to like 2 tank shots to get stim down, to delay that timing from Spirit is by a significant amount of time, is a really big deal. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it happen. Liberators continue to be annoying, targeting on sentries and probes and whatever else they can find. So I mean, Showtime's got presence on the map right now. He's doing a nice job, hopefully, of delaying this third base just a little bit longer. But I mean, this surround that Spirit's got is, there's nowhere to go. All the stock, you got to recall or something, blink your way on the other side of this. And again, he kind of misses the blink. That's more dead stalkers than he would have liked to deal with. Spirit is just, yeah, he's running roughshod.
And don't forget that Liberator that was sieging up in the top side of the map also killed the sentry. So now Showtime cannot rely on a Guardian shield. He does find this tiny drop in the center of the map. Stalkers blink back, but Spirit is just grabbing almost everything that he has. Not sure if Spirit sees that gateway. He saw a pylon on the left, but he doesn't care. Spirit just wants to fight. He says, I think you only have gateway units, and that is correct. That is all that Showtime has. He's got 20 zealots. Maybe with a cool surround, he can maybe use that pylon, right? That's on the left side and get an immediate surround on the tanks. If there was ever a fight, maybe this is the fight, but I'm just afraid that the Terran army is a lot better than the Protoss army here, and Showtime is in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, you talk about a cool surround. That was way too little, way too late. Spirit just going from end to end. I can't believe how much better Spirit has looked than Showtime in this series. And yeah, you know, some of it was maybe catching his opponent off guard or throwing weird builds out. At the end of the day, Spirit's up 70 army supply to 27. He's been getting all the damage he could possibly want. And Showtime, he doesn't look like Showtime. He doesn't look like this player that attacking in is really, really hard. And I don't know what he's supposed to do at this point. It's a bunch of stalkers, a couple zealots against a bunch of stimmed bio. I mean, knocking down the reinforcements are really nice. Certainly. Is it worth a base? Hell no.
I mean, he does have 1,500 gas in the bank. Maybe we can drop a Templar Archive since Spirit is so marine heavy. I feel like if there was ever a quick storm moment, I'd say it's this game where you do have your hands on that rich Vespian geyser and you know you're going to have a ridiculous amount of gas or maybe a couple of Archons. Spirit does need to be a tiny bit careful that he doesn't get force-fielded in, but the marine numbers are simply way too high. It's another 3-0. Don't know what's happening today. What I do know is that this was a monstrous performance by Spirit, who had to dig really, really deep in game 1. And after that, it just felt that he had Showtime right where he wanted him. Somehow flustered him a little. And I do think you summed it up perfectly, where Showtime didn't really feel like Showtime. Like, you just look at that setup of the final game. We're looking at a Protoss that's only on Stalker Zealot at minute 10 with a hidden base. That's the rich Vespian guys. It's like, this is so not like Showtime. Showtime is solid, safe, sound, fundamentals. This looked chaos. This looked Roddy on the ladder after 2 whiskeys or something, you know? Like, this didn't look like Showtime, but kudos to Spirit. Just everything he did was great. Showtime takes, I think, a tiny risk by opening up with that Oracle. And the moment that first Oracle flies headfirst into a Widowmine, you already know this is going to be awkward. And awkward it was.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I look at this. There was a build that every Protoss player was talking about going into Katowice 2 years ago. Right, where you go Oracle into Blink, it's really good. You know, you get this map control, this maybe damage on the workers early, you drop stasis traps and all of that. It's great. And then you get stalkers and you have visions. It's fantastic. And then Ryung said, yeah, 6 minute stim. I'm going to kill them all. It's going to be great. And that build, we've seen it tried in the meta, out of the meta ever since, and it's never really looked as impressive as it did leading up to Katowice, because for the most part, Terran players are just builds the counter into their wheelhouse and the builds they commonly play. And again, we're stuck with a 3-0. Roddy, surely, Harstem Clem, surely that goes to 3-2.
If all else fails, the captain will be there to save us. 07's in the chat to give him some love. But yeah, this I do think, just to go back to this series and summon it up one more time, like, this is a tough one for Showtime, man, because historically, he's got a really good record against Spirit. I think this was a regionals that Showtime has really been eyeing, where he's like, hey, Cyril fulfilling his mandatory military service. Reynor wants to win GSL Keres. Good luck with that, mate. Enjoy your high ping. If there was a moment for Showtime to shine, I would say normally it's this edition of the regionals, and maybe that actually increased the pressure a little bit on those beautiful broad shoulders of his. And yeah, perhaps he made it almost too complicated. He overthought stuff. Because I feel if we normally watch Showtime Spirit at a home story cup or in any random online qualifier that's somewhat important, is not that important, Showtime always looks so damn solid. Like he's in control. He's got a good read on the game. This is an upsetting loss for Showtime. Good news is that it's obviously double elimination. Showtime is not down and out just yet. He can still make one hell of a run to the lower bracket, and I'm sure he's going to do his best. But it's where all those Protoses hang out, BO, and PvP with Tournament Life on the line. It's not pleasant for anyone.
I mean, Showtime's run for the most part has been PvPs. 2-0 Night Phoenix, 2-0 Christianer, almost taking the series against MaxPax, 1-2. Even to get into this setup, even to get to play Spirit, he beat Goblin 3-0. So apparently, the way it looks, and I haven't had a chance to catch a ton of his games, but going on results at the very least, seems like his PvP is looking pretty solid, and he's going to run into Mana on the bottom side. That's who he gets seeded into, and
PvP is different when it's Tournament Live on the line.
Fair.
If it's Swiss format and you've got a couple lives, sure, you can just trust on your fundamentals, go for your safe build orders, and it's fine. Something about PvP, man. The moment you put lower bracket in front of PvP, it becomes a completely different matchup, and that is a matchup on its own. On top of that, Mana's got wings, like he's having the run of, I wouldn't say his life, because Mana was an incredibly successful player in the early days of Wings of Liberty. But Mana, I would say, is already overperforming a little. And there is nothing more scary than a confident veteran like Mana, who's already happy with how well he's doing and wants to do even better. So I think that's a scary one for Showtime, man. And I hope that he can obviously use that extra couple days that he has right now to get ready for the lower bracket, because he's going to need it.
yeah, no, we're going to have to see. But for now, we have one series remaining. It's going to be Harstem. It's going to be Clem, the captain versus the kid in 6 minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
So we've had 3 series on paper in Europe that were supposed to be bangers. 5 games over and over again, incredible series, and they were all 3-0s. You know, Spirit Showtime is pretty solid, but now finally, it's the kid, it's the captain, it's a reigning ESL champion from Atlanta. It's a Hearthstone that's been looking, you know, over the last 6 months or so, has been looking a lot better than he has historically. Roddy, give me reason to hope this is not going to be a 3-0.
Yeah. Where do I start? I mean, yeah, the captain 07's in the chat. I believe the more 07s everybody posts, the more likely it is that this is going to be a banger and it will go to distance. I get my hope out of that Home Story Cup series where Hearthstone played so freaking well against Clem. And it was a 3-1 victory over Clem, but Clem had to dig so deep. Multiple games went past 25 or even 30 minutes, and it really wasn't until Clem got like up to 6 bases and had all the Liberators in the world that were back then stronger than they currently are, that he was able to get the dub. So, but yeah, I don't know, man. I'm a little bit sad because all these weeks I've been watching the games, I've been co-streaming a lot of it, and you guys had so many epic series that were very back and forth and tough to predict, especially Asia was so much fun. And my first day over at the main channel, and it's nothing but 3-0 so far. I'd say let's stop talking about it. Let's lean back and enjoy the ride, and let's hope that the captain plays as well as he did back then in Krefeld. Because if he can bring that level, I think we're in for a treat.
Well, we're going to have to see because his opponent is one of the best, if not the best player in Europe right now. He's for Team Liquid. It's Clem.
Some would even go further than European. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the Flying Dutchman representing the Shopify Rebellion. Is this his moment? Is this his season? And perhaps will this be the year of Hearthstone?
So, Roddy, are you trying to tell me that there are people that would argue that Clem is the best player in the world?
Absolutely.
I mean, you want to talk about a way to get the Maru fans mad.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, right? Maru was in Atlanta as well, I believe, no? Towards the end of 2023.
He was,
Maru, Mauro could have played Clem in the WTL Code S playoffs when they had their tournament live on the line and they needed to revive someone. They went for Young instead of Mauro, so, you know, maybe Mauro also thinks Clem is very scary. Who knows?
I have no idea, but you know, you talk about that run from Clem. That Atlanta run was something special, right? The series against Cyril. I mean, he smashed Dark. That wasn't as impressive, or that wasn't as exciting, but his run in Atlanta was, I mean, he was the best player, at least at that tournament, and it was pretty cool to see him reach that apotheosis. But, you know, it's another season, another day. Yeah, he topped his group. Harstem didn't. But, yeah, who knows? I believe. I choose to believe.
Clem also wins every single Monday Night Weekly these days. I think he won 3 out of the last 4. Only lost on his birthday. It's kind of sad. He had his birthday 3 Mondays ago. And that is the one that he lost against MaxPax. The week before he won, and the 2 weeks after that he won. So apparently his birthday is the weakest day of the year, but on every other day Clem is a god and he doesn't lose.
I mean, it makes sense, right? You know, it's your birthday. You're gonna go out with friends. You're focusing less on. Well, I guess, you know, on the flip side, right? You want to win extra that week, so you got a little extra spending money when you go out. Although I guess if you got good friends, you should. That's the one day you don't have to worry about you know, affording the beers.
Maybe he went out very early because he actually played the American Weekly after the European Weekly as well. So I don't know when he went out, but maybe Friends is just absolutely popping off at 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and that's why Clem wasn't Clem that day. Who knows?
He just got kidnapped, right? It's like playing on your laptop from a nice park. Like, no, Clem, it's your birthday. You're not allowed to be in the house anymore. My head
Clem was actually sitting at that roundabout next to the Champs-Élysées and the Notre Dame, and it's like, who's that little kid with his laptop? It's Clem. He made it to the finals of the weekly. Impressive, but couldn't win it that day. But yeah, let's see. We have exactly. He's like, man, these old school mice are difficult, you know? He's like, anybody have a mouse without a ball? They're like, no, that's your birthday present, man. You got a mouse from the 90s. He's like, oh no, it's difficult. We have Stargate first coming out of Harstem. Let's hope it's not an Oracle. I don't want to see Oracles. And it is not. It is a Phoenix. I can live with that. The only thing is, though, that a single Phoenix does not really keep you safe against Reapers and Hellions, but 3 Adepts and multiple shield batteries will. So far, I think so good for the captain. There are 2 Hellions in the natural, and that's something you're going to have to respect. The probes are clumping up. Clem is getting good shots off. I am so happy there was a shield battery there.
I was going to say, it's like, man, you know, I do kind of like an Oracle to start against this specific opener. Everything gets shut down. Oracle does a ton of damage against all these light units on the ground. So, you know, this is like the one world where that aggression, you're like, okay, maybe we go Oracle first. But as it stands, Harstem handles this really nicely. Loses 2 probes to the Reapers in the main base, but that's just about it. And now this Phoenix, it's not going to... 1 Phoenix is the loneliest number, right? It's not going to do a lot by itself, but it is a really nice scout to see what exactly it is that Clem's going for. And unfortunately for Harstem, not going to be too happy about it because it's a Cyclone, it's more Marines moving on to the other side of the map. Lots of anti-air early. Technically, this is something Clem can make something happen with, but it's also very much knife's edge. The moment it swings over, everything that Clem has just falls down.
Yep, but Clem wouldn't be moving out if he wasn't confident that he can make this move out. I was about to say I'd really like to see a couple Stalkers out of Harstem. Harstem is going to lose that pylon right before he can queue up an Immortal. He might have to kill one of his own probes. That would be very sad, obviously, for a probe. But if we can build an Immortal, we are actually in a bit of trouble. Because, oh, that grenade is perfect as well. Maybe we're going to have to use an early overcharge. I don't know if there is energy. But there's a lot of Terran already in the face of Harstem. And Harstem is indeed going to drop that overcharge. And now with that extra pylon finishing up, he can queue up the Immortal. So we're going to take a little while, though, before that Immortal is out, Bio.
Yeah, and the problem is, as well as Clem, he's not just sitting here content with this army and macroing be home. I mean, he is macroing, but he's sending more across the map, right? This is not just this attack. Phoenix, you're trying to get on top right now. They lift the Cyclones. Marines are falling down, so the Phoenix, they are still there. They're starting to knock some of these units down, but everything on the ground is going to fall down for the most part. Even still, I mean, the Vikings a problem, certainly. And it's the reinforcements. Yeah, they're the problem. Never mind. I was like, you know, it's still looking good for a second, but nope, that second round is really, really good.
But we have the Immortal now. At least we made it until the Immortal sees the light of day. Phoenixes need to be careful here. That medevac is so low on HP, but there is never a freebie against Clem. Clem is so incredibly good and quick. His micro is 10 out of 10. He's going to split up the Liberator. Harstem, I don't think, has any idea of this lip. He's moving the Phoenix back, so maybe he caught a glimpse of it. I mean, that was still a lot of Terran aggression, and normally you were like, well, the Protoss went up to 3 bases, so they have less units. No, this was a 2-base setup for the longest time. Harstem does find the lip, though, so that's an excellent pick-off without taking any damage elsewhere. And that's going to be the moment for Clem that he says, all right, my army is kind of battered and bruised. I need to go home. Harston weathers the storm, but I think this was a really good indicator of how stressful it is to play against Clem. Because Clem is just so quick, he's so in your face, and you never really have a lot of time to just casually set everything up and play a nice little game of StarCraft. I think playing PvT or ZVT for that matter against Clem has to be one of the most stressful things in video gaming, period.
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, though, Roddy, Hearthstone's third base is like 30 seconds behind for a Phoenix Colossus type of setup. I think it started like 5:30 instead of like 5 minutes. He's traded evenly in the attack. He's up in workers. He's got his Colossus on the way. And I'm not trying to say this is comfortable. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we talked about it. Playing against Clem by itself is really uncomfortable. But at the very least, he's on that next level of stuff, right? And Clem did commit a lot to this early. He's gone double eBay now. Their third base is here. But it's not like there's a strong follow-up that's going to happen in the next minute. You got to wait for Stim. He's going to dive on top of a lot of these Marines. He's got the read on it. I thought there was going to be too much anti-air there, but he knocks down a ton of those Marines, loses one Phoenix for it. I don't know how I feel about this ground move out, though. This is a little more questionable.
Yeah, that almost felt accidental to me, but I don't know if it is. I'm not going to assume that it is. Austin now has a Colossus in the mix as well. These kind of fights, it looks really good for a pros, right? You're like, wow, that's so many Marines dying, but Marines are cheap. And then in the end, you lose a Phoenix. The second Phoenix takes a crazy amount of damage, which means it's going to die very quickly in the future. Like, I actually wouldn't even classify that as a big win for Hearthstone. It's all right, but you really don't want to do that very often, because the biggest downside of playing Phoenix Colossus is that your follow-up is pretty much always charged, because you need it, otherwise your army on the ground is too weak. And if you play Phoenix Colossus into charge, Stalker count is going to be very low, and you won't have Blink till forever. So you need something to deal with Vikings, and that's why the Phoenixes are mega important. And even just losing one there at the cost of 4 Marines, probably a better trade for the Terran than it is for the Protoss, even if it doesn't look like that.
Yeah, Hearthstone needs like one more really nice fight to really be happy in the game. Defending evenly, trading fine, sure, he's got his fourth base up. But it's this next hit coming in from Clem, where he's going to be at like 170 suppliers. So he's got his upgrades now, but once you get to the Viking count, that really allows you to deal with it. You know, like if it's against just Stalkers, 6 Vikings can be manageable depending on what's happening. But against Phoenix Colossus, again, you do want to like 8, 10, and 12 to put yourself in that position. So Clem's getting himself ready for that next attack, fourth base on the way. And the question, like, so when you talk about PvT, there are transitions you got to worry about, right? There's the Liberator transition we saw in the Spirit Showtime game. There's going into Disruptors as the Terran. There's Ghosts here. And for now, I wouldn't be surprised to see, certainly with War Prism on the way, to see Hearthstone try to take advantage of having all these Phoenix and having all of these Colossus charged on +1 to see if he can make something happen before Clem is truly ready with the Viking count, with the Ghost and everything out. And he's got great vision of the army, certainly.
Yeah, but it's hard, right? Like a Hearthstone, if he moves out, then I just don't think that he can really find what he's looking for. I was going to say I'd love to see a second Robo. I think that's kind of the one thing that you really want to get. And he got the second Forge very quickly. I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it. You don't want to fall too far behind in upgrades against Clem, especially if you don't have any armor upgrades. Your army is just going to melt. You do need that second Robo too, because you need to have that potential to switch back into Immortals, to go into Disruptors, to go back into Colossus if you somehow lose your Colossus and kill their Vikings. Like, that path needs to be open. So yeah, I like a lot of the things that Hearthstone has done so far. Doesn't mean that he's winning. No, he's not quite winning yet, but he's definitely more than competitive, and it's already a strong first game by him.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many PvTs today where it's like, at this point of the game, 10 minutes in, the Terran's up 30 supply and the game's over. Or the Protoss players desperately fighting their way back into it. And part of it is probably is Crimson Court. There are a lot of angles it's kind of hard to attack through, so maybe it lends itself for the first 4 or 5 bases.
Oh, no.
Okay, the win. Well, that's a problem. That's a lot of supply all of a sudden that Hearthstone loses, and now there's nothing that Clem has to worry about. So this attack in the front is the only thing that he's got to make happen. Blink isn't done for another 10 seconds. Hearthstone, he's just got to cancel this. And the other fun thing, as we look at what's happening here, Hearthstone sees double Robo Disruptor, absolutely. If there's one Terran player that I'm not really worried about with Disruptors at all, it's got to be Clem, right? He makes these units look so useless 80% of the time.
Yes, but even if shots don't connect, they are still good, because they force the Terran to disengage, so they're not firing at your army, and they also force them to stim over and over and over again. And since Clem has made so many Vikings, he doesn't have that many medevacs, Now the first Colossus is a sitting duck and it dies immediately. The Stalker count is a lot higher though. This is where Hearthstone needs to start thinking about maybe the flanking Disruptor, maybe some flanking Zealots, but Clem left the Widowmine behind. But you need something. You can't just stare at Clem's army and hope you're going to win the fight, because no Protoss pretty much ever wins the fight against Clem just by looking at his army. You need something creative, something magical. Maybe we can warp in units from the top left right now as one more Nova falls forward. You can see though how low in HP this Terran army is getting by all these stims. But yeah, you're spot on. The Disruptor shots are not connecting you.
No, they're really, really not. Man, a Disruptor from the top flank would do so much work right now as Clem just micros everything back and says, yeah, you know, Hearthstone, I've let you get to 4 bases. I've let you get 5th base on the way. I've let you survive into 12 minutes, but that doesn't mean I'm going to make this easy, as Hearthstone has lost 3,000, 2,500 more resources than Clem at this point. And yeah, part of it is you're playing a gateway man style, and you will trade worst over time. That's why you want to be up a base or two. But that was even still on the Robo side of things. That was even still when Colossus were up. Like, trades have not been great for Hearthstone at this point. He's trying to force his opponent off the map, but these Widowmines are forcing incredible trades. Ghost as well. And the moment that Hearthstone backs up even a second, Clem dives forward, makes it so hard for him to find anything. I do like the addition of the Colossus, though. If he's able to get there, there's nothing on the sky anymore. No more Vikings in the sky. And this fight actually starting to look really solid for the moment. The concave's good. But Hearthstone, again, is going to be forced back. And even if I say it's looking good, Roddy, certainly it's not good enough.
Now, one of the Disruptors getting picked off. Clem has a ridiculous amount of units on the map. They're not all here, but they are coming slowly but steady. Clem is sending more and more powerful late-game units to the other side of the map. We're gonna get some Liberators, +3 attackers on the way, +3 armors on the way. And Clem has been landing some good EMPs. Hearthstone still hanging in there. All he really needs to turn the tide is one sick Nova. And I know that's a lot easier said than done, but one flanking Disruptor, one good Zealot engagement where you force the units to be stuck and maybe force Clem to pick up these units and the Stalkers can blink forward. Like, there is some hope for the captain, but he needs something to really go his way soon.
It's funny, I looked at that, I'm like, all the Vikings are gone. I like the Colossus transition. No, the Vikings were just on the ground, hiding away. He actually, I don't know if Hearthstone saw that and kind of just failed to see it, but we saw Colossus show up and immediately go down. Clem's been doing such a nice job of really keeping those alive, giving these options available. The supplies are, the army supplies are starting to get just a little bit closer. It's 2-1, but Clem's got 3-2. The upgrades are such a big deal in this game. And even though Hearthstone's up he's not even up a base, never mind. Even though Hearthstone's economy has been decent enough for the time being, these trades for Clem have been so nice. And we're starting to just hit this point where Hearthstone, he can't afford what he's making anymore. Eventually, this Terran army trades is just gonna run right through him.
The most impressive thing is that we have been witnessing this fight right now unfold in front of our eyes for 2, 3, 4 minutes. I can't really think of a single moment where I felt Clem wasn't looking. It looks like he's always looking at his army. But then you look at the mini-map and you're like, okay, he wasn't, because he has taken 7,000 bases. He's getting sensor towers. He's spending every single penny he has. It's so impressive how quick this kid is. And it just feels that once he gets momentum, he doesn't let go. He's so in your face. This is where the game is going to become incredibly difficult for Hearthstone, because he's going to have to split up his army and he's going to have to match Clem. But it always feels that Clem is looking in all the right spots. As he finds 2 of those Disruptors by themselves, they will get picked up. The Colossus falls, the Immortal falls, and just like that, as Clem is maxed out, he's going to close it out. I mean, what on earth are you supposed to do against a kid who plays like this?
You run over to his house and you unplug his internet cables. That's
solid threat.
Honestly, the only solution I have. I mean, I'm looking at this, and Hearthstone probably had the best early game of any Protoss player we've seen today. In terms of, he didn't lose five workers, or I guess never there was a Elazer, but like in general, it feels like for the most part in PvTs, Hearthstone, this first 7 minutes were probably maybe Showtime game 1, but they were solid. It was okay. Yeah. And then Clem just turns it on. Fights for 5 minutes.
There wasn't one moment where we could say like, oh, that's where Hearthstone really messed up. That's where he fell apart. It's just that Clem traded better. And Clem was in his face. He's hitting, as you would say, crossing his T's and dotting his I's. Like he's doing all of it. But what I'm just mostly fascinated by is that it feels that Clem does not make mistakes in the micro department. He doesn't stick around for too long. He doesn't miss any opportunities. He's always right there, right on the edge, where he gives the Protoss players the feeling like, hey, you should fight at Nova. You should blink forward. You should take this fight. And then right when you think this is the fight I want to take, Clem has the perfect setup, so you know that that's not the moment. You have to run back again, and that is just rinse and repeat non-stop for 5 minutes straight. And then you look at the units lost resource tab, and you're like, Austin lost 5,000 resources more. Well, at least he's still kind of okay, right? But that's where Clem maxes out. That's where Liberators start joining in, and then they will add a bit of extra Terran fun. And then you have a big army with Ghosts in the top left. You have army with Ghosts and Marauders in the center. And it's just so hard to keep up with him. Like, it feels the only way to beat Clem is to get not an okay start, but an amazing start, where Clem is forced to no longer be Clem, and Clem needs to slow down the game and just defend. That's where I think maybe as a Protoss you can get the best of him. But trying to match him and like trying to battle non-stop feels that doesn't end well for any Protoss.
No, it really doesn't. You take a look at Clem in the last month. He's lost 12 total maps against Protoss, and I'm willing to bet at least 10 of them are to MaxPax. So the dude's on fire, certainly, and we're going to have to see if he's going to be able to continue it on Goldenor in the upper left. He's up 1 and just looks untouchable. It's Clem.
I think he lost 2 against Nightmare because he played the American Weekly and he lost to Nightmare in that one. So in the bottom right side, we are looking in the main base of the captain of the Shopify Rebellion. I think he played a good first game. It just wasn't enough. Can we turn things around? This is Harston.
Now, Roddy, one of the things you talked about in that last game was like, man, disruptor flank, right? That would be really good here. And I feel like that's almost what you got to do. If you give Clem a straight up front to back fight with how mobile the army is, especially if you're just paying attention the entire time with how fast Stim makes your units, he's never gonna, very rarely is he gonna eat a shot just if you give him that front to back attacking lane. But if you force him into a position, right, get some zealot flanks, get some disruptor flanks, maybe something like that, I'm with you. I think that's what Hearthstone has to start looking for a little bit more, and it's hard. Right, that's a lot of multitasking asked to make sure that your disruptors are everywhere where they need to be, or flanking storms or zealots or whatever it is. Like, it's not easy. But just giving Clem these straight front to back fights, we saw what happened in game 1.
Yeah. You often mention, and I think that's a very solid point, that robo production time is incredibly valuable as a Protoss, especially if you only have 1 robo, but even if you have 2 robos, it's still so important. You want to be building Immortals, Disruptors, Colossus, etc. So if you then do make a Prism, it is very important to get value out of that Prism, and I think Hearthstone will really be kicking himself or flying that Prism into the main base, letting a Widowmine are a bit easier to spot these days, connect, and a single hit of a turret and a Widowmine connection is good enough to shut down that Prism. I think Hearthstone will probably think, like, man, I actually played good. Imagine if I don't lose that Prism and I just siege it up somewhere in a safe spot on the low ground, and I can warp in 6-8 Zealots, run those into the third. That's where even Clem will have a hard time microing everything to perfection, right? Because as a Terran, you simply cannot micro Marines, Marauders, Medevacs to perfection when you're having to deal with Zealot run-bys and you're in the face of the Protoss at the same time. So it is sad to think that almost your entire game fell apart because you lost the Prism. But when you're playing against the best in the world, and that is absolutely what Clem is in this matchup, yeah, there is no room for errors, and losing a Prism like that is a massive error, even if it's only 200 minerals.
Yeah, you know, I talked to Trigger quite a bit about StarCraft, about whatever, because he's a great guy, and he thinks deeply about the game. And one of the things he likes to talk about when you talk about PvT is like, look, a Terran army against a Protoss army, good majority of points in the game, equally skilled players, the Terran army has more power to it in a lot of situations. So you really want to make sure that the Terran is never allowed to do that, is never allowed to just focus on their army and do exactly what we saw Clem do for the last 5 minutes. Now, of course, it's really hard to make that happen to Clem because he's so fast. And even if you are forcing him to multitask, he's still probably going to be microing where he wants to be. But that's what you got to do, right? You got to make it so that he's not as comfortable. But for right now, Clem's the one that's trying to make Hearthstone as uncomfortable as possible. It's 6 Marines, it's a Widowmine in the Medevac, Cyclones onto the other side. And for the second game in a row, it's early aggression from Clem into a Stargate play.
Yep, and last game it already got very scary, by the way, where Hearthstone was supply blocked for a split second, and that Immortal couldn't quite get produced in time. But in the end, Hearthstone took a good enough fight at home. The problem with a good enough fight at home is that Widowmine gets lifted, by the way. Phoenix cannot get healed up immediately. Clem saves the Widowmine, of course he does. Can the Adept Shot land? Yes, alright. So at least no more Widowmine to worry about. But that Widowmine did manage to at least get one Adept kill, even if it didn't fire it. Let the rest of the army focus on the Adept. We need to heal up the pylon there, by the way. And that's exactly what Hearthstone does. I mean, Clem is picking up units non-stop while the projectiles are flying to the unit. Come on, BO. This is not fair anymore. What the hell?
No, I think we just need to nerf Clem. Terran's fine, but Clem, just the value he gets out of these small units, it kind of lifts him, because otherwise he's going to save him. And even still, I mean, we're going to see the depower on the battery there, the Robo, sure, fine. I think Hearthstone's just dead. Like, straight up. What are you supposed to do against this guy?
I mean, Clem is saving every single Marine while Stalker and Adept shots, projectiles that is, are flying towards it. Clem is picking them up in the medevac before they even connect, so nothing is dealing damage. We have an Immortal that's about to come out. The problem is the Immortal will not kill the Liberator. Liberator's gonna siege up. This is where the Phoenixes really need to kill this Lib as quickly as possible. Clem is trying to body block the Immortal to make sure that it stays within the circle. That does not work. I mean, Hearthstone really is battling as hard as he's possibly capable of. And you know what? It is actually kind of a hole. It will not feel good for Hearthstone, but you know what? He's up 4 or 5 workers. He lost 9 workers there, but he's still up a couple. It never feels good to lose 3 Phoenixes, and yeah, you could have had 6. 6 Phoenixes would have been amazing. He lost 3 of them. Kudos to Hearthstone for not completely falling apart there, because per usual, Clem micro that almost to perfection.
Yeah, I was kind of convinced Hearthstone was dead. He might still be in another 5 minutes, but at least he's allowed to play the game now, right? At least he's got his 3rd base on the way, adding in Immortals. There should be Colossus getting started. And Clem did commit a lot to this, right? It was a Liberator, 3 Cyclones, 12 Marines, a medevac, like a bunch of stuff. So, yeah, Hearthstone, nice job on holding. This army that Clem has shouldn't be able to break the 3rd base. Certainly not. But, you know, this is just step 1, Roddy.
Try to fight this. When it's only 4 or 5 Marines, a Cyclone, and a Viking, I think that's absolutely where you can fight. Now, a few more units of Clem are showing up, but this is where the Phoenixes can shine. Bright like a diamond, where I often think back of them in the same way as the thought of Raiders in Warcraft 3, where you can basically throw Ensnare, but instead of Ensnare, it is Graviton Beam, and Hearthstone is doing exactly that. He is going to punish Clem for sticking around a tiny bit too long. I mean, the captain is actually playing a damn good series so far. Will that be enough? That we don't know. But it is safe to say that he is not just going to sit here and let Clem roll all over him. But Clem with a retarget of the Widowmines multiple times in the end connects with the Phoenix. This is maybe where Hearthstone needs to go home. Just crank out a Colossus or 2. Try to get an Observer or something, right? Take your time. I think he wants to just lift that SCV one time to delay the 3rd base. I like it. You know, Hearthstone is playing well. He needs to play well. He needs to play out of his freaking mind if he wants to make this a competitive series, but he's doing that.
Yeah, you know, I really like this concept as well. Hearthstone's, he's got Colossus on the way. He's going to get a second. He's eventually going to get up to 3 Colossus. And given how this game has gone, again, Clem committed a lot to tech early, which we talked about it in game 1, kind of slows down your Viking production quite a bit. So if Hearthstone can go get his Phoenix count up to where it needs to be, get charge maybe, get 3 Colossus, get just enough gateway units to buffer for everything, I really do like the concept of Hearthstone trying to move out at like 8 minutes. This drop is not going to get found in time. To prevent it in the main base, sure, but he's not going to knock it down. And now Clem, he's got a lot on the map once again. This should be something Hearthstone can defend, but just because it should be doesn't mean it's easier. He's going to try to get on top of the Colossus. No. Instead, immediately overcharged, not ready in time. And now, 1 Colossus, 1 Immortal here. Clem's going to get on top of things again. Widowmines, damage to the Colossus. Don't knock it down. And it looks like Hearthstone will defend, but already, 3 Colossus going down here is far more than Hearthstone ever wanted to lose.
Yeah, that was sad for Hearthstone. Maybe he misclicked or something, because he obviously should have microed it towards the right. That's where he had the battery. There are Widowmines hidden underneath the side blockers. The Widowmines will fight perfect connections. The army of Clem is very low on HP though. That was a moment where Hearthstone almost gave too much respect to Clem. He saw that big army. He knew he already denied the drop, but he was just convinced because it's Clem, there is more to it, right? There has to be more. But that was actually it. And if the Phoenixes would have just been there with the Colossus, I don't think he ever loses a Colossus there. So that was a bit of a shame. Hearthstone has now been stuck for a little while. He's sitting on 56 workers. He's just trying to get as many units out as possible. He's got a lot of gateways, but he does not have a Twilight count, so it kind of feels that he just wants to win the game with, yeah, what feels like a Wings of Liberty push, right? Couple Phoenixes, 2 Colossus, and then a bunch of very basic gateway units. I have the feeling that at this point, Clem has just made Hearthstone dizzy, and Hearthstone has kind of lost track of this game as, yeah, this just doesn't look like anything we normally see. No Twilight Council, no charge. It's just Phoenix, Colossus, and the most basic gateway units imaginable.
I say, I kind of like it, right? There's just not a lot here for Clem that deals with these Colossus well. Problem is there's no observer, so these Widow Mines are delaying this push for forever. And now a bunch of Zealots are here again. There's no charge, but their job is just to buffer, to buy time. And this full surround from Clem. This is a hard position for Arston to fight into. But for the time being, he's kiting back against it really nicely. The Colossus are still alive. More Zealots are going to warp in. 11 SCVs have gone down. He's turning it more front to back. And I mean, it's still hard, absolutely. But Harston's kind of making this work a little bit.
It is sick, but Harston's army just kind of sucks besides the 2 Colossus and the Immortal. But yeah, as long as the 2 Colossus and the Immortal is alive, there is potential here. Because those units, yeah, they can deal with Stimbuyer, they can deal with a Ghost, they can deal with a Marauder. Slow Zealots and Stalkers are not going to add a whole lot. Harston knows that he still needs a tiny bit more. EMPs land, first Colossus dies. That is said, the second Colossus is very low on HP. Vikings will now just probably go for that Warp Prism as Harston tries to warp in a few more Stalkers. Clem is running low on units, but the final few units are going to be so much better than the units that remain of Harston. And after 10 minutes and 34 seconds, GG will be called as Harston dropped to 2 army supply. Another very exciting game with a lot of cool moments. It just, I think at one point, Clem is just so overwhelming, so stressful. He's so intense, and he's so in your face that I think Harston kind of lost track of where exactly he was in the game. And I think a real telling point was where he left all those 6 Phoenixes on the right side of his main, thinking there is more. But that was actually it. Then that it killed one of the Colossus, and that's really a shame, because imagine how close this fight now already was. If you add one more Colossus to this push, probably goes Harston's way.
Or even if you... Harston's done this 2 games in a row now, I've kind of noticed, where he gets the Stalkers out. Obviously no blink this time, but he gets the 1 target fire on a Stalker, and then he doesn't target fire. He's not shift clicking them down, so he's not getting the second one. And then Stalkers waste like 1 or 2 rounds of shots on not Vikings. And then the Colossus dies when, if you saw the end of that fight right there, the last Viking went down pretty much as the last Colossus went down. If you knock that down a little bit quicker, it was a nice save from Harston to keep one of the Colossus alive, but if you knock that down a little bit quicker, you can get another warp in, maybe eventually. You don't lose the Warp Prism. The Colossus stays alive a little longer, and who knows, maybe it happens. It's a lot to think about, though, in the game. I mean, Clem does not make it easy.
It feels so cruel to even criticize Harston for like anything, because you just see the intensity that Clem is bringing to these games. How quickly Clem is in your face. The moment you have a couple of adepts, you have 2 adepts and a Stalker, and you're like, all right, I don't have a lot of DPS, but it adds up over time, right? Well, wrong if the shots don't even connect, because Clem is a sicko who picks up every single Marine and a Reaper and a Cyclone and a Widow Mine when projectiles are traveling to the unit. That's just like, come on, like how can we ever criticize anyone losing to someone like Clem, who is able to just completely nullify the damage of these basic gateway units? It's been a fun series so far. Let's hope that the captain gets 1 on the board, because I feel he really deserves it, BO. He's battling, he's fighting, he's doing his absolute best, and I want this series to go on. If there is one series today, then I want to see it go on for a little while longer. It is this one. In the top left side, he's down 0-2, but there is so much fighting spirit in this man today. Shopify, Rebellions, Harston.
This may not be fighting spirit. In fact, it's Ghost River, but this guy in the upper right is fighting so well. For Team Liquid, it's Clem.
Is fighting spirit the Brood War map?
Yes, it's the famous Brood War map.
I figured that was a joke there, and sounds vaguely familiar. But I'm a pleb, mate. I just played Warcraft 3, you know me?
I have installed Brood War, I think, on my PC like once, and I played like 1 campaign mission, and that was about it. I'm unfortunately, and I know this is making Team Liquid mad, I was never much of a Brood War guy. I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's blasphemy for me as well, but I think I've played maybe 10 games of Brood War in my life or something. I had an experience once a long time ago at a Dutch equivalent of what is DreamHack, but it wasn't called DreamHack. And Red was there, and I didn't know who Red was, but everyone's like, yeah, that's Red. He's really good in Brood War. And I was already one of the better Warcraft 3 players in the Netherlands. I was like, what is Brood War? And you should have seen the nerds turn at me and their faces just go pale. They're like, what do you mean? I was like, yeah, what is Brood War? I've never heard of this, because I only played the games that my big brother used to play, and he was all into Red Alert and Command & Conquer. So that's when I played a bit of Brood War, and then when Remastered came out, Remastered is, yeah, I actually had a sick game with Zombie Grub. That was a really fun game. I was spamming Zealots and Dragoons, and Zombie Grub was meching. We battled for like 25 minutes. In the end, Zombie Grub won, and I was like, all right, that's about all the Brute War that I can handle. And I had one guy that made Mutalisk against me when I was playing ladder. I thought I was playing really well, and Brute War is so hard, right? Because you cannot group anything. But I felt that I was doing a really good job, and in the end, I got him. And then instead of saying GG, he said unsubbed. And I was like, what?
I think I heard about that, actually.
I was like, what? Really? You're angry at me for just playing a game of Brute War? Like, I'm sorry. Hey, this is a Reaper kill, by the way. I don't think there is any high ground, low ground to save. Maybe a grenade, but no. Not even Clem can nail that 10 out of 10 times. So what a start for Harstem.
Hey, there we go. Already doing better, but where do we think... So this map is a map that is very short natural to natural. It's very solid for a bunch of tank pushes. But where do you think Clem goes here, right? He's up 2. He's got room to play with. For now, it's just a high ground expand, but does he try to play into the map at all? Does he let Harstem come to him? Like, what are the thoughts here, Roddy?
I'm not totally certain. Maybe he feels that a quick Widowmine drop is the way to go, and it's a little bit unfortunate for Harstem, who has opened up Stargate in back-to-back games where, you know, Widowmine drops are not good. It's actually not going to be a Widowmine drop. This time around, Harstem has gone for the 1 fast expand into a quick Robo with a second defensive gate. So a quick Observer will come out. We're going to have a quick Immortal if we feel like we need it. And since Clem is once more building a Cyclone and a Medevac, I think that quick Immortal can actually come in really handy. Do you think we still need a battery? Oh, Harstem has already answered that question. Harstem says yes, we do still need a battery because this is Clem, and apparently my units don't deal damage when he picks them up over and over again.
Now, unfortunately for Harstem here, you talked about the prospect of an Immortal. It's going to be a second Observer, which generally is great, right? Keeps you safe, but Clem is hitting very, very quickly. I'm a little surprised to not see a third gateway down. We've seen Hero do a lot of these Robo openers. 3-gate Robo, you put some pressure on, gives you really solid defensive power. All these things are nice, but just 2-gate Robo for now. And the big problem is this Reaper wall. It's going to be a shutdown pylon, right? It's really one gateway production right now. This is already getting something pretty nice for Clem.
Yeah, this is annoying, by the way, because Harstem's army is obviously very slow. He does not have Blink, so Clem says, you know what, I'm just going to go for a tiny drop in the main base. Clem actually moved commanding there for a little while. I think Clem was busy microing his Widowmine and maybe the Cyclone at the same time. So he made a bit of an uncharacteristic micro error there, but Clem did save his Cyclone, and he can continue to be aggressive here. Maybe even got the Observer. Yeah, he got an Observer and a Stalker, so missed micro in the main, but Clem micro to perfection on the low ground. And he will probably say, that's good enough, because I am not afraid of a 2-base Protoss.
Now, here's the problem, though, right? You talked about getting a Robo, getting Immortals quickly to give yourself some really solid defensive acumen. I'm looking at the Cyclone. There's no way the Cyclone dies. This is Clem. You got to kill the Medevac first. It's disgusting. But what I was going to point out was Harstem's had that Robo done for quite a while, and there has not been an Immortal in production until right now. So I don't know if it was the stress. I don't know if he broke for a little bit getting other things, but he's not going to have this 1 to 2 Immortal setup. He's going to have 1 Immortal, certainly, but it's going to be late. He's not going to have a second one, and that just makes this push from Clem maybe just that much stronger. The question, though, Roddy, is like, when does he hit? He got damage done with this, certainly, as we see the heart on the map, but is it a stim timing? Is that what he waits for? Stim combat shields moving like 730 or so? Is there room for him to get more done before he gets all of his bio upgrades?
I actually feel this would be a great game to go for Interference Matrix, and he hasn't fired it up yet. But against these quick Robo openings, where the strength of the Protoss army really only comes from the Robo units, I think this is a moment where you can go for Matrix, whether you planned that in the beginning of the game or not. I feel like it would make some sense to me. Yeah, I don't know yet. Let's see where it goes. I did love that you were also full of conviction, by the way, that that you were convinced, there we go, that those Cyclones were not going to die, because I also didn't think they were going to die, and I was like, oh, these are not the fights to take. Like, you can battle Clem if you've got Zealot Charge. You can battle Clem if you've got Blink. But when it's just those basic gateway units in the middle of nowhere, it's like, yeah, let's not take those fights, because there really is just no happy ending to it. Clem is already moving out with 2 tanks, 2 very healthy Cyclones, because he repaired them. He has a Raven in the mix to maybe drop another turret. And if these tanks siege up in a scary spot, Harstem is once more going to be in trouble. Maybe he just go for it immediately, like the tank is kind of in range of the Immortal, but he doesn't go for it. The moment you disengage, though, it's going to be so difficult to ever get these tanks.
And the problem for Harstem, right? This was a naked Robo. There's no Twilight. Charge is only just now getting started. It's not like there's a Stargate and you have Phoenix or something. There's not a lot here. There's some gateway units, certainly, but you're looking at 3 tanks. unless there's some really good healing. 3 tanks, 1 shot at Colossus. This is a hard position to attack into, and Clem, the longer this goes, he's got a 4, no, sorry, he's still got 3 tanks, but the longer this goes, the more Rally shows up here. Colossus is gonna run forward. You gotta knock this tank down pretty quickly, and 1 tank will fall. Immortal doing a nice job. Harstem targeting down the Marines as well with this Colossus. It's a start, Roddy, but it's not an end. And just with this Immortal going down as well, it just becomes so hard for Harstem.
Yep. I think Harstem is already running out of steam, as sad as it is. The Immortal could not get healed up there by the battery. This had to go a bit too far away. Obviously, Clem with the perfect siege positioning saved one of the Colossus. That's awesome, but at this point, there is no second overcharge available. You know, someone told me that they're always available. They're not always available, BO. Very often, but not always. And without an overcharge, it feels that this Protoss army is just going to stand here and get absolutely slaughtered by the overwhelming favorite to win it all this time around. When Serral's in the military, Reynor is in Korea. Who is there to stop this French kid? Some of you guys hoped that it was going to be the Captain Harstem, and it could perhaps still be with a magical run through the lower bracket. But here in the upper bracket, I am afraid it's not going to go Harstem's way. GG! Clem takes care of business and will advance into the top 4 of the upper bracket with just a stunning display of skill. I mean, we gave him all the love, all the compliments, all the hype before the series started. And I think he proved why we hype him up so much and why we keep on talking on how freaking good he is in everything related to StarCraft 2. I'm still convinced that he joins Battle.net quicker than you and I do. Like, there's something special about his client, mate.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I mean, look at this. And you look at these game results. You look at how this game goes, and you'd be very tempted to say, wow, you know, look, Terran is so imbalanced. It's so much better. Like, this is ridiculous. We need a balance patch. No, that's just Clem. He makes things. He is just. It's insane how good he is. And I know it's very tempting just to kind of gush over how fast he is, how well he plays, but it's deserved. I mean, any other Terran, Harstem takes that fight in the middle of the map, he probably wins. One of those cyclones goes down.
And against Clem, we are both like, uh-oh, don't do that, because these units will just not fall. But yeah, you're spot on.
It's wild.
Yeah, go on. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, you're good. I mean, I'm just like, it's insane. It's like, here's the question, right, Roddy? Serral has generated 2 nerfs, right? He got Burrowed Infestors nerfed, he got Burrowed Roaches nerfed at different times. Beyond's gotten his Reapers nerfed. If you were to say, look, Clem is just broken by himself, we need to bring him back in the line, I don't know what do you nerf like Medevac pickup? Like, he's just such a complete player.
That was one of the first things I was thinking of. And you know, the absolute scariest thing is that out of this best of 5, we did see him make a mistake. Those Marines in the main base, they were on move command for a split second when they could have just stood there and gunned down a few more workers. Clem was actually busy for once, microing a Widowmine and a Cyclone against the Observer and the Stalker, which he did end up coming out on top, by the way. But, you know, there's still apparently, even for Clem, room for improvement, and that is absolutely terrifying. But it's one of these best of 5s where, yes, it was another 3-0, and it was perhaps the expected outcome. But did Harstem play bad? No, I really don't think he played bad. He gave us awesome moments. He gave us hype. He gave us potential. But against Clem, it's just so brutal. Clem is so in your face. He's so quick. It's a tornado that never slows down. And I feel like Harstem did his best. Just wasn't meant to be. But if the captain keeps playing like this, he can absolutely have a sick run in the lower bracket this season, because Harstem is also looking good, even if we lost this one.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think even if you say you swap the matchup, right? So it's Clem versus MaxPax, Harstem versus Spirit. I think Harstem, I don't know that he wins that series because it's always hard to tell, but he certainly takes maps. He looks really good. It's just, I mean, Clem has an 80% win rate in TVP in the last month. And again, probably 10 of those 12 games he's lost were to MaxPax. The other 2 were to Nightmare on, you know, a late night America's cross server, whatever it is. You put him against anyone else, I think Harstem at the very least takes it to 4 to 5 games. I think that that is very accurate to state. But as it stands, I mean, Roddy, these are the results from the day. It's a lot of 3-0s, a lot of 4-0s.
Yeah, and even the 4-0 was technically a 3-0, as Oliver had the 1-0 lead in the grand finals since he won the upper bracket. But yeah, 6 best of 5s and 6 clean sweeps. I still think we saw some absolutely awesome StarCraft, like Game 1, Showtime Spirit will live rent-free in my head for a while because I loved it. I thought it was crazy. And Harstem and Clem, both Game 1 and Game 2, had a lot of very cool epic moments. In Game 3, like, I so hard to make the Robo first play work against Clem. But I also understand that Hearthstone wanted to try something different, or maybe it's a Ghost River special. Who knows? I do know that you have a lower bracket as well, and I'm actually very excited to see who plays who, because I didn't really prepare for that. I always take it one series at a time. We'll see who ends up playing against who, but I'm very curious about that lower bracket. In the upper bracket, we already knew, obviously, who was going to advance and who would play who. We've got a TVT between Clem and Spirit, and we've got a TVP between Big Gabe and MaxPax. And I think that's going to be fireworks as well.
Yep, you got to give me a second to get the asset ready because I am not as fast. But yeah, no, it's going to be it's going to be an interesting lower bracket to start. I want to say that's on Thursday.
Yep.
Yeah. No, it's going to be good. 4 more best of 5s. We start to take a look at what happens in the Americas as well. So Asia's done. Oliveira is your champion. I don't know if that surprises anyone. I don't think it should. Although he did have a bit of an interesting run getting there, right? Like he did.
That was a bumpy road.
Sorry?
But he did grow. He, sometimes in football, they often talk about a team growing into the tournament, like the Euros or the World Cup. Kind of felt maybe that's what happened to Oliveira in the Asia regionals. He grew stronger the longer that the tournament progressed. And yeah, today he looked flawless. We do have our beautiful lower bracket graphic. You already said it. On the 2nd of May, guys. Thursday, the 2nd of May. This will continue. We've got that PvP between Showtime and Mana. We've got another PvP with Hearthstone and Skillis, 2 guys living in the Netherlands. We've got a ZVZ between Elazer and Bruce Wayne. And last but not least, we've got Reynor versus perhaps the surprise of the season, Goblin, in the top 12. I love this Thursday. I'm excited for it already.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fun. And Roddy, I want to say it's you and I doing that next Thursday as well. So we had the upper bracket.
Oh, no. They might have to reschedule it, BO. We cannot have any more trios, though, right? Can we?
I mean, I thought that. I looked at the matches today. I'm like, man, this is bangers. This is going to be a 12-hour broadcast, right? We're just going to have so many good games. And it turns out that some players ate their Wheaties and some players woke up on the wrong side of the bed. But hey, look, tournament goes on. No one was knocked out today. And I often find that the pressure of a lower bracket match gives you some pretty fun games because let's be real, Roddy, right? Good StarCraft is not because everyone's playing perfectly. It's because players are hitting each other in the face. They're forcing mistakes, and then it gets more fun. And you add the pressure of the lower bracket on top of it, all of a sudden it gets more fun.
Yeah, and I already said it, right? There are not just 3 mirror matchups here. There is another one, and that is lower bracket PvP. That just hits different. So I think Showtime Mana is going to be sick. Obviously, 2 guys that have been around for a long time, but probably have different expectations coming into a tournament like this. Showtime is eyeing top 4. Mana is just trying to make playoffs, and we'll see how far we can get. And he has just played a great tournament. So, and bangers, man. I'm actually really excited for Thursday. I think, by the time that Thursday comes around, we're never going to talk about all these trios again. And we're going to have, I'm calling it right now. I don't even know who's playing who in NA on Thursday, because I think we're starting with NA on Thursday as well. But in Europe, at least we're going to have 2 series that go to distance, but potentially at least 3. I'm talking about 3-2. I'm not talking about 3-1. I'm talking about at least 2 3-2s, maybe 3, Bio.
You know what, Roddy? I don't know that I believe you, but I choose to. That's what's happening. I am turning off the critical thinking in my brain, and I'm saying, yes, these are all going to be 3-2s. It's going to be great. And then with, future Scarlet or future Estrella, Scarlet Nina, Kelzer Dis, Chan Trigger, all getting ready to get started in the upper bracket round of 8 for Americas. We're going to have 8 best of 5s, right? And every single one of them is going to go to a 3-2. It's going to be great. We're going to be dead afterwards. We're going to be totally shattered. It's going to be a long day. But it's going to make up for today.
I can live with it. I mean, we have to overcompensate for this day. We got off early. I didn't want to get off early. I actually like having long days, but it is what it is. Let's go crazy on Thursday, and let's just spend 12 hours together. Who cares?
Roddy, there is nothing I would rather do in my life than spend 12 hours with you. So I will take that one. And that sounds sarcastic. It's not. It's real. I promise. That being said, though, we are done here today. It's been about 6 hours. It's a shorter broadcast. Lots of 3-0s, but man, Clem is impressive as hell. And I don't know. I truly don't know who's supposed to stop him now that Reynor's in Korea and Cyril's in the military for a time being. But that's a story for next week. For now, folks, it's been a beautiful day. Hope you had a good time. We crowned our Asian champion. But for myself, for Roddy, for everyone else, we'll see you next week.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.